Feng Tianwu's face changed slightly when she saw 3 people from Anika sect appeared after Duanling Tian had killed Tong Shan with the talisman. She did not know her big brother Duan was targeted by Anika sect as well. She thought Wuyu was only looking for trouble and managed to convince the elder in his sect to teach Duanling Tian a lesson. She only realized the people from Anika sect were here for another reason when Duanling Tian took the 99 Heavenly Tribulation Oath. They were not here to take revenge on her big brother Duan. They were here for something bigger, and that was to obtain the 3 profundity fragments from Martial Emperor Qingfeng's body in the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. She was familiar with the 3 profundity fragments. When she saw her big brother Duan took the oath, she could not help but feel relieved when the thunder penalty did not come. She thought her big brother Duan would escape the trouble this time. However, who would have thought another person would appear during the critical moment? It was Feng Tong from North Nether sect. She overheard his name when the old man from Anika sect greeted the old man from North Nether sect. The name was not unfamiliar to her. When she was at Blade sect, she had heard people discussing the 3 second-rate forces in the northern desert, including the supreme elders from the 3 forces who were martial monarch powerhouses. Tong Shan from Izumo sect, Feng Tong from North Nether sect, Bai Yu Hai from Anika sect. Her big brother Duan killed Tong Shan with the talisman. Feng Tianwu managed to identify the old man from Anika sect from how casually he spoke to Feng Tong. He was the Anika sect's supreme elder, the martial monarch powerhouse Bai Yu Hai. She was truly shocked to the core at this moment. Why would 3 second-rate forces martial monarch powerhouses gather in this little godforsaken kingdom? Unbelievable. She was able to piece everything together as time went by. Bai Yu Hai was here to obtain the profundity fragment her big brother Duan retrieved from Martial Emperor Qingfeng's body, while Feng Tong was here to avenge Su Qing, who used to be the strongest young man in North Nether sect. Her heart was palpitating as the situation progressed and changed constantly. A bone-piercing chill rose in her heart when she saw her big brother Duan was targeted by 2 martial monarchs. Feng Tianwu noticed Duanling Tian had turned around to look at her after he heard her call out to him. She could see the severity of the situation in her big brother Duan's eyes. Seems like big brother Duan isn't as calm as he looks on the surface. The pressure from the 2 martial monarchs is too much, Feng Tianwu thought to herself. She had tens of thousands of thoughts running wildly through her mind. It'll be difficult for me to kill these 2 martial monarchs. I'll have to elevate my monarch stage fire profundity to the 3rd level at least to be able to kill them. Feng Tianwu's focus shifted from Duanling Tian to the 2 silhouettes in the distance. There was a hint of fear on her beautiful face. With my current condition, I'll be able to cast the 3rd level monarch stage fire profundity by force and unleash the 3rd level monarch stage sword profundity. My power would be equivalent to 8,000 ancient horned dragons' strength. However, I'm afraid I'll only be able to kill one of them before my body explodes. Feng Tianwu understood her condition better than anyone else. Tianwu, you cannot cast the high-level fire profundity by force just to fight them. A voice familiar to Feng Tianwu suddenly entered her ears. Her heart jolted before it was flooded with warmth and a smile formed on her beautiful face. Although her big brother Duan was in a predicament, he still cared about her well-being. I'll try my best to solve this, Duanling Tian said through voice transmission as he took a deep breath. He knew Tianwu well. That was why he gave her a reminder since he was afraid she would do something reckless. He had examined the condition of Feng Tianwu's body with his spiritual energy previously, so he knew her condition almost as well she did. As soon as Tianwu casts the high-level fire concept by force, the fire spirit body within her will explode even if she manages to kill Feng Tong or Bai Yu Hai. She won't be able to endure long enough to kill the second person, Duanling Tian thought to himself. Duanling Tian, where's the Emperor's stage profundity fragment? Feng Tong said in a deep voice as he stared coldly at Duanling Tian. I've already told you, you can take my life. There's no Emperor's stage profundity fragment for you. Duanling Tian replied like a hooligan. Naturally, he only dared to say that because he was certain Feng Tong would not kill him, not because he really wanted to die. At this moment, his priority was to find a way to solve the crisis before him. Bai Yu Hai, who stood nearby, scoffed loudly before Feng Tong could reply. His scoff that contained origin energy swept toward the Crimson Sky Kingdom like an explosion. Ah! It hurts. Meanwhile, the people in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's palace wailed in pain as their eardrums ruptured. Some of them passed out, and some were even killed by that one scoff. One scoff from an enraged martial monarch could kill people within 1,000 miles radius. Naturally, it could only kill those with low cultivation base. Duanling Tian, do you think we'll give up just because you're behaving like this? We can't kill you, but killing the people around you is not a problem at all. Bai Hai seemed like a completely different person after Zui Yu's death. There was a cold killing intent in his bloodshot eyes, as though he would devour anyone who approached him. His voice was bone-piercing as though it came from an ice cave. We'll kill you if you tell us where the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment is. However, I won't make a move against your close friends and family. If you don't tell me where the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment is, I'll kill one person related to you every hour. If you insist on persisting, you'll have to watch the people around you die one after another. Bai Hai threatened Duanling Tian. Feng Tong's eyes lit up when he heard Bai Hai's words, as he silently agreed with his course of action. He wanted the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment as much as he wanted Duanling Tian's life. Bai Hai's words were exactly what he wanted to say. Shameless. A chill appeared on Feng Tianwu's beautiful face as she rebuked loudly, "It's embarrassing that a martial monarch is threatening a void transformation martial artist. Won't you feel ashamed if people hear about this?" Meanwhile, Duanling Tian's calm expression changed. When he heard what Bai Hai said, his expression was somber now. If he did not disclose the location of the profundity fragment, every single hour one person related to him would be killed. Did that not mean 24 people related to him would be killed in merely a day? Shameless. Bai Hai looked at Feng Tianwu after she rebuked him. If the both of you die, who else will know about what happened here today? Furthermore, so what if people hear about it? Would Bai Hai lose hair over it? Bai Hai said. His eyes gleamed as he observed Feng Tianwu. Oh no. Feng Tianwu's expression changed drastically when she saw the gleam in Bai Hai's eyes, as though she had figured out something. Unfortunately, she only regained her senses when she noticed a powerful force heading in her direction. She did not have the strength to fight back at all as it carried her away. Tianwu. Duanling Tian's expression changed dramatically when he saw what happened. Unfortunately, Feng Tianwu had already been forcefully pulled to Bai Hai's side before he even had time to react. At this moment, flame surged out of her body as she struggled. However, the flame on her body was suppressed by an invisible force whenever it rose to a certain level. The flame would extinguish on its own. What are you trying to do? Duanling Tian's face turned somber. Killing intent flashed in his eyes as he stared at Bai Hai. What am I trying to do? Bai Hai laughed in an easygoing manner. However, his eyes were still terrifying when he looked at Duanling Tian. I've already told you. If you don't tell me the location of the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment, I'll kill someone related to you every hour. I've selected my first candidate. It'll be her, Bai Hai said as he pointed at Feng Tianwu next to him. A grin appeared on his face. You've got an hour. If you insist on not telling us the location of the Profundity Fragment, she'll definitely die at the end of the hour. Bai Hai's tone was so cold it could induce goosebumps on everyone who heard his voice. 1 hour. Duanling Tian's face turned grave. All right. I promise you, Duanling Tian said in his deep voice. He looked at Bai Hai after he glanced at Feng Tianwu. It seems like you know just what to say at the right time. Feng Tong laughed before Bai Hai said, so tell us, where's the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment? You won't find it even if I tell you. However, I can bring the both of you there. Although Duanling Tian was very unwilling to hand over the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment to Bai Hai and Feng Tong, there was nothing he could do now. The only thing he could do now was to stall for time. His priority was to get Tianwu away from Bai Hai's devilish clutch. He would not be able to forgive himself in this lifetime if Tianwu was harmed by this incident. Lead the way, Bai Hai said calmly as he looked at Duanling Tian. Meanwhile, he lifted his arm and tossed Feng Tianwu away. No! Feng Tianwu's beautiful face turned pale as she was tossed out. She reacted immediately, and her eyes turned red. She was screaming in her heart. Big Brother Duan's bringing them to retrieve the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment because of me? She knew exactly what the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment meant to Duan Ling Tian. No, I definitely won't let that happen. I'm going to kill them. I'm going to kill them. The more Feng Tianwu panicked, the more out of control she became. Bang! All of a sudden, Feng Tianwu's eyes turned red. Flames surged from her body as it released waves of scorching aura. The sound of air explosion reverberated as the scorching airwave spread, and the airflow became turbulent. Fwa! Meanwhile, the heaven and earth energy rumbled above Feng Tianwu's head before it finally transformed into the heaven and earth phenomenon with a total of 1,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Such a powerful comprehension. Feng Tianwu immediately caught Bai Yu Hai and Feng Tong's attention. The surprise they felt was instantly revealed on their faces. As martial monarch powerhouses, they could tell Feng Tianwu had cast the fire concept without using any origin energy at all. She had used the heaven and earth energy and formed 1,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes with the fire concept alone. 9th Advanced Level Fire Concept. If they had met such a young and talented martial genius like Feng Tianwu on a normal day, they would definitely fight with their lives to take Feng Tianwu as their direct disciple. However, they paid no mind to Feng Tianwu at the moment. The Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment was more important. Tianwu! Duan Ling Tian shouted. Contrary to Bai Yu Hai and Feng Tong, who quickly regained their composure, Duan Ling Tian's face changed drastically when he saw Feng Tianwu casting the 9th Advanced Level Fire Concept. Duan Ling Tian's shout stunned Bai Yu Hai and Feng Tong for a moment before they simultaneously revealed a mocking smile on their faces. Duan Ling Tian, don't worry. As long as you bring us to the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment like you promised, we won't give this little girl any trouble even if she attacks us, Feng Tong said condescendingly. He looked down on Feng Tianwu since he did not think Feng Tianwu had the ability to threaten him. So what if Feng Tianwu had comprehended the 9th Advanced Level concept at such a young age? Could she threaten a martial monarch powerhouse like him with that alone? Although Bai Yu Hai did not speak, one could tell his thoughts were similar to Feng Tong's from the disdain revealed between his eyebrows. He was not the least bothered by Feng Tianwu's ability, and he truly looked down on her. In their opinion, Duan Ling Tian's expression had changed so drastically as he tried to stop Feng Tianwu from attacking them was because he was afraid they would kill her. However, was that really what was on Duan Ling Tian's mind? The flames on Feng Tianwu's body rose once again as Duan Ling Tian spoke. It was unrestrained and violent. The scorching aura it released seemed as though it would burn everything down. Fwa! Duan Ling Tian saw another 1,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appear out of thin air above Feng Tianwu's head. Duan Ling Tian's expression changed again. Tianwu, stop. Duan Ling Tian was extremely frightened when he saw that. He charged out immediately in an attempt to stop her. However, it seemed as though Feng Tianwu could not hear him at all as the flames on her body continued to rise. She was like a phoenix rising from its ashes. Fwa! At this moment, the heaven and earth phenomenon above her head that was formed from the heaven and earth energy had increased to 3,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. However, it did not stop there. Bang! The flames on Feng Tianwu's body rose once again like a soaring, fiery phoenix. The heaven and earth phenomenon above her head changed again. A total of 4,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes descended in a lifelike manner. 3rd Level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity. Tianwu, stop right now. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's face changed as he came close to her in an attempt to stop her. However, the scorching airwave from the flames on her body swept him away before he could get any closer to her. He felt a tremor in his organs. Although he was not hurt, it showed Feng Tianwu's current situation. There was no way he could approach her unless she allowed him to. Tianwu, the fire spirit body's energy in your body is on the verge of exploding. You'll die if you don't recall your fire profundity. Duan Ling Tian reminded her anxiously over and over again. Fire spirit body. Duan Ling Tian was shouting so loudly that not only Feng Tianwu heard him, even Bai Yu Hai and Feng Tong heard him as well. Their eyes almost popped out their sockets when they saw what was happening. Oh God! What are they looking at? In the distance, the red-clad lady they looked down on earlier was covered in flames. She looked as though she had transformed into a fiery phoenix that was about to take flight. Above the fire phoenix's head was 4,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. They were completely stunned when they saw this. That's impossible. Both of them were unwilling to believe their eyes. The red-clad lady that they looked down on had such a terrifying ability? Big Brother Duan. You've always been helping me ever since we met, but I've never been able to help you with anything. A 5-foot red flexible sword suddenly appeared in Feng Tianwu's hand. It was as thin as a cicada's wing. It was the quasi-royal grade spirit sword that Duan Ling Tian obtained from Qingfeng Palace. Since he already possessed a quasi-royal grade spirit sword, he had given the sword to Feng Tianwu. It was the first time Feng Tianwu was using the sword to fight. Silly girl, you might not have helped me, but Uncle Feng helped me a lot. There's no need to fuss over this, Duan Ling Tian said with a forced smile. Listen to me, recall the fire profundity immediately. Humph. So she's using the fire spirit body's energy to cast the fire profundity by force. Her fire profundity is not that impressive. Bai Yuhai calmed down before he observed Feng Tianwu closely. Soon after, he discovered something within the irregular flames that was burning on her body. He discovered that Feng Tianwu would explode and die if she continued to elevate her fire profundity by force. Even if she did not continue to elevate her fire profundity, she could only attack once at most with the 3rd-level Monarch stage fire profundity before the fire spirit body's energy within would explode along with her. If Bai Yuhai could see through Feng Tianwu's condition, Feng Tong naturally would be able to see through her condition as well, since he was also a 1st-level martial monarch powerhouse. He said in disdain, "For 1,000 ancient horned dragon strength, you'll only be able to attack once, and you think it's enough to defeat us? You're too arrogant. Do you know, Big Brother Duan? Ever since I found out you're the one I love, I've been watching you. I've been watching everything you do. I've been watching to see if you're happy, angry, or sad." Feng Tianwu swung the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in her hand, and the flames rising on her body rumbled suddenly. It seemed as though something was brewing. I don't know when I fell so deeply in love with you. My emotions change according to yours. I know you already have 2 fiancés whom you love very much. However, I don't want any titles. All I want is to be by your side. Even if I can't be by your side, I hope that I can watch you from afar. Only then will my heart feel full. I could tell you were avoiding me at first, but I didn't take it to heart. I just want to watch you even if there's nothing going on between us. Do you know how happy you made me when you stopped avoiding me and smiled at me? Big Brother Duan, perhaps we're not fated to be together in this life. However, I hope I'll be able to meet you first before you meet your 2 fiancés in our next life. If there's an afterlife, I'll definitely hold on to your hand tightly and never let go. Feng Tianwu mumbled to herself. Although her voice was soft, Duan Ling Tian heard each and every word clearly. A smile that could melt hearts appeared on her beautiful face that was covered in tears. She was finally able to say what she had kept in her heart for so long. Although it was a little too late, she no longer had any regrets. Tianwu. Duan Ling Tian stood in the air as his body shuddered uncontrollably. He did not expect Feng Tianwu's feelings for him to be so deep. At this moment, he could not help but question himself. Did he really avoid Feng Tianwu? Perhaps he was taking his 2 fiancés into account, so he had intentionally distanced himself from her at first. However, he did know when, but he realized Feng Tianwu was slowly occupying the space in his heart. Although it was not love, it could be considered as the seed of love. Especially in moments like this, the seed seemed to be sprouting and growing rapidly. I, Feng Tianwu, have no regrets if I can die for the love of my life today. Duan Ling Tian's expression changed dramatically when he heard Feng Tianwu's sweet voice again. Tianwu. He watched as she began to make her move. As Feng Tianwu flew out, her gentle eyes that looked like flowing water became as ferocious as a goshawk's eyes. She stared at Bai Yuhai and Feng Tong with killing intent as the flames on her body ran rampant. Whoosh! The current Feng Tianwu looked like a fire phoenix with flames rising from her body as she spread her wings to fly toward Bai Yuhai and Feng Tong. Her speed was alarmingly quick. It was so fast that even Duan Ling Tian could not compare to her. Even if he chased after her with all his might, the distance between them would still remain far apart. No! Duan Ling Tian shouted in panic, and his eyes turned red when he saw a wave of extremely destructive aura coming out from the flames on Feng Tianwu's body. At this moment, he could clearly feel the tumult in Tianwu's body from the fire spirit body's energy. It seemed as though it would explode in Feng Tianwu's body at any given time. Whoosh! Feng Tianwu held the 5-foot flexible sword in her hand and flew toward Bai Yuhai and Feng Tong like a fire phoenix, as a brand new energy was created from the turmoil in the burning flame on her body. It was another type of monarch stage profundity. The flame on Feng Tianwu's body suddenly surged before it transformed into a sword-shaped flame. She no longer resembled a fire phoenix but more like a giant burning sword. Whoosh! The giant sword charged through the air as it emitted a destructive aura. The airflow was suppressed in the wake of the sword as the sound of air explosions reverberated in the air. As the air explosions reverberated, the airwaves swept out and turned into gusts of strong wind. It spread in each and every direction and covered every nook and cranny in the Crimson Sky Kingdom Palace. All of a sudden, many of the palace's doors and windows were forcefully blown open. Those with low cultivation bases were lifted off the ground by the wind and were given a taste of flying. Flying was an ability exclusive to martial artists above the void prying stage. Ordinary martial artists did not have the ability to do so. There were only a few people at the void prying stage in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Up in the sky, Bai Yuhai and Feng Tong, who looked down on Feng Tianwu earlier, saw the drastic changes in the heaven and earth phenomenon above her head when the flames on her body turned into a sword-shaped flame. A total of 8,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes were charging toward them with Feng Tianwu at the lead. Their expression changed when they saw Feng Tianwu's alarmingly fast speed. Whoosh! Whoosh! They instinctively flew away in an attempt to evade Feng Tianwu's attack that contained the strength of 8,000 ancient horned dragons. 6,000 ancient horned dragons' silhouettes appeared above their head as they flew away. They had unleashed their strength in order to dodge her attack. Their faces contained a hint of worry as they flew away. If Feng Tianwu attacked, the impact of 8,000 ancient horned dragon strength could kill either one of them. Even if they used their spirit weapons to unleash their full strength, it still could not compare to the strength of 8,000 ancient horned dragons. Furthermore, they would definitely lose if they countered her attack, since Feng Tianwu took the initiative to chase after them. Therefore, they chose not to fight Feng Tianwu directly. Instead, they only tried to evade the ferocious sword that was slashing toward them. Although the 5-foot red flexible sword was as thin as a cicada's wing, it remained straight as it slashed at Bai Yuhai and Feng Tong. The sword whistled as it cut through the air. Whoosh! At the moment Bai Yuhai and Feng Tong, the two first-level martial monarchs, dodged separately, Feng Tianwu arrived with the 5-foot red flexible sword in her hand. Feng Tianwu swung the 5-foot sword in her hand without any fancy sword technique. At the moment Bai Yuhai was about to unleash his strength to flee. Whoosh! Although she did not use any fancy sword technique, the sword violently pierced through Bai Yuhai's throat. Ever since Bai Yuhai saw the heaven and earth phenomenon formed from Feng Tianwu's heaven and earth energy, he had completely given up on fighting her. The only thing he wanted to do was to run as far as he could. At such a critical moment, it was too late even if Bai Yuhai wanted to block Feng Tianwu's sword. Pooh! A bloody hole appeared on Bai Yuhai's throat. Blood gushed out endlessly, akin to beautiful red roses blooming in the sky. His eyes dimmed as his last breath left him. Die! Bai Yuhai's body fell lifelessly to the ground and landed near one of the luxurious rear palaces. His body was a mangled mess of meat as he fell with a resounding boom. The strongest powerhouse from Anika sect, a first-level martial monarch, died just like that. He died in Feng Tianwu's hands. Perhaps even Bai Yuhai himself did not expect to be killed by a young lady in her 20s after having lived for so long. Moreover, he was killed with just a blow. Naturally, Feng Tianwu only managed to kill Bai Yuhai in one blow because she had unleashed the strength of 8,000 ancient horned dragons. Additionally, she had the upper hand since she made the first move. As a result, Bai Yuhai could not retaliate, he could only run. If Bai Yuhai had fought back, he would not have died so quickly even if he would have eventually died. Although he was dead, no one above the sky, including the Anika sect elders, cared about him. Everyone's attention was focused on the red silhouette hovering in the sky. The sword-shaped flame on the red silhouette's body suddenly flickered and crackled as though it was about to die out. Tian Wu. Duanling Tian's expression changed drastically when he saw that. The red silhouette was obviously Feng Tian Wu. She had used the third-level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity to fuel the third-level Monarch Stage Sword Profundity and unleash the strength of 8,000 ancient horn dragons to kill Bai Yuhai. However, Feng Tian Wu's current condition was critical. With his origin energy, Duanling Tian could feel the fire spirit body's energy in Feng Tian Wu's body was running rampant. Feng Tian Wu was trying but failing to suppress it. Her life was not at risk at the moment since she was concentrating with all her might to suppress the rampant energy from the fire spirit body that was raging in her body. However, she would not be able to suppress it for long. Judging by the current situation, she could only hold on for the duration of 30 breaths. 30 breaths later, she would not be able to suppress the fire spirit body's energy any longer. Due to that, she did not dare to get distracted and take care of other matters. If she was distracted, the fire spirit body's energy would lose control and explode. In turn, she would also explode into pieces along with it. This was a result of her killing Bai Yuhai earlier. When she attacked, the fire spirit body's energy in her body went into a frenzy and became difficult to suppress. Naturally, she could only kill Bai Yuhai. There was nothing that she could do to the other martial monarch, Feng Tong, and the two elders from Anika sect and North Nether sect. She only had two options left in her current condition. She could either die 30 breaths later or die now. She chose the former. Naturally, it did not mean she was afraid of death. She just wanted whatever extra time she had left to look at the only man she had ever loved in her life. She wanted to remember this man forever. Big brother Duan. I'm sorry. I've tried my best. Feng Tian Wu tried suppressing the rampant energy in her body as she lifted her head to look at Duanling Tian with difficulty. Her eyes revealed a hint of apology, and her face was ashen. Initially, she planned to kill the 4 people from Anika sect and North Nether sect even if she was going to die. She wanted to get rid of the trouble for her big brother Duan. However, she did not expect the fire spirit body's energy would run rampant as soon as she killed Bai Yuhai. She did not even have the energy to swing her sword now. How could she help her big brother Duan? Silly girl. You're so silly. Duanling Tian sniffled as his eyes turned red. His body began to tremble, and he could not move his feet. It was as though they were filled with lead. His emotion was in a state of chaos, and he could not calm down at all. What could he do to repay Tian Wu who had done so much for him? He knew exactly what was happening in Tian Wu's body with the help of his spiritual energy. Even if the rebirth martial emperor's still alive today, he wouldn't be able to help Tian Wu even if he's at his prime, let alone my ability that can't even compare to the rebirth martial emperor despite inheriting his 2 lives' memory. Duanling Tian knew this very well thanks to the rebirth martial emperor's memory. Feng Tian Wu could only temporarily suppress the rampant energy on her own. If any other energy came in contact with the fire spirit body's energy now, it would become even more uncontrollable. If that happened, Feng Tian Wu would die even faster. Tian Wu's only able to hold on for 20 more breaths now. Duanling Tian looked terrible. He wanted to help Feng Tian Wu, but there was nothing he could do. 3rd level Monarch Stage Sword Profundity. I've underestimated you. You must be in agony with the fire spirit body's energy running rampant in your body. Feng Tong said coldly when Duanling Tian was racking his brain for a solution to save Feng Tian Wu. It was apparent that Feng Tong had seen through Feng Tian Wu's current condition and knew she could no longer fight. Feng Tong made his way to Feng Tian Wu as he spoke. When he stepped out, origin energy rumbled on his body as a profundity and 2 concepts trailed after him like his shadow. His eyes were filled with killing intent when he looked at Feng Tian Wu. Feng Tong. A purple silhouette flew out and shielded Feng Tian Wu. The silhouette stared coldly at Feng Tong. If you attack her, don't expect to ever obtain the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment in this lifetime. Naturally, it was Duanling Tian who blocked Feng Tong's way. Get lost. Feng Tong was not bothered by Duanling Tian's verbal threat. A wave of energy swept out as he lifted his arm. Duanling Tian was blown away, but he was unharmed. Naturally, Feng Tong did not spare him because he was trying to show mercy. He only did that because Duanling Tian still had some use. Otherwise, he would have killed Duanling Tian since the beginning to avenge Su Qing, who used to be the strongest among the younger generation in North Nether sect. She'll definitely die today. Don't try to threaten me. She's not the only one who's close to you. Feng Tong halted his movement. He glared at Duanling Tian coldly as he threatened him. You. Duanling Tian's expression changed again. Duanling Tian's rage soared to its peak. He felt like he was about to explode as he watched Feng Tong approach Tianwu. His heart was beating furiously in his chest. He hated himself for being weak and not being able to save Tianwu. Duanling Tian was completely overwhelmed by his emotion. Felt as though he was on the verge of breaking down. His expression turned grave when he saw Feng Tong had shifted his attention back to Feng Tianwu. Despair rose up in his heart. When Duanling Tian saw Feng Tong walking unhurriedly toward Feng Tianwu, he hastily lifted his hand to take out the Devil Seal tablet from his spatial ring. Duanling Tian quickly merged his origin energy with the Devil Seal tablet in an attempt to manipulate the Devil Seal into devilifying him. Following that, he merged his concept and his spiritual energy with it. However, there were no changes in the Devil Seal tablet no matter how Duanling Tian merged his origin energy, concept, or spiritual energy with it. At this moment, Feng Tong had already arrived close to Feng Tianwu. With just a lift of his hand, his origin energy rumbled as his concept trailed behind like a shadow. It caused a compression in the airwaves and set off a series of explosions. Boom! Feng Tong raised his hand. A palm that contained the strength of 6,000 ancient horned dragons slammed down toward Feng Tianwu's head in speed that was neither fast nor slow. Feng Tianwu remained unperturbed in the face of Feng Tong's palm. From the beginning until the end, she had been suppressing the fire spirit body's energy in her body as she stared at the purple figure in the distance with a warm smile on her face. It was worthwhile being able to die for the person that one loved. No. Duanling Tian did not miss Feng Tianwu's gaze. His heart tightened. It was so painful that it felt as though it was being sliced by a knife. No. Tianwu can't die. Tianwu can't die. Duanling Tian shouted hysterically. His emotion was so chaotic that his purple robe fluttered like a dancing purple flame even though there was no wind. Ha! Duanling Tian's eyes suddenly narrowed as his face became ecstatic with joy. At this moment, he noticed there were some movements on the Devil Seal tablet in his hands. Black energy filled with a blood-curdling aura emanated from it and merged with the ancient text. In just a blink of an eye, the black energy flowed into his body and crept along Duanling Tian's hand that was holding the Devil Seal tablet before it spread through his entire body. It even invaded his soul. This scene was exactly identical to the scene when Duanling Tian faced the 6 Skywolf Fort elders previously. That time, the Devil Seal tablet's black energy had rushed into his body and devilified him. After he was devilified, his strength increased so much that none of the 6 Skywolf Fort elders was a match for him. I can't let it control me completely this time. Duanling Tian had learned his lesson previously. He took a deep breath and clenched his teeth as he tried to keep his mind firmly in control of his body. He would try his best to prevent the Devil Seal tablet's energy from taking over his consciousness. Soon after, Duanling Tian realized just how naive his thoughts were. With the invasion of the black energy, there was no way for him to retain control of his body at all. With just a slight knock from the energy, the consciousness in his mind involuntarily skidded to the side like a mouse being chased by a cat. All he could do at the moment was to stay conscious as long as he could. He might be able to retain a little of his consciousness this way. Snap! The Devil Seal tablet's energy spread through Duanling Tian's entire body in just a blink of an eye. Almost at the same time, the hairband holding up Duanling Tian's long black hair snapped. Black long hair fluttered in the wind like dancing black spirit snakes. In the next moment, Duanling Tian's black hair turned purple. It made him look unworldly. Moreover, Duanling Tian's eyes had also turned red. It looked extremely sinister. Purple hair and blood-red eyes. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was shrouded entirely by the black mist that seemed to contain a horrifying energy. It made the air in the surroundings churned as a series of explosions reverberated in the air. Boom! 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 The explosions set off a flurry of hurricanes so cold that Feng Tong, who was in the midst of slamming his hand down toward Feng Tianwu, could not help but shiver and instinctively retracted his hand. Due to this, Feng Tianwu had also temporarily escaped the attack. Feng Tong looked in the direction where the flurry of hurricane came from. He wondered who could have set off such a chilling wind that made him feel a little daunted. Feng Tong immediately froze after a glance. It's Duan Ling Tian? Feng Tong was completely dumbfounded when he saw the young man with purple hair and red eyes. Other than the facial features and the purple robe that remained the same, the young man's eyes had turned blood red, and his black hair had turned completely purple. Although there was no wind, the purple hair writhed in the air like purple poisonous snakes. They looked so devilish that it gave off an oppressive aura. It was as though Duan Ling Tian had transformed into a peerless devil. Moreover, Feng Tong also discovered the black mist that shrouded the purple-clad young man was the source of the bone-chilling hurricane. This is not origin energy or a concept. What energy is this? As a martial monarch, Feng Tong's judgment was naturally quite good. With just a glance, he could discern that the black mist surrounding Duan Ling Tian's body was not ordinary even though he had no idea what it was at all. Big brother Duan. Feng Tianwu saw the entire transformation process since her gaze did not leave Duan Ling Tian at all. She witnessed his black hair turning purple and his eyes turning blood red. She knew the reason for Duan Ling Tian's transformation was the incomplete mysterious tablet in his hand. She had seen how mysterious and powerful that tablet was previously. However, she felt the current Duan Ling Tian was very unfamiliar. It was as though he had become another person and was no longer the old Duan Ling Tian. She could not help but feel worried. Duan Ling Tian, do you think you'll be able to scare me off just by changing your hair and eyes color? How naive. An elder from Anika sect sneered and charged toward Duan Ling Tian. He did not even dare to make a sound when Feng Tianwu killed their Anika sect's supreme elder. Now that Feng Tianwu could not attack due to the restrictions on her body, he immediately became lively. Whoosh! A gleaming saber appeared when the Anika sect elder lifted his hand. As his origin energy soared, his concept followed closely like a shadow when he charged at Duan Ling Tian mercilessly. More than 4,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above his head as they pounced in an imposing manner. The Anika sect elder was a 9th-level void transformation stage martial artist who had comprehended 2 9th-level void transformation concepts. Martial artists like him were generally regarded as powerhouses at the peak of the void. This powerhouse at the peak of the void unleashed his entire strength as he charged toward Duan Ling Tian as though he intended to slice Duan Ling Tian into half. Swoosh! The origin energy and the concept trembled violently around the sword as it cut through the air. The sound of sword whistling was so deafening that it would make one's blood run cold. The Anika sect elder made his move against Duan Ling Tian just like Feng Tong had hoped. He felt the current Duan Ling Tian with purple hair and red eyes was emitting a strong oppressive aura compared to before. It felt like Duan Ling Tian was a threat to him. He could finally witness Duan Ling Tian's strength after he had undergone the transformation. Feng Tong watched with utmost concentration. Feng Tianwu also watched with utmost concentration. The North Nether sect elder who came with Feng Tong was also watching with utmost concentration. Boom! Duan Ling Tian, whose purple hair was fluttering in the sky and eyes were blood red, casually threw out a punch when he was faced with the saber attack from the Anika sect elder. In an instant, a wave of black energy swept out as though it had transformed into a black raging dragon. The raging dragon rushed out domineeringly toward the Anika sect elder who was charging at him with the saber. Its mouth was opened wide as though it was about to swallow him whole. In just a blink of an eye, the Anika sect elder along with his saber was instantly shrouded by the black energy that rushed out from Duan Ling Tian's punch. His entire person was smashed into dust, and his spirit saber was sent flying, broken. Swoosh! After killing the Anika sect elder, the black energy that was like a raging dragon continued to sweep out in full throttle. The power it had seemed as though it could tear through the sky. Boom! A loud sound reverberated in the air. It was the sound of the black energy that came from Duanling Tian's punch, hitting one of the palaces in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial palace. It bulldozed the entire palace into a flat land with ease. What a powerful strength! Feng Tong narrowed his eyes as shock filled his face when he realized his instinct was right. Kill! Duanling Tian with his purple hair and blood-red eyes enunciated slowly as he charged at Feng Tong. Humph! Although Feng Tong now carried a hint of cautiousness when he faced Duanling Tian, he did not fear him at all. The origin energy on his body soared as concepts followed in its wake like a shadow as he flew out to meet Duanling Tian. The strength Duanling Tian displayed did not utilize any heaven and earth energy to gather the heaven and earth phenomenon. In his opinion, he could also demonstrate the same level of strength. Whoosh! However, Feng Tong did not dare to act recklessly when faced with the current Duanling Tian. With a lift of his hand, a 3-foot-long sword appeared and slashed at Duanling Tian like a poisonous snake. When he slashed his sword, over 7,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons descended from the sky with their teeth and claws bared at Duanling Tian. Die! Feng Tong yelled as he charged out with the sword in his hand as fast as lightning. His icy gaze was fixed upon Duanling Tian. When he saw Duanling Tian had no intention to dodge the attack even when the sword was a foot away from him, a smile immediately crept up on his face. In his opinion, Duanling Tian would definitely die. However, the smile on his face quickly froze. Impossible! Feng Tong, who was charging out with his sword, came to a halt when he saw the scene before his eyes. His eyes were narrowed and disbelief was written all over his face. Lord, what did he just witness? It did not seem like Duanling Tian with his purple hair and blood-red eyes had made any movement, but somehow he managed to grab the sword in Feng Tong's hand that contained the strength of over 7,000 ancient horned dragons with just one hand. No matter how much strength he exerted, the sword would not move at all. Feng Tong was the strongest person in North Nether Sect. He was at the first-level martial emperor stage. Even at the northern desert in the foreign lands, no one would be able to stop the sword he slashed out with his full strength with just their bare hand. However, there was somebody in this small and remote kingdom that did not have many void-prying stage martial artists who could stop his sword that contained his full strength with just a bare hand. One should know, his sword contained the strength of 7,000 ancient horned dragons. However, somebody had managed to stop his sword. Are you really Duanling Tian? He asked cautiously as he looked at the purple-clad young man with purple hair and emotionless blood-red eyes. He could not believe this at all. Duanling Tian, a void transformation stage martial artist whom he did not take seriously from the very beginning, could actually stop his sword even though he was at the first-level martial emperor stage. The answer that awaited Feng Tong was Duanling Tian's palm. To be more precise, Duanling Tian's palm after he had been devilified. Boom! Duanling Tian slapped a palm out. A flood of black energy drowned Feng Tong before he even realized what was happening. Soon after, Feng Tong had strangely transformed into a human skeleton. All his blood, flesh, and organs had vanished without a trace. Feng Tong's skeleton was still holding the sword. He was in the position he was in before his death. One could still see the 3 fragments inside the skeleton, 1 profundity fragment and 2 concept fragments. Snap! Suddenly, a faint sound resonated in the air. It came from Feng Tong's skeleton that trembled before it suddenly turned into dust that was scattered by the wind. The fall of another martial emperor. Only the profundity and concept fragments were left, 1 first-level monarch stage profundity fragment and 2 ninth-level advanced concept fragments. 3 fragments landed in the imperial palace of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Duanling Tian, who had been devilified, ignored it as though he found the 3 fragments to be beneath him. Barf! The sound of someone throwing up took Duanling Tian by surprise. In the distance, he saw the only remaining elder from North Nether Sect sneakily attack Feng Tianwu. After he had successfully made the sneak attack, he instantly fled and disappeared before Duanling Tian's eyes. It was as though he was never there at all. Boom! Meanwhile, Fire Spirit Body's energy inside Feng Tianwu, who was injured to the point she threw up blood, that was temporarily suppressed, finally erupted. For a moment, Feng Tianwu was enveloped by the boundless flame that soared up into the sky. Red spots appeared on her skin that was as delicate as polished jade. The spots increased as time went by and merged together. It turned her skin into a fiery red color. The devilified Duanling Tian was originally glaring at Feng Tianwu fiercely as though he was about to attack her. However, he suddenly shook his head as a light appeared in his blood-red eyes. He muttered, "Titian W Wu. Titian W Wu." Big brother Diduan, Feng Tianwu could feel her body heating up. Even her soul felt like it was burning as well. She was slowly beginning to lose consciousness. At this moment, she felt her eyelids getting heavier and heavier, making her feel sleepy. She knew in heart that if she fell asleep, it was unlikely she would ever wake up again. Be big brother Diduan. Feng Tianwu began to lose her consciousness. She felt as though she was drowning in a sea of fire. Her consciousness would be destroyed before long. Boom, 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 boom. The flame on Feng Tianwu soared up again and again. Every time it soared, it would cause turbulence in the air as heat waves rolled out. Tianwu Duanling Tian shook his head again before he flew out to her. It was as though he did not notice the boundless flame that was soaring from Feng Tianwu's body at all. He entered the area obscured by the boundless flame as though he was walking on a flat land. No matter how hot the flame was, it could not approach the black mist that surrounded his body. Be big brother Diduan. I feel so sleepy. When Feng Tianwu saw Duanling Tian was within her reach, she stretched out her hand with difficulty. Her voice gradually faded, and her eyes were almost fully closed now. Tianwu, Duanling Tian with his purple hair and blood-red eyes had almost lost all his reason. However, his last ounce of remaining consciousness allowed him to reach his hand out to grip Feng Tianwu's hand. In an instant, a wave of terrifying scorching energy passed from Feng Tianwu's hand into the devilified Duanling Tian's body. It shook him down to his core as a cold shiver ran up his spine. At the same time, the layer of red in the devilified Duanling Tian's eyes gradually began to recede. Apart from that, even his purple hair began to slowly turn back to black. Before Duanling Tian's completely lost his consciousness, he noticed the black energy from his body entering Feng Tianwu's body when her scorching energy entered his body. It was like a mutual exchange between the both of them. Duanling Tian finally became unconscious in the next moment. He did not know what happened next. Before he lost his consciousness, he only had time to draw out a wave of gentle energy to support his and Feng Tianwu's body as they descended to prevent them from falling. At their current height, they would fall to their death if they passed out now. Duanling Tian did not know how long he was unconscious. By the time he regained his consciousness, he discovered himself lying in a luxurious room on a soft bed. He was extremely unwilling to leave the bed. "Boss, you're finally awake." Duanling Tian heard a familiar voice just as he sat up. He turned around to look at the source of the voice. In just one glance, he saw a familiar figure, a big fatty. Li Xian, his childhood playmate who later formed a brotherhood with him. "Fatty, what's this place?" Duanling Tian asked curiously. "Boss, this is the Imperial Palace of the Crimson Sky Kingdom," Li Xian replied. A pang of realization hit Duanling Tian immediately. Indeed, how could it possibly be so luxurious if it was not the Imperial Palace? Li Xian suddenly flashed a thumbs up at Duanling Tian as he fawned over him. "Boss, you're so amazing. You actually killed that old man who was the leader." He flashed a dazzling smile as he reached the end of his sentence. In the beginning, he was caught by one of the three people next to that old man. Due to this reason, he had been holding a grudge ever since then. Now that the old man was dead, he was truly happy and excited. "My spiritual energy seems to have stagnated. Could it be that it's going to synchronize with my cultivation base? Is this the consequences of using the Devil Seal tablet?" Duanling Tian soon noticed a problem after he performed a check on himself. During his first devilification by the Devil Seal tablet, his spiritual energy that was 2 levels higher than his cultivation base was suppressed and became only a level higher than his cultivation base. Presently, He could clearly feel his spiritual energy that was a level higher than his cultivation base seemed to have stagnated. In the future, the level of his spiritual energy might not rise to a higher level than his cultivation base even when his cultivation base had risen. It would probably be at the same level instead. Currently, his cultivation base was at the 6th level void transformation stage, while his spiritual energy was at the 7th level void transformation stage. By the time his cultivation base made a breakthrough to the 7th level void transformation stage, there was a high possibility that his spiritual energy would not make any progress. It's a good thing that my soul skill, 1000 Illusions, is already long gone. Otherwise, it would be greatly affected. Duanling Tian was somewhat relieved. If he was still using the soul skill 1000 Illusions, the skill would be useless by the time his spiritual energy and his cultivation base synchronized. Duanling Tian finally regained his sense. He looked at Li Xian and asked anxiously, "Where's Tian Wu?" He remembered before he lost consciousness, Tian Wu's situation was extremely dire. The fire spirit body's energy had almost broken out of her body. Even a celestial being would find it hard to save Tian Wu at that time. Duanling Tian's heart sank when he thought about this. Don't tell me something really happened to Tian Wu? Duanling Tian was anxious. Boss, don't worry. Sister-in-law is fine. Grandmother Meng is taking care of her. Li Xian smiled. Duanling Tian did not intend to scold him this time even though he addressed Feng Tian Wu as sister-in-law. After the incident, his heart had already accepted her as his and he did not want to reject her anymore. Bring me to her, Duanling Tian said to Li Xian with anxiety between his brows. Feng Tian Wu was in a dire situation this time because of him. He felt both touched and guilty. With Li Xian's guidance, Duanling Tian went to the place where Feng Tian Wu was recuperating. On the way, Duanling Tian learned from Li Xian he had been bedridden for a whole month. What? I've been sleeping for 1 month. Yes. Li Xian nodded. Duanling Tian took a deep breath before he thought to himself. The after effect of the Devil Seal tablet is not something to trifle with. It's a good thing I passed out in the Imperial Palace. If I gone to somewhere else like the last time, I would have died. After all, not everybody was as kind as Yi Xian. Finally, Duanling Tian met with Feng Tian Wu again. She was still in a coma and showed no signs of waking up. Grandmother Meng, my sister-in-law is still not awake? Li Xian asked as he looked at Meng Ping. No, Meng Ping shook her head. Duanling Tian stood beside Feng Tian Wu who was still in a coma, as he extended his spiritual energy to thoroughly investigate the situation in her body. Huh? The fire spirit body's energy in Tian Wu's body has dissolved? Moreover, Tian Wu's cultivation base has progressed so much. What's going on? Duanling Tian was puzzled. However, it was a good thing all in all. However, Duanling Tian was shocked when his spiritual energy touched the depth of Feng Tian Wu's mind. What happened? How did Tian Wu's soul suffer such a great injury? If Tian Wu's injured soul is not healed, it would be hard for her to wake up even if she wants to. Duanling Tian's face was extremely pale. Due to the merging between his memory and the rebirth Martial Emperor's memory, he had some knowledge about souls. The soul was the core of a person. Once a soul was injured, it would greatly affect the person. Just take the current Feng Tian Wu as an example. Due to her soul's injury, it affected her mind and prevented her from regaining consciousness. She could only lie in bed like the living dead, unable to wake up even though her body was healthy and full of vitality. Fortunately, it was not to the extent where her soul had left her body. Duanling Tian's attention inadvertently landed on Feng Tian Wu's right hand. The hand was holding on tightly to a 5-foot-long red flexible sword as though she was unwilling to let go. The red flexible sword was as thin as Cicada's wing. It complemented her red dress beautifully. Although she's not awake, she's still holding on to the sword so tightly. It's as though that sword is so important to her that she wouldn't even let go subconsciously. Meng Ping shook her head and sighed when she saw Duanling Tian's gaze. I really don't understand why she's so concerned about that sword. It's like the sword is part of her body or something. Duanling Tian's heart jolted when he heard Meng Ping's words. He was the one who gave Tian Wu that sword. Tian Wu, I'll help you heal your wounded soul no matter what so that you can wake up again. Duanling Tian's gaze was filled with determination and perseverance. According to the rebirth martial emperor's memory, there were ways to cure an injured soul. It was not like it was incurable. She would recover as long as he could find some rare and precious material in Cloud Continent. According to the rebirth martial emperor's memory, Tian Wu's soul will recover if she consumes the royal grade resurrection pill in large portion. Duanling Tian thought to himself as his eyes gleamed. Duanling Tian sat by the bed and watched the woman lying on the bed. His face and eyes were brimming with sadness. When Meng Ping and Li Xian saw this, they exchanged glances before they left and closed the door behind them. Tian Wu. Duanling Tian stared at the woman's beautiful face that could topple cities. When he looked at her, the scene of her fire elf figure forcefully casting the fire profundity appeared in his mind again. Tian Wu was willing to sacrifice her own life for his sake. In her heart, he was more important than her own life. Duanling Tian's heart was not made of iron. From the moment Feng Tian Wu decided to sacrifice her life for his sake, his heart had already melted. Moreover, he had decided that he would no longer reject her if both of them survived the ordeal. Previously, he was always contented with letting the matter between him and Feng Tian Wu take its course. The time had finally come. However, Tian Wu's soul was wounded to the point that she fell into a coma. The ending was a little lacking. Tian Wu, you don't have to wait until the next life. I'll treat you well in this life as long as you wake up. Duanling Tian promised as he clasped Feng Tian Wu's delicate hand tightly. His tone was gentle. It was the tone he only used with his two fiancées previously. Now he had given a part of that gentleness to Feng Tian Wu as well. At this moment, Feng Tian Wu had occupied quite a significant position in his heart. Duanling Tian continued holding her hand, his gaze never once leaving her beautiful face. This was his first time studying her so quietly. At this moment, he felt that Feng Tian Wu was much more beautiful compared to times when he used to look at her casually in the past. It seemed that he had overlooked a lot of her virtues in the past. Duanling Tian had to admit he had finally fallen for her. He lowered his head and planted a soft kiss on Feng Tian Wu's forehead like a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. His eyes were filled with a tender love. Duanling Tian's emotion finally began to calm down when he stood up. He was finally in the right frame of mind to think about the other issues. A month ago, I was devilified by the Devil Seal tablet. After being devilified, I felt like I was in a dream again. Duanling Tian muttered in a low voice as he carefully recounted his experience. He remembered he had a beautiful dream. In his dream, the Anika sect elder at the peak of the void had attacked him first. He only used one punch to kill the Anika sect elder whose attack contained the strength of over 4,000 ancient horned dragons. It was as easy as killing a chicken or cutting grass. Then the North Nether sect supreme elder, Feng Tong, attacked him. He slashed his sword mightily as though he had divine help. However, Duanling Tian managed to stop Feng Tong's sword that contained the strength of over 7,000 ancient horned dragons with just a casual raise of his hand. After I was devilified, I actually possessed such mighty strength? That was a freaking martial monarch, for goodness sake. A martial monarch was smashed into a bloody pulp just from a slap. I even shattered his skeleton. Duanling Tian's breathing quickened when he recalled his dream. He managed to catch Feng Tong's sword with his bare hand. And he killed Feng Tong with just a slap. Although Feng Tong was just at the first-level martial monarch stage, he was still a powerful martial monarch. He was not someone a martial artist at the peak of the void could compare to, let alone an ordinary void transformation stage martial artist. Even then, he was still annihilated by Duanling Tian with just a blow. Or more precisely, annihilated by the devilified Duanling Tian with just a blow. What exactly is that Devil Seal tablet? Duanling Tian felt that the Devil Seal tablet was really mysterious and amazing. He did not understand it at all. Moreover, I feel like the black energy I released when I was devilified is similar to the black energy Zhao Ming released previously. However, my strength when I was devilified is definitely stronger than Zhao Ming. My attack speed is faster as well. When I killed Feng Tong, the heaven and earth energy did not even have time to mobilize and gather the heaven and earth phenomenon. Zhao Ming appeared in Duanling Tian's thought. Zhao Ming was the traitor from 7-Star Sword Sect who had his dantian and 4 limbs crippled by Duanling Tian before being left in a sealed inscription formation to fend for himself. However, Zhao Ming reappeared just not long ago. Not only did his 4 limbs healed, he also possessed a powerful strength. Moreover, the energy he possessed was neither the origin energy nor a concept. That energy must not be from Cloud Continent. Duanling Tian still could not find any information even after he went through the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memory. That was how he came to this conclusion. He became even more certain of his theory after he thought about it further. He really could not come up with another explanation other than this. All that aside, Zhao Ming was turned into a human puppet by that powerhouse who claimed he came from outside of Cloud Continent. Duanling Tian's thoughts slowly went to the powerhouse who granted Zhao Ming a new lease on life. The moment he thought about that powerhouse, he was immediately overcome with a headache. That person's background was just too mysterious. Apart from that, there were still many things that he did not understand. Finally, he decided to stop thinking about it. I'll wait until I have the ability to leave Cloud Continent. At that time, all these elusive answers will be revealed. Before that happens, it's useless for me to think about it. Duanling Tian thought to himself. If he really continued to mull over it, his thought would undoubtedly lead him to his miserly father, Duan Ru Feng, and that sword saint Feng Qingyang who left the word sword on the mountain in the canyon by Xianxia village. Whether it was his miserly father, Duan Ru Feng, or the sword saint Feng Qingyang, both of them were related to the mysterious world outside of Cloud Continent. I remember after I killed Feng Tong, that North Nether Sect elder sneaked an attack on Tianwu. When Duanling Tian recalled this part, his eyes turned blood red and gleamed with a killing intent. The killing intent was so intense that the room seemed to have transformed into hell on earth. Bam! Duanling Tian suddenly stood up without any warning. The strength on his feet increased as he stomped on the ground. It caused a series of cracks to appear on the ground as it spread out like a huge spider web. Boom! 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 The room almost collapsed due to his strength. Moreover, the bed Feng Tianwu was lying on began to shake as well. Snap! In the next instance, the feet of the bed broke and the bed crashed. Feng Tianwu, who was in a coma, was thrown off the bed. Tianwu. Duanling Tian's eye finally returned to normal when he saw Feng Tianwu flying off the bed. He extended his hands to catch her. He held her gently as though he was carrying a precious treasure as he hugged her close to his chest. The softness of Feng Tianwu's delicate body when he hugged her caused his heart to be in turmoil. The desire that he had not felt for a long time was instantly aroused. Boss, what's wrong? Little Tian. At this moment, 2 figures broke the door and entered the room before looking at Duanling Tian with a worried expression. They were shocked when they saw the crumbled floor and the broken wooden bed. This place looked like a battlefield. Boss, this? Li Xian visibly gulped as he stared at Duanling Tian in astonishment. It's nothing. I merely cracked my knuckles a little after being confined to the bed for a month. Duanling Tian replied as he shook his head. He seemed to have calmed down. See, cracked your knuckles? The corner of Li Xian's mouth twitched when he heard Duanling Tian's reply. Even Meng Ping had a bewildered expression on her face. What's going on? Why do I get so agitated the moment I recall how Tianwu was attacked? He felt as though his heart was being held in a vice grip when he recalled the scene from earlier. At this moment, he felt as though his emotions were not under his control. It was as though another person had taken over his body. His emotions seemed to be constantly amplified, especially when he was agitated. It seems like my emotions are harder to control after the second devilification by the Devil Seal tablet. Duanling Tian very quickly discovered the reason. He still remembered he had a very short temper and had trouble controlling his emotion after his first devilification by the Devil Seal tablet. The current him seemed to be worse compared to the past. One thing Duanling Tian was certain of was the after effect would become stronger every time he was devilified by the Devil Seal tablet. If I use the Devil Seal tablet a few more times, will I be completely controlled by my emotions that are becoming more and more intense? Duanling Tian thought to himself as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Oh, boss. His Majesty asked me to hand these few things to you. Li Xian took out a few spatial rings and fragments from his own spatial ring before handing them over to Duanling Tian. There were two fragments that were particularly eye-catching among all the fragments. Those two were none other than the profundity fragments that came from the martial monarchs of Anika sect and North Nether sect, by Yuhai and Feng Tong. As for the profundity fragment from Tong Shan, the martial monarch of Izumo sect, Duanling Tian had already taken it along with the spatial ring after he killed him. There was a glimmer of surprise in Duanling Tian's eyes. I didn't think His Majesty knows how to remove the fragments from their bodies. Martial artists at the void transformation stage or above would produce concept fragment in their bodies. Although this was a common knowledge, Duanling Tian was still surprised that people from the Crimson Sky Kingdom knew about this. From what I heard, His Majesty ordered for their bodies to be cremated, and these things appeared after the cremation. His Majesty felt their importance, so he wants me to pass them to you when you're awake. Li Xian chuckled. Duanling Tian finally understood. It seemed as though even the Emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom did not know what concept or profundity fragments were. Indeed, even if the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Emperor did not take the fragments for himself, he would have at least asked for a piece or two from Duanling Tian if he knew the value of these concept and profundity fragments. I'll take these two fragments and the spatial rings. I'll leave the remaining for you and the Divine Might Marquis estate. Duanling Tian kept the two profundity fragments from Baiyu Hai and Feng Tong's bodies and the spatial rings. He did not take the few concept fragments. For me and the Divine Might Marquis estate? Li Xian was stunned. He did not understand what Duanling Tian meant by that. Little Tian, don't tell me these things are something extraordinary. Meng Ping had a bewildered look on her face. Grandmother Meng, you're the sect leader of Flybao sect. Flybao sect is a sect from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Don't tell me you've never heard of concept fragments? Duanling Tian asked as he looked at Meng Ping. He was puzzled. Concept fragments. Duanling Tian's words struck Meng Ping like a bolt of lightning. After a moment, she finally asked excitedly, Little Tian, did you say these are concept fragments? Meng Ping was in a daze when she saw the assortment of fragments in different colors shining brightly in Li Xian's hands. Yes, Duanling Tian nodded. These are concept fragments. Moreover, they're all high-level concept fragments. As long as you comprehend the corresponding concept, you can use them to quickly raise your concept up to the void transformation stage. It really is concept fragments. Although Meng Ping had never seen a concept fragment before, she had read about it in some ancient books in the sect. She knew these were the things that came from void transformation stage powerhouses. Wait a minute. Meng Ping was suddenly hit by a pang of realization. She looked at Duanling Tian in shock. Little Tian, as far as I know, concept fragment comes from a void transformation stage powerhouse's body. Are you saying that those mysterious powerhouses were actually void transformation stage powerhouses? Meng Ping narrowed her eyes and her breathing quickened when she reached the end of her sentence. That's right. Duanling Tian nodded. Meng Ping was not the only one who was dumbstruck. Even Li Xian was gaping with his eyes widened. These things are from void transformation stage powerhouses? Li Xian stared at the fragments in his hand. His heart beat faster and faster as Meng Ping's words echoed in his head. He could not calm down at all. Void transformation stage powerhouse. How powerful was that person? Let alone the Crimson Sky Kingdom, even the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and the Darkstone Empire did not have a void transformation stage powerhouse. It was said that even in the Darhan dynasty, a void transformation stage powerhouse was as rare as a phoenix's feather. Li Xian knew his boss was strong. However, it did not cross his mind that his boss would be able to defeat a void transformation stage powerhouse. Initially, he thought his boss was only strong among the younger generation in Darkhan dynasty. However, he found out today his boss was even capable of killing void transformation stage powerhouses. It seems like there are not many people who can defeat boss in the entire Darkhan dynasty. Li Xian thought to himself. Li Xian would not think this way if he knew that any one of the owners of the concept fragments in his hands could destroy the entire Darkhan dynasty all on their own. Boss, Grandmother Meng, what's the purpose of the concept fragments? Li Xian asked curiously as he looked at the fragments in his hand. He had a feeling that these things that came from the void transformation stage powerhouses' bodies were not ordinary. Soon after, Li Xian learned from Meng Ping what concept fragments were, and what they were used for. It can help a martial artist to raise his concept rapidly, something like a spirit fruit that can raise the cultivation base. For a time, Li Xian's eyes shone brightly as his breathing quickened again. The fat on his body and face moved constantly with the fluctuation of his mood. He finally realized the value of the fragments in his hands. "Boss, you're sure you want to give the fragments to me and the Divine Might Marquis estate? You don't want them for yourself?" Li Xian asked as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. He took a deep breath to suppress the excitement in his heart. "No, I don't." Duan Ling Tian shook his head before he looked at Meng Ping with an apologetic smile on his face. "Grandmother Meng, I'm afraid I have to leave now. Please help me bid Grandfather Nye, Uncle Nye, and Big Brother Nye goodbye." Duan Ling Tian did not wait for Meng Ping and Li Xian to respond as he vanished without a trace before their eyes with Feng Tian Wu in tow. It was as though they were never there. Duan Ling Tian's speed was so fast that Meng Ping and Li Xian could not react in time. Both of them smiled wryly when they finally regained their senses. "Boss has left again. I wonder when I'll see him again," Li Xian said with a sad face. "It seems like little Tian don't intend to greet them before he leaves." Meng Ping sighed. She could guess what Duan Ling Tian planned to do. It was obvious Duan Ling Tian planned to leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom, but she had no idea why he was in such a hurry. However, she had a faint idea the reason he left in such a hurry had something to do with Feng Tianwu. Although only Tianwu's soul is wounded and her body is not seriously injured, it's still not suitable for her to be exposed to the air for a long time. It's best to protect her body with the 1,000-year frost. It'll be even better if there's a 10,000-year frost. Duan Ling Tian carried Feng Tianwu as they left the Crimson Sky Kingdom and made his way to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. "I'll look for Xiongquan first." He decided to search for Xiongquan, whom they had unintentionally left behind. During the journey, Duan Ling Tian's spiritual energy continued to probe the situation inside Feng Tianwu's body. The fire spirit body's energy inside Tianwu's body has already been fully suppressed. Moreover, the fire spirit body's energy has also merged with her origin energy that resulted in her making a breakthrough in her cultivation base. The fire spirit body's energy is not fully depleted. It's still rotating together with the origin energy in her body. Tianwu's cultivation base is still progressing rapidly. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian learned of the circumstances in Feng Tianwu's body. Feng Tianwu was previously at the 4th level void transformation stage. After the suppressed fire spirit body's energy merged with her origin energy, she had used it all up. It helped her raise her cultivation base rapidly. The progress was far better than consuming a spirit fruit. In just 1 month, Feng Tianwu's cultivation base had successfully made a breakthrough to the 9th level void transformation stage with the help of the suppressed fire spirit body's energy. If this goes on, it's only a matter of time before Tianwu breaks through to the void transformation stage, Duan Ling Tian concluded. However, how did the fire spirit body's energy get suppressed? Duan Ling Tian frowned. He felt puzzled by this. According to the rebirth Martial Emperor's memory, there were only 2 ways to suppress the fire spirit body's energy. The only guarantee to not be devoured by the fire spirit body's energy before the age of 30 was to fully suppress it. One of the methods was to search for someone with water or ice spirit body under the condition that both individuals' gender had to be male. One would be able to suppress the fire spirit body's energy after conducting the yin and yang reconciliation. The second method is to cultivate until that person's cultivation base made a breakthrough to the void transformation stage, since one could suppress the fire spirit body's energy with the help of the void transformation's origin energy. However, the fire spirit body's energy inside Tianwu is not suppressed by those 2 methods. Duan Ling Tian frowned as he recalled the situation that had happened a month ago. I remember before I lost consciousness, the fire spirit body's energy from Tianwu's body had rushed into my body and chased away the energy from the Devil Seal tablet. I remember I regained control of my body right before I lost consciousness. Before I regained control of my body, the black energy that devilified me entered Tianwu's body, Could the energy be suppressing the fire spirit body's energy inside Tian Wu's body? The more he thought about it, the more certain he became. Looks like the fire spirit body's energy in Tian Wu's body is indeed suppressed by the energy I emitted when I was devilified. I didn't expect to be the one who helped Tian Wu break away from her fate of not living past 30 years old. Duanling Tian smiled wryly. Duanling Tian could still remember when he first went to the Darkstone Empire. He had encountered Feng Tian Wu in Phoenix Nest City when she was organizing a groom search competition in front of the gates of the city governor's estate. The groom search competition was held by Feng Wu Dao with one purpose in mind. It was apparently due to some prophecy. The purpose of the search was to find the fated man for Feng Tian Wu. According to the prophecy, the man could help her change the curse of the innate spirit body that could not live past 30 years old. At that time, Duanling Tian felt that the entire thing was absurd even though all the signs had pointed to him being the one. However, he had no other choice but to believe in that prophecy now since it really did come true. It was indeed him who helped Feng Tian Wu break the curse of the innate spirit body. Feng Tian Wu was not 30 years old yet, and the fire spirit body's energy in her body had been suppressed before it transformed into a part of her body's strength. It also propelled her origin energy to raise her cultivation base. It's precisely because of that prophecy that Tian Wu met me. I don't know what's going to happen next, but everything seems to be on course now. Duanling Tian sighed as he thought about the past. Perhaps the fate between him and Feng Tian Wu had already begun when he first laid eyes on her. Destiny had already tied the both of them to each other. During their journey to the Crimson Sky Kingdom from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Duanling Tian had intentionally slowed down in order to take care of Feng Tian Wu. This time, his speed was a few times faster when he flew with Feng Tian Wu in his arms. Due to his speed, he returned to the small town near Xianxia's village in just a short amount of time. The moment he reached the small town and returned to the inn, Duanling Tian noticed that Xianxia was still cultivating. It was as though he did not notice that he and Feng Tian Wu had left at all. This time, Duanling Tian decided to wake Xianxia up. "Young master." Xianxia immediately woke up from his cultivation when he heard Duanling Tian calling out to him. He opened the door and bowed respectfully to Duanling Tian. "Xianxia, let's go to the Darhan dynasty," Duanling Tian said. Xianxia proceeded to follow Duanling Tian without asking any question. Although he finally managed to regain his cultivation base at the void prying stage and the ability to fly after his meridians were cleansed, his speed was still slow. At the very least, he was incredibly slow in Duanling Tian's eyes. Due to that, Duanling Tian brought him along with him to increase the speed. Whoosh! Whoosh! Duanling Tian brought Xianxia along with him as he carried Feng Tian Wu all the way to the Darkhan dynasty at lightning speed. They disappeared into the horizon in just a blink of an eye. "Young master, what happened to Miss Tian Wu?" During the journey, Xianxia noticed Feng Tian Wu showed no signs of movement at all, as she lay cradled in Duanling Tian's arms. "There are some issues, so she's in a coma for the time being," Duanling Tian replied. He knew deep in his heart that it was unlikely she would wake up before her soul was healed. Fortunately, her cultivation base had reached the stage of anedia, so she could survive without eating anything. The important thing now was to look for the 1,000 or 10,000 year frost. That was the only way to preserve her body so that it would not be affected by external factors. Xianxia nodded. Although he still had a few questions in his heart, he did not press the matter. He was a smart person. He knew what kind of questions he could ask and what he should not ask. After a few days, Duanling Tian finally arrived at the capital of the Darhan dynasty with Xianxia in tow. His first destination was the Darkhan dynasty's imperial palace. He hovered in the air as he made his presence known. "Duanling Tian is here to pay a visit." Duanling Tian's thunderous voice spread to every nook and cranny in the Darkhan dynasty's imperial palace. "Duanling Tian is here?" The entire palace suddenly erupted in a clamor. There was no one in Darhan dynasty that did not know who Duanling Tian was. He was the strongest person in the martial competition that was held by the Darkhan dynasty. Moreover, he had also won the first place in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties in the foreign lands. In their opinion, Duanling Tian was the glory of Darkhan dynasty. This was because he managed to defeat the other young powerhouses from the other 9 great dynasties and brought honor to the Darkhan dynasty. Duan Ling Tian? Naturally, there were a few people in the imperial palace who turned pale as their heartbeat accelerated. These people included the emperor and the few old princes of the Darkhan dynasty. The reason they were able to break through to the void transformation stage was all thanks to Duan Ling Tian. One could say that they were indebted to Duan Ling Tian. However, there were 3 groups of powerhouses who had visited prior to this, and they had no choice but to betray Duan Ling Tian by disclosing his origin to the 3 groups of powerhouses. Due to this reason, they felt ashamed and guilty. Duan Ling Tian is still alive? The emperor and the few old princes of the Darkhan dynasty gathered together. Astonishment was clearly written on their faces. They found the entire thing inconceivable. All 3 groups of powerhouses who came to find them were so powerful that even if they were to join forces, they still would not be able to defeat them. It was obvious that all 3 groups of powerhouses who came looking for Duan Ling Tian in the Darkhan dynasty had bad intentions. However, Duan Ling Tian was still alive and well after meeting them? Is he here to denounce us? Most likely. We're indeed at fault. But how did he survive the 3 groups of powerhouses? Perhaps that 3 groups of powerhouses didn't do anything to him? Impossible. Almost all of them had bloodthirsty killing intent shooting out of their eyes when the name Duan Ling Tian was mentioned. There's no way they would let him off. The few of them buried their heads together in discussion. In the end, they had no choice but to admit Duan Ling Tian must have survived the 3 groups of powerhouses and had come to the imperial palace to denounce them. I'll go on my own. The few of you stay here and protect His Majesty. One of the old princes, who was Xianxia's master in the past, told the other old princes of Darkhan dynasty. Imperial uncle. The Darkhan dynasty's emperor's face turned pale immediately. Don't worry, Your Majesty. It doesn't matter even if Duan Ling Tian is here to denounce us. He might not be stronger than me. The old prince smiled. He flew out and headed in the direction of the voice when he finished his sentence. He did not wait for the emperor's reply. Duan Ling Tian hovered in the air as he hugged Feng Tianwu close to his chest. His gaze was as sharp as a falcon. It was as though he could see through everything. Soon after, he noticed a familiar figure soaring up to the sky before arriving in front of him in just a blink of an eye. Xianxia's master? Duan Ling Tian immediately recognized the old man before him. This old man could be considered as an old acquaintance. Although the old man and Xianxia had a master-disciple relationship, he did not help Xianxia to fight Duan Ling Tian. At least that was what Duan Ling Tian believed. Due to this reason, there was no enmity between him and this old man. Duan Ling Tian, when did you return from the Blade sect? The old man asked in a friendly manner even though his smile was forced. Just some time ago. Duan Ling Tian did not beat around the bush and bluntly said, Old Prince, the reason I came this time is to ask for a favor from the imperial family. I believe it's not a difficult request for the imperial family to fulfill. You're the great benefactor of our Darkhan dynasty. As long as it's something within the imperial family's power, we'll definitely help you out. Just tell me. The old man responded. He heaved a sigh of relief when he realized the purpose of Duan Ling Tian's visit was not to denounce them. Although he appeared confident in front of the Darkhan dynasty's emperor, he could not help but feel anxious in his heart. He was not confident he could win against the current Duan Ling Tian. In his eyes, Duan Ling Tian was simply a monster. From the martial competition to the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, he had witnessed Duan Ling Tian's progress with his own eyes. The last time he saw Duan Ling Tian was when he decided to join the Blade sect. In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian's strength would definitely increase after joining the Blade sect. It was not impossible for Duan Ling Tian to surpass him. Monsters generally did not adhere to common logic. Moreover, he was still alive and well even though the 3 groups of powerhouses went looking for him just a while back. Something did not feel right to him regarding this matter. Due to this reason, he did not dare to be negligent when he met Duan Ling Tian. Instead, he treated him with the utmost care. I'm here for one thing. I wonder if the imperial family has the 10,000-year frost. Duan Ling Tian asked bluntly as he looked at the old man. 10,000-year frost. The instant the old man heard Duan Ling Tian's words, his eyes narrowed immediately. The 10,000-year frost was ice that had accumulated for 10,000 years. It would not melt at all even if it was burned by common fire, a low-grade pill fire, or a weapon flame. Just a small piece of the 10,000-year frost was enough to calm one's agitated mind so that one could enter a better cultivation state. It allowed one to cultivate in a way that would require half the effort but yield double the usual results. One could easily imagine just how precious the 10,000-year frost was. He had a seat cushion that was made from the 10,000-year frost. Usually, he would use it when he found it difficult to calm down when he was cultivating. Duan Ling Tian, I wonder how much your strength has risen after you joined the Blade sect? The old man did not respond to Duan Ling Tian's question. Instead, he arbitrarily asked a question of his own. Naturally, his decision to ask the question was not without reason. He wanted to know what stage Duan Ling Tian's strength was currently at so he could assess if it was worth it for the imperial family to give the 10,000-year frost away. This was because the Darhan dynasty's imperial family did not have many 10,000-year frost left. Why? Do you want to see if I'm worthy of obtaining the 10,000-year frost, old prince? Duan Ling Tian asked with narrowed eyes. He easily saw through the old man's intention. The old man felt awkward when his intention was seen through by Duan Ling Tian, but he did not deny it. If I remember correctly, the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family seems to have benefited a lot from the Skywolf Fort and the Blade sect because of me, right? Duan Ling Tian said, I think the 10,000-year frost is not as precious compared to the benefits that all of you obtained because of me, right? The instant these words left his mouth, the old man became even more awkward. However, he still remained silent. Since you want to have a taste of my strength, old prince, I'll fulfill your wish. Duan Ling Tian's eyes suddenly turned cold as he took a stride forward. Duan Ling Tian's rage grew and spread in his mind as he took a step forward and shouted. The Devil Seal tablet had affected Duan Ling Tian in an intangible way. Bang! The moment Duan Ling Tian stepped forward, a majestic energy swept out and targeted the old man before him. The speed was alarmingly quick like lightning. Oh no! The old man's heart jolted. He knew something was wrong when he saw Duan Ling Tian approaching him. His eyes narrowed and fear was written all over his face when saw the wave of energy that Duan Ling Tian's body was releasing. Moreover, he found it difficult to even catch his movement. Run! The old man did not hesitate as he attempted to evade Duan Ling Tian's attack by moving out of his attack's area of effect. However, could he really evade the attack? Duan Ling Tian's raging attack contained energy that combined his origin energy and many concepts. It was equivalent to the strength of 2,700 ancient horned dragons. Fighting a martial artist who had just comprehended the first-level void transformation with his strength was similar to killing a chicken with a cleaver. It was the truth. Bang! The energy coming out of Duan Ling Tian's body looked like it had transformed into a wave of majestic and colorful flames. The old man was drowned in the sea of flames at the moment he was about to make his move. Bang! 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 The sound of the explosion reverberated as the colorful flames swept out. The sound was deafening. Rumble! 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 Eventually, the colorful flames shrouded one of the palaces in the middle of the imperial palace and turned the entire area into a flatland in just a blink of an eye. Moreover, a gigantic crater appeared in place of the palace. The crater was big enough to bury tens of thousands of people in it. Young masters so powerful! Xianxia was standing behind Duan Ling Tian, and he witnessed the old man being killed by the colorful energy Duan Ling Tian's body released. There was nothing left of the old man at all apart from a spatial ring and a concept fragment. Young master, are you all right? Xianxia looked worried. He noticed earlier that a terrifying aura rose from his young master's body when he released the petrifying energy while he was walking toward the old man. He had an inexplicable feeling as though his young master had changed. He seemed like a stranger to him. It was as though he had transformed into a bloodthirsty Shura that escaped from hell. Duan Ling Tian's body was still releasing that terrifying aura when he slowly regained senses after hearing Xianxia calling out to him. At this moment, he felt extremely drowsy. When he recalled what had just happened, he was instantly pulled back to reality. He was sweating profusely from his forehead. My initial plan was to show him my current ability so the Darhan dynasty's imperial family will hand over the 10,000-year frost. I didn't expect to lose control of my emotion to the extent that I ended up killing him. Duan Tian took a deep breath. He felt numb in his scalp. This was the first time he felt terrified of the Devil Seal tablet's after effect. Although he could sense that he was easily agitated after he was devilified by the Devil Seal tablet for the first time, he did not take it seriously since he could easily suppress his emotion. However, he noticed his emotion would run amok as soon as he became agitated after the second devilification by the Devil Seal tablet. His rage grew to the extent that he even did something extreme. He only recalled what had happened after he regained his senses. Although the devilification by the Devil Seal tablet grants me the ability to kill an ordinary martial monarch powerhouse in just a blow, it comes with huge a price to pay. Duan Tian's face turned somber. The Devil Seal tablet was like a double-edged blade. It would 100% kill one's opponent, but in return it would cause 80% damage to oneself. His instinct told him that if he allowed the Devil Seal table to devilify him as it wished, his control over his emotion would slowly slip away until he was nothing but a killing machine. Unless it's necessary, I'll never use the Devil Seal tablet again, Duan Tian decided after he took a deep breath. In his opinion, the Devil Seal tablet was no longer a trump card. It might suppress his consciousness and turn him into a killing machine while his emotions run amok. Never mind. There's nothing I can do now since I've already killed him. Duan Tian put the spatial ring and concept fragment that belonged to the Darkhan dynasty's old prince into his spatial ring. He hated ingrates the most. The Darkhan dynasty's old prince spoke as though he would only hand over the 10,000-year frost if Duan Tian was powerful enough to defeat the entire Darkhan dynasty's imperial family. I've obtained many spirit weapons, pills, and even concept fragments for the Darkhan dynasty. I'm only asking for the 10,000-year frost. Its value is a lot less than the items I obtained from the Skywolf Fort and Blade sect for them. How dare he block my way again and again? A hint of rage unknowingly appeared on Duan Tian's face as the terrifying aura rose from his body again. Young master! Duan Tian regained his senses after Xianxia called out to him again. At this moment, he had a morose expression on his face. Damn it! The after effect of the Devil Seal tablet is too severe. I'll have to try harder to control my emotion. Duan Tian realized the after effect from the Devil Seal tablet had completely gone beyond his control. Duan Tian, how dare you kill my imperial uncle? Soon after, a furious voice reverberated in the sky. A silhouette covered in a golden dragon robe appeared. It was a majestic-looking middle-aged man. It was the Darkhan dynasty's emperor. At this moment, the Darkhan dynasty's emperor glared at Duan Tian furiously. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes as though he would devour anyone who dared approach him. However, there was also fear in the depth of his eyes. He saw everything clearly when Duan Tian killed the old man with just one blow. He knew he was not a match for Duan Tian since he was less powerful than the old prince. Your Majesty! At that moment, another two old men flew into the sky and arrived next to the Darkhan dynasty's emperor. They looked at Duan Tian with fear on their pale faces. TSK? It's been such a short period of time, and yet there are so many void transformation martial artists in the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family now. Duan Tian figured out the Darkhan dynasty's emperor and the other old men's cultivation base with the help of his spiritual energy. His tone when he spoke was filled with mockery. But, did all of you forget? Who was the one who contributed to your achievement in breaking through to the void transformation stage? His eyes gleamed as he mocked them. He was trying his best to suppress the rage within him because he was afraid he would lose control of emotion again. He was really worried he would end up killing the 3 void transformation martial artists in the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family due to his uncontrollable rage. The Darkhan dynasty's emperor's face turned somber, while the other 2 Darkhan dynasty's old princes looked rather embarrassed when they heard Duan Tian's words. Naturally, Duan Tian was the biggest contributor to their achievements. Duan Tian, the Darkhan dynasty's emperor finally spoke. He said coldly, I admit that it's mainly your contribution that we managed to break through to the void transformation stage, but that doesn't mean you can kill the people of the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family as you wish without a reason.
Killing without a reason? Duanling Tian laughed. Your Majesty, do you really not know the reason?
Don't you think it's a little unreasonable for you to accuse me of killing the people from your imperial family before you figure out what happened? The Dark Han Dynasty's emperor frowned when he heard what Duanling Tian said. Even the two old men standing next to him were looking at Duanling Tian with doubt written all over their faces. They were just watching from afar earlier. They only saw Duanling Tian killing the old prince. They had no idea what had transpired between the both of them. The reason I'm here today is to ask for the 10,000-year frost from the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family. However, that old geezer was beating around the bush and intentionally changed the subject. Moreover, the way he spoke sounded as if you would only hand over the 10,000-year frost if my ability is powerful enough to defeat the entire Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family. Duanling Tian enunciated each word patiently as he recounted what had happened earlier.
All of a sudden, the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor's expression changed while the other two men felt their faces flushing.
In their opinion, even if they gave him all of the 10,000-year frost the imperial family had in store, it was not even equivalent to 1/10,000 of the benefits Duanling Tian had given to the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family. Although the 10,000-year frost was precious, the imperial family did not have much use for it. They were just sitting in the treasure vault. On the other hand, the benefits Duanling Tian had given them helped them break through to the void transformation stage. He made their dreams of many years come true. Now, does your Majesty still think that I killed the people from your Dark Han Dynasty for no good reason? Duanling Tian asked with a sarcastic smile on his face. His eyes were narrowed.
The Dark Han Dynasty emperor knew they were at the losing end, but he did not speak even after a while.
Meanwhile, Duanling Tian's expression gradually turned gloomy. Duanling Tian, it's our imperial family who has mistreated you. It's not your fault. The two old princes saw the change in Duanling Tian's expression, and they panicked when they recalled the scene from earlier. Yes, it's not your fault.
We'll give you the 10,000-year frost that you desire. You can get it from our treasure vault. The two Dark Han Dynasty's old princes became anxious.
They were afraid Duanling Tian would kill the three of them out of rage. The two old princes from Dark Han Dynasty led the way and Duanling Tian followed as he carried Feng Tianwu who was in a coma.
Xianxia followed closely behind him.
Who's that lady? The two old princes from Dark Han Dynasty finally noticed the red-clad lady in Duanling Tian's arm. There was a hint of doubt and surprise on their faces. She should be a friend of Duanling Tian. They were afraid they might provoke Duanling Tian, so they only glanced at Feng Tianwu once before they immediately looked away.
The two old men had lived for many years, but they were like mice encountering a cat when they faced Duanling Tian.
Although they felt a little frustrated and wronged, there was no resentment.
In this world where power and strength prevailed, the strongest person would naturally rule. They admitted they were cowards since they knew they were not a match for the young man who was not even 30 years old yet.
Soon after, Duanling Tian arrived at the Dark Han Dynasty's treasure vault that contained all kinds of treasure. One had to say the Dark Han Dynasty's treasure vault was huge and filled with various precious items. The treasure vault in the Darkstone Empire could not compare to it at all. It was not a surprise since one was its own ruling country while the other was someone else's ruling. The 10,000-year frost is here. One of the old prince's voice came from inside the treasure vault that was located in one of the side palaces. Duanling Tian immediately flew over in the direction of the voice. Xianxia trailed after him as they walked into the side palace. Duanling Tian felt a bone-piercing chill as soon as he entered the side palace. It was unexpected, and he shuddered involuntarily. He quickly used the origin energy to protect his body so the chill would not penetrate his body. His attention immediately shifted to a translucent platform made from ice that the old prince was standing next to. The old prince's body was also shrouded in a layer of origin energy.
It was apparent the platform was the source of the chill. The platform was separated into two layers. There was an outer layer and an inner layer.
Upon closer inspection, one would see the outer layer was not as translucent as the inner layer. The outer layer is the 1,000-year frost, and the inner layer is the 10,000-year frost, the old prince said to Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian nodded. Duanling Tian could easily differentiate the 1,000-year frost and 10,000-year frost without the need of someone pointing it out to him, since he had the rebirth martial emperor's memory from his 2 lives.
The chill came from the 1,000-year frost. To be more precise, some of the chill came from the 10,000-year frost that passed through the 1,000-year frost.
Naturally, the chill from 10,000-year frost would be a lot more terrifying if the 1,000-year frost did not act as a barrier. It could freeze a person with mediocre cultivation base within 100 meters into an ice sculpture.
Whoosh! Duanling Tian held Tian Wu with one hand as he chopped at the ice with his other hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!
6 sword light flashed like lightning on the translucent platform that was made from the 1,000-year frost and the 10,000-year frost. Thud! Soon after, the 1,000-year frost fell on the ground piece by piece.
Meanwhile, the 10,000-year frost was finally revealed.
When the 1,000-year frost detached from the 10,000-year frost, a wave of terrifying chill swept out and spread in every direction. Duanling Tian remained motionless. The Darkhan dynasty's old prince looked solemn as he tried his best to stave off the chill with his origin energy.
Pa! Meanwhile, the origin energy shrouding Xianxia's body was suddenly negated by the chill. The chill completely permeated his body. He felt as though his body was frozen by the chill.
Xianxia. Duanling Tian noticed Xianxia was frozen like an ice sculpture as he gradually lost his breath. If nobody saved Xianxia, he would definitely die in about 10 breaths' time. Whoosh! A wave of green energy appeared as Duanling Tian lifted his arms. The energy surrounded Xianxia's body and formed a barrier to stop the chill from spreading further in Xianxia's body. Fwa! Soon after, a roaring flame appeared from within the green energy.
As soon as the flame appeared, cracks began appearing on the ice around Xianxia's body as it slowly melted.
The flame did not harm Xianxia at all, since it was controlled by Duanling Tian through his fire concept. In merely 3 breaths' time, the fire concept Duanling Tian cast completely rid the chill from inside and outside of Xianxia's body. In just a short while, Xianxia returned to his normal state. Thank you, young master. Xianxia thanked Duanling Tian immediately after he inhaled the cold air. His heart was thumping wildly. At the same time, a bitter smile appeared on his face.
At this moment, he was reminded of the huge gap between him and his young master. He could not help but feel like he was a burden to his young master.
After Duanling Tian dispelled the chill for Xianxia, he expanded his origin energy and shrouded Xianxia within it as well. Xianxia no longer needed to worry about the chill from the 10,000-year frost, since he was protected by Duanling Tian's origin energy.
Sixth level void transformation stage? The other old prince from Darkhan dynasty who had just entered the side palace looked at the heaven and earth phenomenon above Duanling Tian's head. Both of the old princes were stunned by the sight.
They were shocked by the ancient horned dragon silhouettes. They finally realized how terrifying Duanling Tian's strength was, and they felt glad they did not offend him earlier. Otherwise, they would die even if they had 10 lives. 6th level void transformation stage? Xianxia narrowed his eyes and looked above Duanling Tian's head after he heard the words from the 2 old princes from the Darkhan dynasty. Although he had always known his young master was powerful, he had no idea he was so powerful to this extent.
Being at the 6th level transformation stage meant he was not far away from the martial monarch stage. A 6th level void transformation martial artist who has not even reached the age of 30 must be rare even on Cloud Continent, Xianxia thought to himself as his heart jolted. Whoosh! 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 Whoosh!
Soon after, all 3 of them, including Xianxia, heard the sound of chopping. They immediately turned to look at the source of the noise. They discovered the 10,000-year frost had been carved into a coffin by Duanling Tian's hand.
Whoosh! Duanling Tian withdrew his hand before he lifted it again as the lid of the ice coffin floated in the air.
Duanling Tian suddenly swung his hand that carried Feng Tianwu. In just a blink of an eye, Feng Tianwu's body seemed to be supported by an invisible energy as she slowly descended into the ice coffin. The lid covered the ice coffin after she was placed in the coffin.
Through the translucent ice coffin, they saw a devastatingly beautiful lady in red lying in there.
They could also see the chill was only surrounding the red-clad lady's body, but it did not enter her body at all. Upon closer inspection, they could see the intersecting red and white mist on the red-clad lady's body had formed a shield that protected her from the chill that emanated from the 10,000-year frost. The energy rose naturally from the red-clad lady's body to protect her. Tianwu has a 9th-level void interpretation cultivation base, and the origin energy combined with the fire spirit body's energy protects her from the chill emanating from the 10,000-year frost coffin. Moreover, this will also benefit her cultivation. Duanling Tian revealed a rare and satisfied smile on his face. The 2 old princes from the Darkhan dynasty finally figured out that Duanling Tian only wanted the 10,000-year frost to make a coffin for the red-clad lady. However, they found Duanling Tian's action strange since it was obvious that the red-clad lady's life breath was strong.
Naturally, they could only wonder since they did not dare to ask any questions.
I'll also need some materials to carve and set up an inscription formation. I see you have the materials I need in this treasure vault. It won't be a problem if I use them, right? Duanling Tian asked calmly as he looked at the 2 old princes from Darkhan dynasty. It's not a problem. It's definitely not a problem. The 2 old princes waved their hands immediately. Please take whatever you need. Yes, it's all right even if you empty the entire treasure vault. The 2 of them did not have any objection when faced with Duanling Tian, who had broken through to the 6th-level void transformation stage. It was an easy task for Duanling Tian to pick out the materials and set up the inscription formation. After gathering the materials, Duanling Tian had to inscribe the ice coffin Feng Tianwu was lying in before he could set up the inscription formation.
The first inscription formation was to suppress and control the chill, while the second one was a defensive inscription formation to protect the ice coffin. Naturally, the defensive inscription formation Duanling Tian inscribed using his spiritual energy could defend against attacks from ordinary martial artists below the 7th-level void transformation stage. The ice coffin would be destroyed if a martial artist above the 7th-level void transformation attacked it. Meanwhile, the 3rd inscription formation was a killing formation. It was the only killing formation Duanling Tian was able to set up with his current spiritual energy. The killing formation he set up was something he gleaned from the rebirth martial emperor's memory. An inscription alone was impossible to kill a void transformation martial artist. However, a few inscription formations formed from many inscriptions could definitely kill a void transformation martial artist. Naturally, the lethality of the combination of inscriptions Duanling Tian had inscribed with his current spiritual energy was limited. It could only kill martial artists below the 7th-level void transformation stage. The killing formation Duanling Tian set up could not kill martial artists above the 7th-level void transformation stage. He simply did not have enough strength yet.
The strength of the inscription formation depended on the inscription master's spiritual energy. It was a significant part of the process.
My current spiritual energy is still weak. I can only inscribe a higher-level inscription and inscription formation when my spiritual energy grows more powerful. Duanling Tian sighed inwardly.
However, he knew he was incapable of achieving that right now.
I'll increase the level of the inscription formation when my spiritual energy increases in the future, Duanling Tian mumbled to himself as he glanced at the ice coffin hovering in the air from his control.
Xianxia, let's go, he said to Xianxia and lifted his arm.
The ice coffin looked like it had transformed into a translucent lightning when Duanling Tian moved the ice coffin against the wall of the side palace.
Bang! The airflow rumbled in the ice coffin's wake as a big hole appeared on the wall of the side palace, and Duanling Tian and Xianxia flew out through the hole. Whoosh! 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 Meanwhile, Duanling Tian moved the ice coffin along with him as he flew. Soon after, they disappeared like 3 bolts of lightning before the eyes of the Darkhan dynasty's old princes. The 2 old men's lips twitched when they saw the big hole in the wall. Didn't we strengthen the wall? One of the old men asked. Shock was written all over his face. I heard that even a 9th-level void interpretation martial artist would need at least half an hour to break the wall, the other old man said. He felt a little numb. That makes sense. He's a 6th-level void transformation powerhouse. He's much more powerful than a 9th-level void interpretation martial artist. The two old men had no other choice but to accept the reality before their eyes. All they could do was force a smile on their faces. Whoosh! 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 After the 3 bolts of lightning left the treasure vault in Dark Han Dynasty's imperial palace, they did not leave the imperial city immediately. Instead, they went to the Zhang clan's estate. Big Brother Zhang. Duanling Tian's thunderous voice resounded when they arrived at the Zhang clan's estate. Suddenly, a tremor could be felt at the Zhang clan's estate. Soon after, a silhouette seemingly transformed into lightning before it flew to them. It arrived before Duanling Tian immediately. It was a young man who looked mature. Brother Ling Tian. What happened to Tian Wu? That person was Zhang Shouyong. He noticed the ice coffin hovering next to Duanling Tian as soon as he arrived. It was hard not to notice since the ice coffin was too eye-catching. Who would carry an ice coffin when they traveled? After a while, Zhang Shouyong's expression changed when he saw a familiar figure lying in the ice coffin. Something happened to Tian Wu, so she's in a coma for now. Although Duanling Tian said it casually, Zhang Shouyong knew the matter was not as simple as Duanling Tian made it out to be. However, he did not ask further since Duanling Tian did not explain further. Through the ice coffin, he could see Feng Tian Wu's origin energy had formed a protective layer to defend her from the chill that the ice coffin constantly released. The active origin energy showed that Feng Tian Wu's life breath was still strong. Brother Ling Tian, since you've come all the way to the Zhang clan's estate, why don't you stay for a little while? Zhang Shouyong extended an invitation. Tian Wu can also rest here. It's all right, Big Brother Zhang. The reason I'm here is mainly to ask if you and your wife are planning to return to the Blade Sect. If you are, I can send both of you there since I have to run a few errands anyway. Duanling Tian said hurriedly. He was in a hurry to bring Feng Tian Wu to look for the great treasure the Rebirth Martial Emperor left behind. When he obtained the royal grade resurrection pill the Rebirth Martial Emperor left behind, he might be able to heal Feng Tian Wu's soul. Naturally, this was only a possibility. According to the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memory, one would need a massive amount of royal grade resurrection pills to heal an injured soul. Meanwhile, the Rebirth Martial Emperor only left behind a limited amount of royal grade resurrection pills, and he was not sure if it would be enough. It did not matter to Duanling Tian, he wanted to give it a try anyway. Moreover, the Rebirth Martial Emperor's great treasure was originally his next destination anyway. Brother Ling Tian, Xiong'er and I won't be returning to Blade Sect for now. I want to stay and bring her to each and every corner of Dark Han Dynasty before we travel to the 9 dynasties. Zhang Shouyong wore a smile filled with love when he mentioned Wang Qiong. Duanling Tian nodded. If that's the case, we'll make a move first. Without waiting for Zhang Shouyong's reply, Duanling Tian brought the ice coffin containing Feng Tian Wu and headed toward the northern desert like 3 bolts of lightning along with Xiong Quan. The journey was smooth sailing. Naturally, it was mainly because Duanling Tian, Xiong Quan, and the ice coffin's flying speed were too fast. They realized that Duanling Tian was strong and was not a pushover, so they did not dare to look for trouble. Just like that, Duanling Tian entered the northern desert once again and arrived at the first city he went to when he first came to the foreign lands previously. It was the ancient desert city. It was also the Skywolf Fort's territory. The reason he came to the ancient desert city back then was to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties organized by the Skywolf Fort. Whoosh! A light sound resounded in a spacious restaurant. An ice coffin flew in and floated near a table that was close to the window before everybody's eyes. Meanwhile, 2 individuals appeared before the table. A purple-clad young man took a seat while a middle-aged man stood before the purple-clad man. Is that an ice coffin? The ice coffin looks like it's made from the 10,000-year frost. The purple-clad man must be powerful to be able to find such a huge block of 10,000-year frost to make an ice coffin. The restaurant was filled with the chatters from the customers as they looked at Duanling Tian fearfully. Xiong Quan, take a seat and let's eat, Duanling Tian said to Xiong Quan. Young master, I'm not hungry. Xiong Quan had no intention to sit as he stood respectfully behind Duanling Tian. What? You're not listening to me anymore. Duanling Tian said calmly. Although Duanling Tian's tone was calm, it was like a thunderstorm in Xiongquan's ears. He jumped and sat on the other side of the table without thinking twice.
Subsequently, Xianquan called out to the restaurant waiter and ordered a table full of dishes and wine.
As soon as the dishes arrived, Duanling Tian and Xiongquan began to eat hurriedly. They were done with eating soon after. An ice coffin made of 10,000-year frost. Just when the both of them were about to pay and leave, a voice filled with surprise sounded. A silhouette in the distance began to approach them as it observed the ice coffin floating next to Duanling Tian. That person ignored Duanling Tian completely.
Duanling Tian frowned when he looked at that person.
It was a wealthy-looking middle-aged man. It was apparent that he was not someone with an ordinary background.
The way the man dressed caught Duanling Tian's attention.
He was familiar with the way the man was dressed. There was a badge of a skywolf's head on the man's chest, and the skywolf's eyes were bronze.
He was a skywolf fort's disciple. The most shocking fact was the two old men following behind the middle-aged man. The two old men wore a badge of a skywolf's head on their chests, and the skywolf's eyes were silver.
It was obvious the two old men were skywolf fort's elders. Duanling Tian figured out the skywolf fort's disciple before his eyes was not simple since he was escorted by two skywolf fort's elders, even though he was only a disciple. His background had to be extraordinary at the very least. Xiongquan, let's go. Duanling Tian did not have any intention to stay despite that person's extraordinary background. He took the lead and walked out of the restaurant after calling out to Xiongqian. The ice coffin followed him wherever he went. Such a beauty! The skywolf fort's disciple saw the red-clad lady lying in the ice coffin. His face revealed a lecherous and greedy expression when he saw the red-clad lady's beautiful face. He could not wait to make her his property and slave. Soon after, the skywolf fort's disciple realized that the ice coffin was being pulled by Duanling Tian as he left the restaurant. Hold on! The skywolf fort's disciple suddenly flew out and blocked Duanling Tian's way.
He said coldly, "Brat, put my cousin down if you know your place. Otherwise, you'll die as soon as you take a step out of here." The skywolf fort's disciple sounded so certain that Duanling Tian had kidnapped his cousin.
Cousin? Duanling Tian grinned when he heard the skywolf fort's disciple, since he knew what the man was trying to do. However, he disregarded his words and replied coldly, "Get out!
I'm going to kill you." The skywolf fort's disciple had never been yelled at before. His expression changed as he shouted. The origin energy on his body ran rampant and his concept charged at Duanling Tian.
You're like a mantis attempting to stop a moving car. Duanling Tian only smiled in disdain when faced with the lightning attack from the skywolf fort's disciple. He simply lifted his arm and punched. Whoosh! His punch seemed as though it came from the hand of God. It was as though it had transformed into a heavy hammer when it landed on the skywolf fort's disciple's lower abdomen before he could even touch Duanling Tian's clothes. Bang! A loud thud sounded as the skywolf fort's disciple flew from the punch. The origin energy was completely released from his dantian, similar to a balloon after it was pricked with a needle. Bang! The skywolf fort's disciple fell hard on the ground. He felt a wave of drowsiness and only regained his senses after a while. His face flushed when he realized his dantian was severed by Duanling Tian's punch. There was rage in his eyes as he glared at Duanling Tian. How dare you sever my dantian?
You're so cruel. So cruel.
Cruel. Duanling Tian grinned and did not take it seriously. If he did not suppress the fury within him, the skywolf fort's disciple would have been dead instead of just having his dantian severed. So,
Duanling Tian sent the ice coffin flying out of the restaurant. When Duanling Tian brought Xiongquan along to catch up to the ice coffin, two figures blocked their way.
The two figures were the skywolf fort's elders. Meanwhile, the skywolf fort's disciple was yelling hysterically at the two skywolf fort's elders. Kill him! Kill him! The two skywolf fort's elders' faces had changed dramatically when Duanling Tian severed the skywolf fort's disciple's dantian. They knew they would be in trouble for failing to protect the skywolf fort's disciple.
The skywolf fort's disciple was not an ordinary person.
Both their faces sank when they heard the shouts from the skywolf fort's disciple. Killing intent shot out of their eyes. Without another word, their origin energy surged on their bodies as their concepts followed behind like a shadow. They flew out together and lunged at Duanling Tian. Boom! Boom! Both of the Skywolf Fort's elders were 4th-level Void Transformation martial artists who had comprehended 4th-level Void Transformation concepts. They mobilized their heaven and earth phenomenon to attack without using any spirit weapon. The two elders' palms were filled with origin energy as it slapped toward Duanling Tian. It looked as though it covered the sky and earth. Each of them had thousands of ancient horned dragons silhouette above their head as they charged at Duanling Tian in an imposing manner. Boom! 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 The sound of air explosion reverberated in the air and caused a strong gust of wind to wreak havoc in the restaurant. He dared to offend the people from Skywolf Fort in ancient desert city. This young man will surely die. The Skywolf Fort's disciple, whose dantian was severed, has 2 Skywolf Fort's elders following and protecting him. His status is obviously not simple. I'm afraid he's out of luck. With his age, he's not a match for 2 Skywolf Fort's elders. Everyone's robes were fluttering because of the wind. Several people with lower cultivation base even had to squint their eyes. Most of them looked at Duanling Tian with a hint of pity in their eyes. However, the pity in their eyes completely vanished in the next moment. It was replaced by shock and amazement. Bang! Bang! 2 thunderous explosions sounded in everyone's ears. Following that, they saw the purple-clad youth had met the palms of the Skywolf Fort's elders that contained more than 1,000 ancient horned dragons' strength with both his palms. It looked as though it had transformed into 2 bolts of lightning. Shortly after, both his palms landed on the Skywolf Fort's elders' lower abdomens before their attacks could even reach him. The dantian was also located in the lower abdomen. Both of the Skywolf Fort's elders flew like an arrow that had been shot out before they landed with a loud bang. They were rolling around painfully as they broke out in cold sweat. My origin energy! My origin energy! You're so cruel! You're so cruel! Everyone heard the almost hysterical screams from the 2 Skywolf Fort's elders. Did he sever the 2 Skywolf Fort's elders' dantians as well? Everyone in the restaurant was stunned. After they recovered from the shock, they only felt a scalp-numbing chill. Their gaze toward Duanling Tian had completely changed after that. That young man, who looked 25 years old at most, possessed enough strength to sever the dantians of the 2 Skywolf Fort's elders in just a move. They were truly shocked. After the attack, Duanling Tian walked out of the restaurant indifferently. He did not even spare a glance at the 2 Skywolf Fort's elders. The onlookers in the restaurant avoided him and made way for him when he walked by with Xianxia trailing behind him. After Duanling Tian left the restaurant, he brought Xianxia and the ice coffin with him as they flew out of ancient desert city. They disappeared from the sky in just a blink of an eye. Soon after Duanling Tian had left, a figure materialized out of thin air at the entrance of the restaurant and entered the restaurant like a bolt of lightning. What happened? The person who came was a noble-looking old man. His face changed drastically when he saw the 3 people from Skywolf Fort were lying on the floor. It's Skywolf Fort's Vice Fort Master. At this moment, the people in the restaurant saw the badge of a Skywolf's head on the old man's chest. The Skywolf's golden eyes revealed the old man's identity. In the Skywolf Fort, apart from the elusive Fort Master, there were only 5 Vice Fort Masters who were qualified to wear that badge. Vice Fort Master. The 2 Skywolf Fort's elders helped each other up and stood before the old man. Their heads were hung low in shame. Humph! The old man snorted and glared at the 2 Skywolf Fort's elders before he stepped forward to help the Skywolf Fort's disciple up. Jeaner, are you all right? Uncle! Avenge me! Avenge me! The Skywolf Fort's disciple said with grief and indignation. It was as though he had seen his lifesaver when he saw the old man. It's Vice Fort Master Luo Fu. Someone in the restaurant recognized the old man. Vice Fort Master Luo Fu? The one whose status in the Skywolf Fort is only below the elusive Fort Master? The one who's the strongest among the 5 Skywolf Fort's Vice Fort Masters. That's him. I've long guessed the Skywolf Fort's disciple status is not ordinary since he's protected by the 2 Skywolf Fort's elders. but I didn't think he would be Vice Fort Master Luo Fu's nephew. That young man is too daring. He actually severed the dantian of Vice Fort Master Luo Fu's nephew.
Everyone in the restaurant had learned of the old man's identity and the identity of the Skywolf Fort's disciple whose dantian was severed. They were all shocked.
Jeaner, your dantian is severed? Upon hearing the hushed discussion among the groups of people in the restaurant, Luo Fu's face changed dramatically. He quickly sent origin energy into the body of the person before him for a test, and he quickly confirmed it. Who did this? Luo Fu's eyes turned cold as energy rolled off his body. For a time, a strong gust of wind raged in the restaurant again. This time, a few people with lower cultivation base were even blown away. I don't know, the Skywolf Fort's disciple said with a gloomy face as he shook his head. However, he won't be far. Who?
Luo Fu vanished into thin air before everyone's eyes after the Skywolf Fort's disciple finished his sentence. North of ancient desert city,
Duanling Tian continued on his journey with the ice coffin and Xianxia. He could have left the ice coffin containing Feng Tianwu behind and returned to her after he obtained the royal grade resurrection pill in the rebirth Martial Emperor's great treasure. However, Duanling Tian did not feel comfortable leaving the ice coffin behind. He only felt reassured if he could see the ice coffin. Tianwu was in this state because of him. He did not want her to suffer any more harm.
And Duanling Tian suddenly narrowed his eyes. He halted his movement as though he had sensed something.
Young master, what's wrong? Xianxia looked at Duanling Tian in confusion. In the next moment, Xianxia got his answer before Duanling Tian could answer him. Who? A gust of wind blew in front of him as a figure materialized out of thin air. It was an old man. He's really strong. Xianxia's eyes narrowed. The old man had to be strong to be able to materialize out of thin air.
He thought it was logical since they were in the foreign lands. He would not be able to catch the movement of martial artists above the void interpretation stage.
Duanling Tian? It's you. The old man was Luo Fu, who had chased him all the way from the ancient desert city. He was the strongest among the 5 Skywolf Fort's vice fort masters.
He had asked around outside the restaurant before he gave chase to the person who severed his nephew's dantian. However, he did not expect the person who severed his nephew's dantian would be Duanling Tian. Skywolf Fort's vice fort master? Duanling Tian raised an eyebrow when he saw the old man before him.
He was the only Skywolf Fort's vice fort master who did not hunt him down. They had even met at entrance number 2 at the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. He was strongest among all 5 Skywolf Fort's vice fort masters. Luo Fu.
Duanling Tian, why did you sever my nephew's dantian? Luo Fu asked quietly after he took a deep breath.
If it was someone else who had severed his nephew's dantian, he would have killed them immediately. However, the one who stood before him was Duanling Tian. Your nephew? Duanling Tian was stunned for a moment. You mean that Skywolf Fort's disciple?
Duanling Tian finally understood what was going on.
He did wonder why a mere Skywolf Fort's disciple was protected by 2 Skywolf Fort's elders.
He had speculated that the other party's background was not simple.
The fact proved that he was right. That Skywolf Fort's disciple was the nephew of the Skywolf Fort's vice fort master Luo Fu.
Since he's your nephew, I'm sure you know him well. Who do you think started the conflict? Duanling Tian asked calmly.
Luo Fu was rendered speechless when he heard that. Naturally, he knew his nephew had been feeling discontented ever since he arrived at the Skywolf Fort 20 years ago. No matter what, your strength far surpassed him. He doesn't pose a threat to you or the people around you. Don't you think you've gone too far by severing his dantian? Luo Fu asked in a low voice.
Too far? Duanling Tian's eyes gleamed coldly as he narrowed them.
He enunciated each word properly as he said, if someone spoke freely about harassing your woman, what would you do? Luo Fu's face changed slightly. At this moment, he noticed the ice coffin hovering next to Duanling Tian. The figure in the ice coffin caught his attention. It was a beautiful red-clad woman. Feng Tianwu,
the Blade Sect's disciple.
Although he was not in charge of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties hosted by Skywolf Fort, he had heard of Feng Tianwu after the competition. He even saw her outside of entrance number 2 at the Martial Emperor's secret treasure.
He knew Feng Tianwu was close to Duanling Tian.
"Did North Nether Sex Feng Tong find you?" Luo Fu suddenly said. It seemed as though he had changed the topic without any reason.
Naturally, without a reason was only applicable to Duanling Tian. Luo Fu had deliberated for a long time before he asked such a question.
All of it was built on the premise that he had intended to kill Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian was supported by Miss Xuanai, who had a mysterious background. Unless he could kill Duanling Tian without leaving any traces behind, he did not dare to challenge Duanling Tian if he still wanted to live. Today, he finally had the chance to kill Duanling Tian without leaving any proof behind. Perhaps there were a lot of people at the restaurant who knew about the conflict between his nephew and Duanling Tian. However, none of them knew the other party was Duanling Tian. He had also only learned that the person who destroyed his nephew's cultivation was Duanling Tian after he caught up to him.
Barring any unforeseen circumstances, no one would know if he killed Duanling Tian now.
He asked such an abrupt question because he was worried he had missed something. Some time ago, the North Nether Sex martial monarch powerhouse, Feng Tong, came to Skywolf Fort and asked all 5 vice fort masters, including him, about Duanling Tian's origin.
Throughout the entire process, he could feel the cold killing intent from Feng Tong's eyes.
The killing intent was so strong. It was as though he wanted to shred Duanling Tian into pieces, grind his bones and scatter the powder. Unless, back when they were in the Martial Emperor's secret treasure, Duanling Tian did not only kill the disciples from Izumo sect, he also killed the North Nether Sect's disciples.
And now people from the North Nether sect are seeking revenge? This was his first thought. The more he thought about it, the more certain he became.
In his opinion, Duanling Tian would certainly die, providing the powerhouses from North Nether Sect managed to find him in Darkhan Dynasty, since the North Nether Sect's martial monarch powerhouse had personally come to confront him.
However, Duanling Tian had survived. That was why he wanted to confirm a matter.
Did Duanling Tian meet the North Nether Sect's martial monarch powerhouse, Feng Tong? If they had met, then there was no doubt Duanling Tian had a powerhouse hiding behind him and protecting him. Otherwise, he would not survive an encounter with the North Nether Sect's martial monarch powerhouse. Duanling Tian could be considered lucky if he did not meet them. He would also be able to kill Duanling Tian without leaving any traces behind to avenge his nephew.
He had to be careful on this matter.
It was very likely he would fall into a bottomless abyss if any accident occurred.
I hope it's the latter, Luo Fu thought to himself and stared at Duanling Tian intently as he waited for Duanling Tian's reply.
Senior Feng Tong from North Nether Sect didn't go looking for you? Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed, and his face darkened when he heard Luo Fu's question. Those 2 from the North Nether Sect learned the location of my hometown from the Skywolf Fort? Those 2 from North Nether Sect.
2 people.
Luo Fu confirmed his suspicion when he heard Duanling Tian's words. Duanling Tian must have met the North Nether Sect's martial monarch powerhouse. Otherwise, he would not have known there was another person who followed the North Nether Sect's martial monarch powerhouse to Skywolf Fort.
If Duanling Tian did not meet the 2 individuals from North Nether Sect, how would he know there were 2 of them? However, Duanling Tian's cold voice made Luo Fu's heart skip a beat. He hurriedly added, they had previously learned about your origin from Blade Sect. They only came to Skywolf Fort for further confirmation.
Luo Fu used Blade Sect as an excuse.
He was really worried Duanling Tian would sick the hidden powerhouse who was not even afraid of the North Nether Sect's martial monarch powerhouse on him. If that happened, he would definitely die.
Hang! Duanling Tian snorted coldly and stared at Luo Fu before he continued flying north. Show! Duanling Tian brought Xiongquan and the ice coffin containing Feng Tianwu with him. Luo Fu broke out in cold sweat and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the 3 silhouettes disappearing in the north direction. His face revealed the fear he felt in his heart. Luckily, the hidden powerhouse did not strike again.
Luo Fu moved and disappeared from where he was and headed toward the ancient desert city after he was done muttering to himself.
Show! Duanling Tian flew north at full speed. He only slowed down after half an hour. Regarding his previous encounter, he had some lingering fear in his heart even though he was not completely afraid. He was a little nervous because he knew Luo Fu was number 1 among the 5 Skywolf Fort's vice fort masters. His strength was far from what Duan Tian could handle. He would only be able to kill the other party if he risked using the Devil Seal tablet. He did not mind using the Devil Seal tablet to protect Tian Wu, even if it meant he would lose control of his emotion and potentially turn into a devil. Tian Wu sacrificed her life for me. It's not a big deal for me, Duan Tian, to turn into a devil for her sake. Duan Tian thought to himself. She almost died for me. I could be a devil for her sake without any regret and complaint. Naturally, he would not use the Devil Seal tablet if he could avoid it. When thought about how he was able to escape without using the Devil Seal tablet, he could not help but feel a lingering fear in his heart. North Nether Sex Feng Tong could be considered as having unknowingly saved me. Duan Tian thought to himself. Imagine that. If Feng Tong knew about Duan Tian's encounter in the Netherworld, and how he had indirectly saved Duan Tian, he would certainly vomit more than 3 liters of blood from anger. Xiong Quan could not suppress his curiosity any longer. He stared at Duan Tian as he asked, "Young master, where are we going now?" "We can't go to the place we're supposed to go yet. The pressing matter is to find a detailed map of Cloud Continent," Duan Tian said. The largest map of Cloud Continent that he had seen so far only covered the northern desert and the area surrounding the northern desert. If one was to compare that area with the entire Cloud Continent, it was merely a corner that was not even worth mentioning. Duan Tian would not be able to determine the location of the great treasure the rebirth Martial Emperor left behind from a map like that. What he needed to do now was to find a more complete map. At that time, he would be able to determine the exact location of the great treasure the rebirth Martial Emperor left behind and obtain the treasure. Xiang Quan nodded even though he did not fully understand what Duan Tian meant. Northern Desert, if we can't find what we want, then we can only continue heading north, Duan Tian said again. Currently, he did not know which corner on Cloud Continent he was at. However, he figured the general location of the central area of Cloud Continent should be at the north of the northern desert. The only thing he was uncertain about was if it was northeast or northwest. Duan Tian brought Xiong Quan along and towed the ice coffin north. During the journey, Duan Tian would stop and enter every city he encountered to find a map of the entire Cloud Continent. On the other hand, Luo Fu, the strongest among the 5 Skywolf Fort's vice fort masters, re-entered the ancient desert city and returned to that restaurant. He did not say anything and left the restaurant along with his nephew and the 2 Skywolf Fort's elders to return to the Skywolf Fort's encampment. "Uncle, how did it go? Did you kill him?" Luo Jin asked as he looked at Luo Fu expectantly. Luo Fu sighed when he heard that. Luo Jin's face changed dramatically and he quickly said, "Uncle, did you not catch up to him? He must have changed direction and escaped at the very last minute. That's despicable." "I caught up to him," Luo Fu said. "Caught up?" At this moment, even the 2 other Skywolf Fort's elders looked at Luo Fu with a confused expression. They wanted to know why Luo Fu sighed earlier. Did Luo Fu kill that purple-clad young man or not? "Yes, I caught up to him." Luo Fu nodded before he immediately shook his head under Luo Jin and the 2 Skywolf Fort's elders' expectant gaze. "However, I did not kill him." Luo Jin's face changed immediately, and discontentment showed in his eyes when he heard Luo Fu's words. The 2 Skywolf Fort's elders frowned. They were faintly aware that things sounded somewhat suspicious. As far as they knew, the Skywolf Fort's vice fort master was not a benevolent or soft-hearted person. Besides, his nephew's Dantian was destroyed. He caught up to the assailant but did not kill him? Something just did not sound right to them. "Why?" Luo Jin looked at Luo Fu disgruntledly as he said in anger, "Uncle, why didn't you kill him? Why?" If someone else spoke to him in that tone, Luo Fu, the strongest among the 5 Skywolf Fort's vice fort masters, would have killed him. However, that person was his only relative in this world. He was his sister's son. "Jeaner, it's not that Uncle didn't kill him. It's because Uncle couldn't kill him and also didn't dare to kill him." Luo Fu sighed and explained his doubts. At the same time, he revealed Duan Tian's identity to them. "What? He's Duan Tian." The 2 Skywolf Fort's elders' faces changed dramatically. "Duan Tian, They were not a stranger to this name.
Previously, Duanling Tian won the first place in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties that was organized by Skywolf Fort. However, Duanling Tian did not stay at the Skywolf Fort. Originally, the name Duanling Tian had been forgotten. However, a message they received not too long ago had shocked them. The 20 most outstanding youths from Skywolf Fort were all killed by Duanling Tian. In the beginning, they thought it was just a rumor.
However, they did not see the 20 most outstanding youths from Skywolf Fort even after some time had passed. It was as though they had disappeared into thin air. At that time, they began to doubt the accuracy of that so-called rumor.
Uncle, he's just Duanling Tian. Can't you kill him?
Back then, he became famous through the martial competition of the 10 dynasties organized by us, the Skywolf Fort. However, he turned around to join the Blade Sect. Damn it! Luo Jin did not expect the person who ruined his cultivation was Duanling Tian.
He could not help but immediately gnash his teeth in anger.
Duanling Tian was no stranger to him.
Naturally, I want to kill him as well. However, you are just aware of one aspect of this matter and are ignorant of the other. The reason for this is a long story.
All in all of you have to treat what happened today as if it did not happen. Luo Fu also felt depressed in his heart, but he was worried about the hidden powerhouse supporting Duanling Tian. It was because of that powerhouse that he did not attack Duanling Tian.
In his opinion, that powerhouse's strength had to be comparable to the North Nether Sect's martial monarch powerhouse. In fact, he was probably a martial monarch powerhouse too. Even the entire Skywolf Fort was no match for that. After Luo Fu finished saying that, he turned and flew off without waiting for a reply from Luo Jin and the 2 Skywolf Fort's elders. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared before Luo Jin and the others' eyes as though he was never there to begin with. Hey! The 2 Skywolf Fort's elders sighed as they looked at each other and left as well.
Even the Vice Fort Master could not avenge them. They would not be able to take revenge on their own.
Only Luo Jin was left.
Treat this as if it did not happen? Luo Fu's word before he left echoed in Luo Jin's mind. His face was gloomy and bitter. Impossible. Even if I have to return to that man's family and use his commitment to me, I still won't let Duanling Tian go. I, Luo Jin, will risk everything to let you, Duanling Tian, die without a burial place. Luo Jin muttered. A terrifying coldness gleamed in his eyes as though he wanted to devour everyone. Naturally, Duanling Tian was not aware of all that. All the way up in the north, Duanling Tian had arrived at the northern district of the Northern Desert. This was the region where North Nether Sect was the strongest.
Soon after, Duanling Tian arrived in the last city of the northern district of the Northern Desert. He kept searching for maps relevant to the Cloud Continent.
Inside the city, in a bookstore. Shopkeeper, the area your map covers is too small. Do you have any map that covers a larger area? Duanling Tian asked the shopkeeper of the bookstore.
Mister, this is the biggest map I have in store. The shopkeeper smiled bitterly.
Duanling Tian felt disappointed when he heard the shopkeeper's words. He turned around and walked out, ready to meet Xiong who was waiting for him outside the city so they could continue heading north. Mister! When Duanling Tian was about to cross the threshold of the bookstore's entrance, he heard a voice calling out to him from behind. Duanling Tian came to a halt and looked at the source of the voice. It was the shopkeeper who had stopped him. He curiously asked, "Is there anything else, shopkeeper?" "Mister, I heard some time ago that the second elder from Zheng family had obtained a map that covers the Ruoshui River. Maybe you can go to him," the shopkeeper said. Ruoshui River? Duanling Tian's eyes brightened. Naturally, he was no stranger to Ruoshui River.
It was the river that separated the Cloud Continent to the outer land and the inner land. The inner land was also known as the central area of Cloud Continent. There were many powerhouses and void transformation martial artists were everywhere. Void interpretation martial artists were as common as dogs.
In that place, second-rate forces were nothing, let alone third-rate forces. Third-rate forces served as cannon fodders there. They were not even worth mentioning. In my memory, the rebirth martial emperor hid the great treasure in the inner land by the Ruoshui River. If I know the specific location of Ruoshui River and my current position, It shouldn't be hard to find the great treasure left behind by the rebirth martial emperor. Duan Lingtian was moved. Shopkeeper, that Zhang family is from this city? Duan Lingtian asked.
Yes. The shopkeeper nodded. However, as the top inscription master of the city, second elder of Zhang family has a weird temperament. I'm afraid it's not going to be easy to get the map from him.
Inscription master?
A sneer hung on the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth. After Duan Lingtian left the bookstore, he followed the shopkeeper's instruction and successfully arrived at the entrance of the Zhang family's estate. Zhang family was considered one of the top family in the city. According to the rumor, there was a 9th-level void transformation martial artist in the family. That person's strength was only second to most of the third-rate forces in the northern desert.
I'm looking for Zhang Wei. In front of the entrance to the Zhang family's estate, Duan Lingtian was unsurprisingly stopped by some Zhang family's disciples. He was not annoyed. He merely stated his intention with a faint smile on his face. Zhang Wei was the second elder of Zhang family. Looking for the second elder? Who are you? Our second elder usually doesn't meet guests. One of the Zhang family's disciples looked at Duan Lingtian cautiously.
You mean outsiders?
I'm different. I'm a friend of your second elder, Duan Lingtian said with a grin. He was prepared for this.
A good friend?
After Duan Lingtian said that, a few of the Zhang family's disciples sized Duan Lingtian up before their faces changed. Presumptuous. How could a youngster like you be friends with the second elder? Get lost.
Trying to trick the Zhang family, you really don't know what's good for you.
Hurry up and leave before you cross the point of no return. The Fusing family's disciples looked at Duan Lingtian warily, as though they were facing a formidable enemy. What?
You don't believe I am a friend of your second elder? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. When he raised his hands, he retrieved a dozen mid-grade origin stones and began inscribing inscriptions on it. His movements were very elegant.
He's inscribing inscription. A few Zhang family's disciples were shocked. They were still in shock when they realized the purple-clad youth before them had waved his arm and sent the mid-grade origin stones flying toward them. Oh no! The expression on their faces changed drastically.
The moment when they saw the origin stones fall by their feet, they saw a flash before their eyes. It was as though they were transported to another dimension where they could not see anything. They did not know how much time had passed when they saw another flash, and they discovered they were back at the entrance of the Zhang family's estate. What happened? They stared at each other. For a time, they could not react to what had just happened. Oh no!
That purple-clad young man is gone.
He didn't break in, did he? No. We must hurry and report this to the patriarch. 3 of the Zhang family's disciples acted as though they had encountered a formidable enemy. We don't have to go. The remaining Zhang family's disciple shook his head and stopped the 3 disciples. That person should be a friend of the second elder.
And the 3 disciples heard his words and looked at him with a puzzled expression. How do you know that? You all know that I usually study the art of inscription. Although my attainment of the inscription Tao is ordinary, my judgment is still pretty good.
His face turned solemn as he said earlier that young man inscribed inscriptions on a dozen origin stones in just a short time and created an illusory formation at our feet.
He seized the opportunity when we were confused by the illusory formation and entered the Zhang family's compound.
However, an illusory formation formed by a dozen of origin stones usually have insufficient force. It'll collapse on its own in just a short time. That's why we were freed from the illusory formation. The disciples' words were logical. What?
He inscribed inscriptions on a dozen origin stones and created an illusory formation that affected us?
How long did he take to do that?
For a time, the 3 of them were shocked.
It was true they were not familiar with the art of inscription.
However, as the saying went, even if one has not tasted pork, one should have seen a pig run. I'm afraid even the second elder would find it difficult to create an inscription formation that could affect us in such a short time. One of the disciples gulped.
That youngster's attainment of the inscription Tao seems to be higher than the second elder.
An inscription master like that must be the second elder's friend. Soon after, the Fusing family's disciples no longer doubted the identity of the purple-clad youth.
However, they were still a little surprised. How could there be such a young inscription master? Maybe he's a demon. They heaved a sigh of relief after a while. After Duan Ling Tian confused the Zhang family's disciples at the entrance with an illusory formation created by inscriptions on a dozen mid-grade origin stones, he entered the Zhang family's estate. Along the way, Duan Ling Tian asked for the location of the second elder from the maids and servants. Although the maids and servants knew Duan Ling Tian was a stranger, they thought he was a guest, judging by the casual and unhurried way he walked around the Zhang family's estate. Duan Ling Tian followed their instruction and arrived at the mansion where the second elder lived. It was a mansion within the estate, and the door was wide open. There was a disheveled old man leaning against the door with a wine gourd in his hands. When Duan Ling Tian approached him, the disheveled old man put down the wine gourd in his hands. His flashing eyes were instantly locked on Duan Ling Tian. 7th level void transformation? Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. His spiritual energy discovered the old man's cultivation in just an instant. Duan Ling Tian did not have any malicious intent toward the disheveled old man holding a wine gourd. He could still remember back then at the ancient city of Everlast, Zhang Shouyong was as disheveled, and he similarly held a wine gourd in his hands. The disheveled old man gave Duan Ling Tian a sense of familiarity. "Who are you? Why are you here?" The disheveled old man opened his mouth to ask when he saw Duan Ling Tian approaching the mansion he was guarding. His voice was calm, but it was cold. "I'm here for Zheng Wei," Duan Ling Tian said faintly. "Zheng Wei." The disheveled old man's face fell when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He shouted in his deep voice, "My owner's name isn't something a boy like you can simply say. Boy, you're not welcome here." "Am I not welcome here?" Duan Ling Tian said with a grin. He disregarded the disheveled old man's words and continued walking toward him and the entrance of the mansion within the estate. His purple robe fluttered like purple flames with every step he took. He exuded a terrifying aura. The disheveled old man's face fell when he saw Duan Ling Tian had ignored his words. He picked up the wine gourd and poured a mouthful of alcohol into his mouth. However, he did not swallow it and just kept it in his mouth. Suddenly, a voice transmission pierced through Duan Ling Tian's ears and stunned him. "Leave." The disheveled old man took advantage of the moment Duan Ling Tian was stunned and made his move. So, he opened his mouth and spat out the alcohol he had just poured into his mouth. The alcohol shot out of his mouth and seemed as though it had transformed into a swift and sharp arrow. When it flew out, a flame raged and soared on the arrow as it headed straight for Duan Ling Tian. It turned into a fire arrow with a great momentum. It was as though it would not stop until Duan Ling Tian was killed. The heaven and earth spirit energy stirred above his head and formed the heaven and earth phenomenon. 1,800 ancient horned dragons silhouette materialized out of thin air and charged at Duan Ling Tian with their teeth and claws bared. 7th level void transformation. 7th level advanced fire concept. The former was equivalent to 1,000 ancient horned dragons' strength. The latter was equivalent to 800 ancient horned dragons' strength. Naturally, the 1,000 ancient horned dragons' strength was not the disheveled old man's full strength. He had obviously held back. After all, a 7th level void transformation martial artist like him would not have just comprehended one concept. In his opinion, the strength he displayed should be sufficient to deal with the boy who thought too highly of his own abilities. Nevertheless, the disheveled old man soon discovered how wrong he was. Outrageously wrong. "How's that possible?" the disheveled old man muttered to himself. A hint of amazement could be heard in his voice. He thought he saw the fire arrow pierce Duan Ling Tian. He looked despondently at the scene before him in shock. In the distance, he could see his attack had been immediately negated. The 1,800 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons had also vanished. Earlier, Duan Ling Tian did not seem like he was aware of the alcohol that turned into an arrow as he continued walking toward the disheveled old man. He only made a move when the fire arrow was in close proximity and was about to pierce his chest. "Who?" He raised his arm with lightning-quick speed and pointed a finger to counter the arrow that contained the strength of 1,800 ancient horned dragons. The condensed power shot out of his finger and destroyed the arrow formed from alcohol as easily as breaking a branch off a dead tree. Boom! A loud explosion sounded as Duan Ling Tian negated the disheveled old man's attack with just a finger. From the beginning until the end, Duanling Tian moved as fast as lightning. Even the heaven and earth energy was not fully mobilized, let alone the heaven and earth phenomenon.
Duanling Tian struck so quickly that even the disheveled old man could not see it clearly. That was why the disheveled old man felt amazed. "Who the hell are you?" The disheveled old man suddenly straightened his back and stepped forward. He looked at Duanling Tian solemnly. "Why are you looking for my master?" "I'm a nameless person who wants to borrow something from him to read," Duanling Tian said faintly.
When Duanling Tian stopped speaking, his feet moved and he instantly transformed into a hurricane. He disappeared before the disheveled old man's eyes like lightning, causing the disheveled old man's face to change dramatically.
He hurriedly entered the mansion behind him to give chase to Duanling Tian. In the spacious mansion within the estate, the front yard was filled with flowers and plants. There was a gazebo in the middle. A gray-clad old man stood there with his brows furrowed. He seemed to be deep in thought. And the gray-clad old man suddenly frowned and looked in the direction of the gazebo as though he had sensed something. He did not know when, but a purple figure stood there. The gray-clad old man was a little surprised when he saw the purple-clad youth. The other party's speed was so fast that he could only react when the other party was standing before him. This undoubtedly showed the other party's hidden strength.
Additionally, the other party managed to break into his mansion. This meant he managed to evade his brother's watch. His old brother's strength was not any weaker than his. "Are you a demon?" the gray-clad old man asked.
The purple-clad youth who broke in was Duanling Tian. When he heard the old man's question, he responded with a question of his own. "You think I look like a demon?"
When the gray-clad old man heard that, he stiffened. His gaze sharpened and he asked with a hint of surprise in his voice, "You're not a demon?" The purple-clad youth looked like he was around 25 years old. If he was a human and not a demon, his real age should not be more than 30 years old.
He was able to discern at least that much after living for so many years.
However, he still felt it was a little inconceivable for someone who was under the age of 30 to possess such strength.
Even the strongest person among the younger generation from a second-rate force in the northern district of the northern desert like Su Qing from the North Nether sect did not possess such strength at the age of 37.
That was part of the reason why he thought the other party was a demon. Based on his strength and appearance, it was no surprise that people would think he was a demon. Whether I'm a demon or not is insignificant.
"The reason I came to you is to borrow something from you to peruse." Duanling Tian did not answer the gray-clad old man, second elder of the Zhang family's question. He just bluntly stated his intention for coming here. "Master!" The disheveled old man finally arrived. He stood in front of Zheng Wei as though he was willing to be his shield. "I don't know what you want to borrow," Zheng Wei said with narrowed eyes. His expression was calm.
"I heard you obtained a map that covers the Ruoshui River not too long ago. I came to borrow the map so I can study it. I'll need 20 breaths at the most to study it. I'll return it to you when I'm done," Duanling Tian said bluntly. He did not beat around the bush. Zheng Wei and the disheveled old man was stunned when they heard Duanling Tian's words.
They did not expect Duanling Tian would come all the way here just to borrow and study a map.
"So you came for the map?" Zheng Wei regained his senses after a while. He smiled as he shook his head. "This is a small matter to me. It's not even worth mentioning. Although it doesn't matter if it's a big or small matter, it means you'll owe me a favor since you want to borrow and study my map."
"If I borrow you the map and let you study it, how will you return the favor?" Zheng Wei said as he looked at Duanling Tian with a hint of interest in his eyes. Naturally, his words did not reflect what he felt in his heart. He just wanted to see how the young powerhouse before him would respond. It was easy for him to borrow a map he had in possession for 20 breaths' time. It was not a difficult matter. However, he had to make things a little difficult since the other party had broken into his mansion. "Favor." Duanling Tian was not surprised when he heard his words. He seemed to be prepared for this.
He calmly said, "I heard you have a high attainment in the art of inscription. Let's do it like this. You borrow me the map to study for 20 breaths' time, and I'll answer a difficult problem regarding the art of inscription for you."
Duanling Tian's statement was said extremely casually. Zheng Wei could not help but feel stunned when he heard his words. Are you qualified to discuss the art of inscription with my master?" My master's attainment in the art of inscription in the entire northern desert is only comparable to the two inscription masters from North Nether sect and Anika sect. You mentioning the art of inscription before my master is like teaching a fish how to swim. It's preposterous.
The disheveled old man mocked him before Zheng Wei even had a chance to open his mouth. In the northern desert, there are only two inscription masters comparable to him? Duanling Tian smiled in disdain after he heard the disheveled old man's words. You're looking at the sky from the bottom of a well.
Looking at the sky from the bottom of a well.
Duanling Tian's words angered the disheveled old man. His face turned red as the origin energy combined with fire concept on him stirred. However, he did not make a move to strike him.
He did not dare to make a move. He had experienced Duanling Tian's strength, and it could easily defeat him. In his opinion, only the first elder who was at the 9th level void transformation and had comprehended the 9th level void transformation concept was a match for him. You seem to be very confident about your attainment in the art of inscription. In that case, please enlighten me. Zheng Wei was sincerely convinced of the purple-clad youth's strength.
However, the purple-clad youth had stated and questioned his attainment in the art of inscription. It made him a little angry and annoyed. He had devoted his life to studying the art of inscription, and he thought his attainment was high in this regard.
At the very least, he had never met anyone that could defeat him in the art of inscription. That was why he was very confident about his attainment in the art of inscription. However, someone had questioned his attainment in the art of inscription today. He could hardly sit still.
Enlighten you? Duanling Tian shook his head after he heard Zhang Wei's words.
What's wrong?
You were boasting so loudly earlier. Now that my master allows you to enlighten him, you don't dare. The disheveled old man seized the opportunity to ridicule Duanling Tian. Even Zhang Wei's gaze when he looked at Duanling Tian contained a hint of disdain. It was apparent he shared the same thought with the disheveled old man. Did I say I don't dare to do it?
Duanling Tian glanced at the disheveled old man with a blank face before he turned and looked at Zheng Wei. He said calmly, I'll borrow and study the map for 20 breaths. In return, I'll solve one difficult problem you've encountered in the art of inscription.
As for enlightening you, that's impossible.
I don't make unprofitable deals, Duanling Tian said in one breath. He had emphasized the word, deals. Duanling Tian's statement was clear.
He would answer one of Zheng Wei's question in the art of inscription, but he would not enlighten him any more than that. He would not make unprofitable deals.
At this moment, Zheng Wei finally realized what Duanling Tian meant when he shook his head. As it turned out, the other party was not afraid. He merely thought he would lose out if he enlightened him. Everyone can brag. The disheveled old man sneered since he thought Duanling Tian was bragging.
However, Duanling Tian ignored him and looked at Zheng Wei. He calmly said, okay, you can ask me a difficult problem you've encountered in Inscription Dao. I'll give you an answer now. Zheng Wei saw the confidence in Duanling Tian's face. He could not help but feel a little shaken. Was this young man an inscription master?
Did he bark up the wrong tree? His eyes brightened when he thought of a problem that had plagued him for many years. He asked bluntly, I'm not sure if you've heard of the circular shield inscription formation?
Circular shield inscription formation. Duanling Tian raised an eyebrow and slowly opened his mouth to speak. Circular shield inscription formation is a defense-type inscription formation.
One should be able to inscribe and set it up as long as their spiritual energy has reached the void transformation or above. This inscription formation isn't that difficult.
Circular shield inscription formation was not difficult for Duanling Tian, who had the memory of the rebirth martial emperor from his 2 lives.
In fact, he did not even use the circular shield inscription formation when he was setting up a defensive inscription formation on the ice coffin that Feng Tianwu slept in. He had used a better defensive inscription formation instead.
It isn't difficult?
Zheng Wei knew Duanling Tian's attainment on the inscription Dao was high as soon as he heard Duanling Tian describing the circular shield formation in such an orderly way.
When he heard the last part of Duanling Tian's statement, the corner of his mouth twitched. After all, he was currently troubled by the circular shield inscription formation.
More accurately, he was troubled by one of the inscription formation within the many inscriptions that formed a circular shield inscription formation.
Why?
As the top inscription master in the northern desert, don't tell me you're not able to set up a circular shield inscription formation. Duanling Tian asked in jest as he looked at Zheng Wei. There's one inscription that I've yet to master. Zheng Wei smiled in embarrassment. Is it the Earth Formation? Duanling Tian asked again. The disheveled old man's expression remained unchanged. But Zheng Wei's face changed as soon as he heard Duanling Tian's words. He was shocked as he asked, You? How do you know? At this moment, he finally realized the purple-clad youth before him might have a high attainment in the inscription Dao.
Duanling Tian snorted coolly. Earth Formation. It's not difficult for you to inscribe it. But if you want to perfectly fuse it into a circular shield inscription formation, you'll need some technique. If you can't control it properly, it's almost impossible to perfectly fuse the Earth Formation with a circular shield inscription formation. Earth Formation is the core of a circular shield inscription formation. If you can't even do this, it's impossible for you to set up a circular shield inscription formation, Duanling Tian said in one breath. Please enlighten me, Master.
Halfway through Duanling Tian's speech, Zheng Wei's face changed. It was filled with awe as he stared at Duanling Tian with a burning gaze and waited for Duanling Tian's enlightenment. At that moment, he was completely convinced. He knew the young man who looked extremely young possessed real abilities and was not trying to mislead people by trying to be mysterious. How's that possible? The disheveled old man who was standing at the side narrowed his eyes immediately. He was surprised as he looked disbelievingly at the purple-clad youth standing before him. He did not expect the young man whose strength far surpassed him would have such attainment in the inscription Dao that he could even convince his master of his ability. I will only say it once so you'll have to remember it.
It's not difficult to fuse the Earth Formation perfectly with a circular shield inscription formation as long you use spiritual energy. Duanling Tian told Zheng Wei the solution one by one.
As for whether Zheng Wei could understand it or not, that was something beyond his control. Zheng Wei was lost in his thought after he heard Duanling Tian's words. Map! However, Duanling Tian immediately broke his concentration since he did not plan to wait for him. Zheng Wei's face fell when he was interrupted. He would usually get extremely annoyed if his thoughts were interrupted. However, the annoyance on his face disappeared and was replaced with awe when he saw the person who interrupted his thought process.
Master, this is the map.
Following that, he hurriedly retrieved the map he had obtained a while ago and handed it over to Duanling Tian.
He furrowed his brows once again and fell deep into his thoughts after he handed the map over to Duanling Tian.
Duanling Tian's words kept replaying in his mind. Voila! Meanwhile, Duanling Tian opened up the map. Originally, his face was cheerful. However, his face darkened as he frowned after he studied the map in detail. Ruoshui River is only shown in a corner? How do I view this? Although this map confirmed his current location and the location of Ruoshui River, Duanling Tian discovered Ruoshui River was only shown in a corner. It was difficult to get the whole picture. Due to this, he still could not confirm the location of the great treasure hidden by the rebirth martial emperor during his second life.
10 breaths had finally passed. Help me return this to him. Duanling Tian threw the map to the disheveled old man at the side as if he was throwing away trash.
It had to be said that he was very disappointed. Unlike Duanling Tian, who treated the map like trash, the disheveled old man handled the map as though it was a precious treasure. When he held the map in his hand, he heard the sound of wind whistling. When he looked up, he realized the purple-clad youth had disappeared. He came in a rush and left in a rush. He must be a demon, the disheveled old man secretly thought. That purple-clad youth looked around 25 years old but had surpassed him in strength. That was not a big deal.
However, the other party's attainment in the inscription Dao even surpassed his master. This truly shocked him to the core.
There was a saying that everyone had one area of expertise. On Cloud Continent, people were divided into 4 groups depending on what kind of area they specialized in. The first kind were those who focused on martial Dao. They devoted their lives to improving their cultivation as well as comprehending concepts in profundity, trying to become as strong as possible before they die.
Majority of the people fell in this group of people.
The second kind were those who focused on weapons refinement Dao. They were known as weapons craftsmen who devoted their lives to crafting, working hard to craft better-grade spirit weapons. The third kind were those who focused on the medicine refinement Tao. They were known as alchemists. It was almost similar to weapons craftsmen. The fourth kind were inscription masters who focused on the inscription Tao. In his opinion, it was inconceivable for that purple-clad youth to be human if he possessed such terrifying strength and had such a high attainment in the inscription Tao. It was impossible for a human martial artist to achieve such great achievements at that age. Therefore, he concluded the purple-clad youth was a demon and not human. When a demon broke through to the void transformation and transformed into a demon, he could choose any form of appearance. Even if it was a 100-year-old demon, he could transform into an innocent child if he wanted to. Time passed by silently. Zheng Wei finally snapped out of his thoughts 2 hours later. He muttered in a low voice, "That's how it is, that's how it is." "Thank you, Moss." Zheng Wei was prepared to thank the purple-clad youth who solved his problem when he realized the other party had disappeared. Zheng Wei immediately looked at the disheveled old man and asked earnestly, "Where's the master?" "Master, that master left 2 hours ago." The disheveled old man replied truthfully. "Why didn't you ask him to stay?" Zheng Wei hurriedly said, "That master's attainment in the inscription Tao is rare. If he could stay at the Zheng family for a bit, my attainment of the inscription Tao would definitely improve." Zheng Wei looked at the disheveled old man and asked anxiously, "Which direction did the master go?" The disheveled old man did not expect his master would get so excited. He felt a little overwhelmed and could only smile bitterly as he said, I don't know." "Hey!" Zheng Wei stood there. The expression on his face changed a few times before he sighed heavily. "I ruined my own fortuitous opportunity. If I did not mention the matter of him owing me a favor, he definitely would not have acted so pettily. I really shot myself in the foot." A hint of helplessness filled Zhang Wei's face when he spoke. The disheveled old man could not help but ask, "Master, that master's attainment in the inscription Tao is really that good?" He was not an inscription master, so he was not familiar with the inscription Tao. That was why he could not judge how high the purple-clad youth's attainment in the inscription Tao was. Zheng Wei looked at the disheveled old man and said, "I think my ability is not even 1/10,000th of his. What do you think?" "What?" The disheveled old man's eyes widened when he heard Zheng Wei's words. Although he knew his master had a high opinion of the purple-clad youth, he did not expect it to be so high. His master thought his ability was not even 1/10,000th of the purple-clad youth's attainment in inscription Tao. "Go and look around. See if you can find any trace of the master. If you manage to find him, you must bring him back respectfully. If you can't find him, then it means that I've no fate with the master." Zheng Wei ordered the disheveled old man before he sighed heavily. "Yes." The disheveled old man did not dare to delay, and he left in a hurry. "With the master's enlightenment, I'm 100% certain I'll be able to inscribe and set up a circular shield inscription formation this time." After the disheveled old man left, Zheng Wei's gaze brightened. His face was filled with confidence. Duanling Tian left the city and met up with Xianxia after he left the Zhang family's estate. Previously, he found a remote mountain cave in the mountain range outside the city for Xianxia to stay in. The ice coffin Feng Tianwu was sleeping in was also placed in the cave. He set up a killing formation outside the cave for both their safety. "Young master." Xianxia's eyes lit up when he saw Duanling Tian's return. "Let's go." Duanling Tian nodded. He released an invisible energy when he lifted his arm. The energy guided Xianxia and the ice coffin as they left the cave in the mountain range and continued to head north. Based on the map, the direction I'm heading in should be correct. The Ruoshui River's just over there. Duanling Tian thought to himself as he stared straight ahead. Although the map he saw at the Zhang family's estate was not what he had hoped for, there were a few things he managed to glean from the area marked as Ruoshui River on the map. They headed all the way north after they left the northern desert. They would only arrive at Ruoshui River after they passed a few areas that were similar to the northern desert. Duanling Tian took out the odd stone platform he obtained from the Martial Emperor's secret treasure during their journey. He obtained the odd stone platform on the second level of Qingfeng Palace. He had taken the odd stone platform because there was a magical inscription formation on it that allowed him to combine and unleash origin energy. The elevation of power would be terrifying. If I can gather origin energies from a group of people and put it in somebody's body through this inscription formation, I wonder how terrifying that person's power would be. He wanted to study the inscription formation to see if it could make his dream of combining a group of 9th-level void transformation martial artists to kill a martial monarch powerhouse come true. As someone who had inherited the rebirth martial emperor's memory from his 2 lives, Duanling Tian was almost like the rebirth martial emperor himself to a certain extent. Therefore, he had a pretty in-depth understanding of the inscription Dao. It was not too difficult for him to study the inscription formation on the stone platform. This inscription formation can easily gather energies in origin stones, but it can't gather the origin energy in a human or a beast's body. Duanling Tian was certain of his theory after he studied it for a few days. He could not help but feel disappointed. Moreover, it would have to assemble the origin stones in order to combine and unleash all the energies. Duanling Tian figured this out as well. At this moment, he realized his idea of gathering many martial artists' energies through the inscription formation was not well thought out at all. The inscription formation could not gather energy from a human martial artist's body at all. A human martial artist was made of flesh and blood, and it was impossible for a human to endure the energy-gathering process from the inscription formation. If something goes awry, that person would die during the energy-gathering process from the inscription formation. Duanling Tian's heart skipped a beat when he thought about this. I can't use this inscription formation at all unless I can create a puppet to contain the energy gathered by the inscription formation from origin stones to unleash the terrifying power. This thought had been replaying in Duanling Tian's mind ever since it first popped up in his mind. Create a puppet. Duanling Tian's eyes lit up. I've understood almost everything there is to understand about the inscription formation on the stone platform. As long as I have the necessary materials, I'll be able to inscribe and set up one on my own. After that, I can create a puppet through another inscription formation and use the inscription formation on the stone platform to provide energy to the puppet. However, the energy in a mid-grade origin stone is limited. Even if there are more mid-grade origin stones, the puppet's strength elevation would be extremely slow and limited. I'll just have to procure a massive amount of high-grade origin stones to significantly boost the puppet's strength. Duanling Tian felt a lot more optimistic now that he had a new goal. His goal was to obtain a massive amount of high-grade origin stones. Then he would be able to gather energies from the massive amount of high-grade origin stones through the inscription formation on the odd stone platform and unleash it through the puppet. As long as I have sufficient high-grade origin stones, the puppet will be able to unleash a terrifying power. Duanling Tian thought to himself. It was not difficult for him to create a puppet. All he needed was to prepare some materials and inscriptions to set up the inscription formation. All the information were recorded in the rebirth martial emperor's memory. The problem is the scarcity of high-grade origin stones. There are not many high-grade origin stones in the 3 Old Fellows spatial rings. There are only about 300 of them. Duanling Tian sighed when he thought about this. The 3 Old Fellows he was thinking about were naturally the 3 martial monarch powerhouses from the second-rate forces in the northern desert who died in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Apart from Tongshan's spatial ring that he had obtained much earlier, he had also obtained by Yu Hai and Fentong's spatial rings from Li Xian. However, there were only over 300 high-grade origin stones combined from the 3 martial monarch powerhouses. Duanling Tian still remembered how he was driven by wealth back when he was at the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Later on, wealth became redundant to him when he set foot in the Darkhan dynasty. His desire for high-grade origin stones was like his thirst for wealth back when he was at the Crimson Sky Kingdom. I need a massive amount of high-grade origin stones and some materials. It's time to find a place to rest our feet. With my current ability, it's pretty risky to pass through the Ruoshui River to get to the central area of Cloud Continent. Also, Xianxia and my ability are in need of elevation. It's time to make good use of my Grade 1 Weapons Craftsman and Grade 1 Alchemist's abilities, Duanling Tian mumbled to himself as he came up with a plan in his head. We should find and settle near the most powerful force closest to Ruoshui River. Only a powerful force can cater to my needs. Duanling Tian no longer hesitated when he thought about this. He brought Xiongquan and the ice coffin along with him as he flew all the way north. His speed was even faster than before. Soon after, Duanling Tian left the northern desert.
Meanwhile, a silhouette flew into ancient desert city in the southern zone of the northern desert. The silhouette's speed was even faster than Duanling Tian's speed. The silhouette had another person in tow as it flew in the air.
Jeaner, have you thought through your decision to return? The old man asked seriously as he looked at the middle-aged man next to him. Uncle, my dantian's severed, and I've lost my cultivation base. It's meaningless for me to stay in Skywolf Fort. I want to go back to my mother. The middle-aged man said solemnly. I won't force you since you've made up your mind. The old man was the leader of the Skywolf Fort's 5 great vice fort masters, Luo Fu. The middle-aged man in tow was his nephew Luo Jin. Luo Jin had taken his mother's family name. That was why he and Luo Fu had a similar family name. Duanling Tian, you severed my cultivation base. I'm useless regardless if I return or not. When I come back, I'll definitely tear you apart and burn you into ashes no matter what. Luo Jin was raging inside. The purple silhouette he hated with all his heart appeared in his mind and caused him to clench his teeth with a darkened expression. Whoosh! Soon after Luo Fu and Luo Jin left Skywolf Fort and the ancient desert city. A green silhouette flew into the ancient desert city like a lightning as the sound of wind whistling reverberated in the air. The silhouette arrived above Skywolf Fort. He did not catch the attention of the people from Skywolf Fort since he was hovering high up in the air. Only 4 silhouettes flew up into the sky above Skywolf Fort. A demon wolf with azure fur covering its entire body stood above the Skywolf Fort. There was a mark in the shape of a crescent moon between the demon wolf's eyebrows. The mark was azure as well. Fort Master. The 4 who appeared above Skywolf Fort were the 4 Skywolf Fort's vice fort masters apart from Luo Fu. They bowed respectfully at the demon wolf covered in azure fur. Outsiders would definitely be shocked if they were to witness this scene. The fort master of Skywolf Fort was not a human but a demon wolf? The demon wolf nodded and shook its body. It then transformed into a green-clad old man. It was the fort master of Skywolf Fort, Qing Lang. There was a hint of concern on Qing Lang's face at this very moment. It's fortunate that Ancestor came back in time. Otherwise, I'll definitely be tortured by the 2 young misses. Qing Lang could not help but shudder when he recalled the 2 young misses he was serving for a period of time. He was reluctant to recall the torturous experience he went through. If he had a choice, he would erase the experience from his head forever. Where's Luo Fu? Qing Lang asked in his deep voice when he looked at the 4 people standing before him. There was a frown on his face. Fort Master, my master is sending his nephew home, Feng Wei quickly said when he noticed Qing Lang's turbulent emotions. He was the last in standing among the 5 Skywolf Fort's vice fort masters. Qing Lang nodded lightly and asked, How's the reward from the Martial Emperor's secret treasure? Is there any profundity fragment I can use? Qing Lang's eyes gleamed with a burning desire when he spoke. The 4 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, including Feng Wei, lowered their heads immediately. Their lips twitched a little when they heard Qing Lang's words and saw the eagerness in his eyes. Qing Lang's face turned somber when he saw the bitterness on their faces. Why? Is there no profundity fragment I can use? Fort Master. Feng Wei mustered his courage to speak up after he was prompted by Ning Can and the others. He looked at Qing Lang with a strained smile on his face and said, We didn't obtain anything from the Martial Emperor's secret treasure at all, let alone profundity fragments. Moreover, all 20 young powerhouses from our Skywolf Fort who entered the Martial Emperor's secret treasure died inside. Feng Wei hurriedly said everything in one breath and looked at Qing Lang anxiously. Qing Lang seemed calm as he stood there. However, there was a killing intent hidden in the calmness. This was particularly true regarding his eyes. His gaze instantly sharpened and turned cold. It was as though he would devour anyone who dared approach him. How did that happen? Qing Lang asked in his deep voice. Fort Master, all of them are killed by the same person, Feng Wei said with a forced smile on his face. At the same time, a purple silhouette appeared in Feng Wei's mind. Previously, he had seen the purple silhouette during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties organized by Skywolf Fort. That person defeated 10 young powerhouses and won first place in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Almost as soon as Feng Wei was done speaking, a powerful wave of aura flowed out of Qing Lang's body and caused a disturbance in the clouds around them. Who is it? Qing Lang's voice was cold and filled with killing intent.
It's Duanling Tian. Feng Wei sighed. Duanling Tian? The coldness on Qing Lang's face vanished and was replaced with shock when he heard what Feng Wei said. The person who won the martial competition of the 10 dynasties that we organized?
The brother Ling Tian that young miss mentioned? A yellow silhouette of a lady appeared in Qing Lang's mind as he spoke. He could not help but shudder. Yes. Feng Wei nodded immediately.
I supposed all of you didn't do anything to Duanling Tian? Qing Lang asked in his deep voice. His eyes turned fierce as he looked at Feng Wei, Ning Can, and the other 2 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort.
No, the 4 of them shook their heads immediately.
Great. Remember this, don't try your luck when you encounter Duanling Tian. The things that the people behind Young Miss would do is beyond all of your imagination. Qing Lang's face became extremely serious as he spoke. Feng Wei and the others exchanged looks when they heard Qing Lang's words. They could see the fear in each other's eyes.
Should we tell Fort Master about us chasing after Duanling Tian after the martial competition of the 10 dynasties ended? The 4 of them communicated secretly with each other through voice transmission. I think it's better if we don't say anything, since Fort Master's afraid of that young Miss Xuanai, will definitely suffer if he finds out. That's right, we can't tell him. Soon after, the 4 of them came to an understanding. Meanwhile, the Fort Master of the Skywolf Fort, Qing Lang, remained oblivious. 3 silhouettes flew high in the sky in the northern area near the northern desert. It was the silhouettes of 2 young ladies and an old lady. The old lady's face was impassive. However, the airflow remained undisturbed whenever she moved, unlike the 2 young ladies who caused a disturbance in the clouds. Qing knew. Please let me stay for a little longer. I haven't found Brother Ling Tian yet. The yellow-clad lady begged as she turned around and rolled her eyes mischievously at the azure-clad old lady.
Young Miss, stop causing me trouble. Master's very unhappy that you brought young Miss Shui with you and ran away from home. He asked me to bring the both of you back immediately, the azure-clad old lady said helplessly.
Her eyes were filled with love when she looked at the yellow-clad young lady.
The yellow-clad young lady was Han Xuanai. Han Xuanai became depressed and lowered her head when she heard the azure-clad old lady's words. Father's so annoying. I'm just taking a break outside and he wants a say in this as well.
I won't speak to him for a month when I get back. No, I won't speak to him for 2 months. The azure-clad old lady and the young lady next to her exchanged a strained smile when they heard Han Xuanai mumbling to herself. Soon after, Han Xuanai's mood seemed to have lifted as she recalled something. She lifted her head and looked at the azure-clad old lady while rolling her eyes cheekily. She asked, Qing Nu, have little gold, little black, and little white come out of that place? There was a sense of urgency on her beautiful face. Not yet. The azure-clad old lady shook her head. Will they be able to come out safely? Han Xuanai asked worriedly. The 2 little pythons should be all right. Their bloodline has reached the variant Saint Beast's descendants standard. It's quite likely that they'll transform into variant Saint Beasts in there, the azure-clad old lady said.
How about little gold? Han Xuanai's expression changed slightly as she continued to ask anxiously, nothing will happen to it, right?
If something happens to it, how am I supposed to explain it to Brother Ling Tian? It's hard to say. The little gold mouse is a jade-eyed heavenly mouse. It's a Saint Beast's descendant. Its bloodline is more stable, so it's much more difficult for it to transform into a Saint Beast compared to the 2 little pythons. The azure-clad old lady said as she shook her head. Based on her words, everything was still uncertain. What'll happen if it fails to transform? Han Xuanai asked helplessly. It'll definitely die. As a demon who had been to that place, the azure-clad lady was familiar with the place like the back of her hand.
It'll definitely die.
The 4 short words shocked Han Xuanai so much that her expression changed immediately. Little gold, please be safe. Han Shuenai mumbled to herself after she sighed. Young miss, it's time to go, the azure-clad old lady said calmly. As soon as she spoke, nobody saw what she did, but she vanished with the two young ladies in tow. It was as though they were never there. Far away from the northern desert, in a luxurious and majestic palace on a floating island, there were two silhouettes standing above the palace at the moment. The two of them leaned on each other. It was a man and a lady. The man wore azure clothes, and he looked dashing as he stood there. His features were close to perfection, like a sculpture that was meticulously sculpted. His pair of straight and thick eyebrows made him look majestic. His eyes that seemed calm under the straight eyebrows were looking in the distance. There were glimpses of green energy flashing in his eyes. His gaze suddenly sharpened, as though they could pierce through everything. The lady next to him wore azure clothes as well. Her beautiful face seemed to dim everything in her surroundings. They were a match made in heaven when they stood next to each other. Brother Feng, you should have brought Tiana here. It worries me that we left him there alone, the lady said softly and demurely. Rower, you finally brought this up. I have my reason for leaving Tiana there. It's for his own good. Please try and understand, the man said. Brother Feng, I know that you want Tiana to experience being on his own over there, but can't you do the same here? Moreover, Tiana will be under our watch if he's here. I'll feel more relieved if he's here, the lady said again. Rower, of course I've thought about what you said, but if I bring Tiana here, it'll only bring harm and no benefits to him. I'm not sure how I can explain my reasoning to you. You'll understand what I'm trying to say when you see Tiana in the future, the man said. But what if something happens to Tiana since he's alone there? The lady asked anxiously. Don't worry, I left behind 3 talismans for him that'll save his life 3 times. The man comforted the lady. What happens when he uses up all 3 talismans? Then he'll have to depend on himself. Can't we send someone to protect him? Protecting him secretly would work too. The 3 talismans is the limit of my interference in his life. He'll have to walk the path on his own for the rest of the journey. Do you think that Duan Rufeng's son is someone ordinary? What if something happens to him? We must believe in him. A few months after leaving the northern desert and traveling north, Duan Tian finally arrived at his destination. It was the area near Ruoshui River. It was called the Northern Mountain Land. Northern Mountain Land, Northern Mountain. Back when I and Tianwu were on the way to the ancient desert city with Uncle Feng, I remember the siblings that Uncle Feng saved are from the Northern Mountain Land. Duan Tian looked at the ice coffin hovering next to him in the air. To be exact, he was mumbling to himself as he looked at the red-clad lady lying in the ice coffin. Northern Mountains Lu clan? I wonder if this Lu clan is powerful in the Northern Mountain Land, since there are countless forces here. Duan Tian was curious. It was his first time in the Northern Mountain Land. The reason he knew it was called the Northern Mountain Land was due to the map he studied at the Zheng family's estate earlier. It had the Northern Mountain Land landmark on it. The Ruoshui River was on the north side of the Northern Mountain Land. Although the map has Northern Mountain Land marked on it, it didn't have a detailed introduction to the Northern Mountain Land. I'll have to explore the place on my own to learn more about it, Duan Tian thought to himself. Duan Tian began to explore the place with Xianxia and the ice coffin containing Feng Tianwu. He was searching for a city within the Northern Mountain Land. He finally found a city after spending half a day looking around. It was a small city located in the south of Northern Mountain Land. Although the city was small, the traffic was busy with many people entering and exiting. Xianxia, let's enter the city. Duan Tian descended with the ice coffin after he spoke to Xianxia. Whoosh! When Duan Tian and Xianxia entered the city, the ice coffin that trailed after them like a shadow became the center of attention. The ice coffin was too eye-catching. However, not a lot of people dared to look for a long time. In a world where the strongest ruled, they had to be cautious in everything they did. They would get themselves into trouble if they were reckless. Soon after, Duan Tian and Xianxia entered a restaurant. They found themselves a table close to the window and took their seats. Bang! Under Duan Tian's control, the ice coffin landed sturdily on the next table. All of the customers in the restaurant suddenly looked over.
What a beautiful lady! Some of them who were observant soon noticed the red-clad lady lying in the ice coffin. Although the ice coffin was in the way, it was difficult to hide how beautiful she was.
Her life breath's still strong.
Why is she lying in the ice coffin? Many of them were puzzled. Perhaps she contracted some complicated disease. Some of them speculated.
One thing that was certain was the appearance of the ice coffin stole the limelight in the restaurant.
Such a sight was rare.
Moreover, Duanling Tian was too much for taking up an entire table with the ice coffin alone. Soon after, the restaurant manager ordered a waiter to speak to Duanling Tian. The waiter looked at him and slowly said, "Sir, you can't. I'll pay for both tables when I get the bill." Duanling Tian interrupted the waiter. He knew what the waiter was going to say. He was definitely going to say Duanling Tian taking up an extra table would affect the restaurant's business.
The waiter and the restaurant manager were rendered speechless. Duanling Tian leaned on the window after he placed his order and got rid of the waiter who left to prepare the food. He looked relaxed as he watched the people walking on the street outside the restaurant.
At this moment, his heart was finally at peace.
He did not dare to relax when he was traveling since he might encounter dangerous situations. He finally felt relieved.
"Young master, what should we do next?" Xianxia asked curiously as he looked at Duanling Tian. He was unaware of the plans that Duanling Tian had secretly made. "When the waiter is serving our food, ask him which force is the most powerful in the northern mountain land. After we get our answer, we'll visit that particular force," Duanling Tian said. He shifted his attention to the ice coffin on the next table as he spoke. To be more precise, he was looking at the red-clad lady lying in the ice coffin. The red-clad lady's beautiful face consumed all his attention. It was difficult for him to look away. At this moment, the fondness in his eyes was like flowing water that seemed able to melt everything in its path. "Tianwu, I'll wake you up from this coma as soon as I can. Please wait for me." Duanling Tian thought to himself. Yes. Although Xianxia had no idea why his young master wanted to go to the most powerful force in the northern mountain land, he did not question him further. He believed his young master had his own reason for his actions. All he had to do was follow his young master and handle all the trivial matters.
Soon after, the dishes were served on the table one after another. "Waiter, I would like to ask, which force is the most powerful in the northern mountain land?" Xianxia asked the waiter as per Duanling Tian's order. "I suppose it's your first time in our northern mountain land?" the waiter asked as his eyes gleamed.
"That's right." Xianxia nodded. "Sir, there are two clans that are the most powerful in the northern mountain land. One is the O clan while the other is Lu clan." The waiter smiled as he answered Xianxia's question. "Two clans? O clan and Lu clan." Before Xianxia could respond, Duanling Tian, who was sitting next to him, frowned as his heart jolted.
What a coincidence! Duanling Tian remembered back when he left Darming Dynasty with Feng Tian Wu and Feng Wu Dao. The siblings Feng Wu Dao saved when they were on their way to the ancient city of Everlast were from the Northern Mountains Lu clan. The Northern Mountains Lu clan is one of the two most powerful forces in Northern Mountain Land. They're just clans, but they're one of the powerful forces in Northern Mountain Land. What a surprise! Duanling Tian's eyes gleamed as he revealed an expression of surprise on his face. Naturally, he knew very well there had to be something more to the two clans for them to become the most powerful forces in the Northern Mountain Land. Clans? Xianxia was also surprised when he heard what the waiter said. One must know that the difference between a clan and a sect was significant. Clans placed a lot of importance on the direct line of their descendants, and inheritance was usually decided by bloodline. No matter how outstanding a secondary disciple or a disciple with a different family name was, it was difficult for them to stand out. The most they would be given was the position of an elder or a revered elder. It was definitely impossible for a secondary disciple and a disciple with a different family name to be given the position of clan leader. Therefore, it was extremely difficult for clans to rise to prominence. On the other hand, sects were not limited by bloodline. The powerful ones could climb the ladder and rise. As long as one was capable, it was possible for one to become a sect leader. That would boost the sect's disciples' aggressiveness by many folds.
In the foreign lands where there were so many powerhouses, the difference between a clan and a sect was undoubtedly significant.
However, this northern mountain land was ruled by 2 clans? Unbelievable.
Duan Ling Tian and Xiong thought it was odd.
Sir, do you find it strange that the most powerful forces in the northern mountain land are the 2 clans? The waiter asked. He could guess the thoughts in Duan Ling Tian and Xiong Quan's minds through the expressions on their faces. Both of them did not deny this and nodded in unison. Sir, you might not know this. The O clan and Lu clan of the northern mountain land are completely different from ordinary clans. I heard that the 2 clans have existed for 10,000 years. The waiter became serious as he spoke. 10,000 years.
The waiter's words shocked Duan Ling Tian and Xiong Quan.
A clan that existed for as long as 10,000 years?
How powerful were they? It was beyond their imagination. Clans that exist for 10,000 years. There must be some reason behind it. Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at the waiter. He concluded both the O clan and Lu clan of the northern mountain land must be extraordinary. You're wise, sir. The waiter smiled as he said, there's a reason behind their 10,000 years existence. One is a weapons craftsman clan, while the other is an alchemist clan.
Weapons craftsman clan?
Alchemist clan?
What the waiter said confused Duan Ling Tian even more. What does that mean?
That means, in the respective clans, one of them has more than 50% weapons craftsmen in the clan while the other has more than 50% alchemists in the clan. The waiter explained to Duan Ling Tian. One of them has more than 50% weapons craftsmen in the clan? The other has more than 50% alchemists in the clan? Both Duan Ling Tian and Xiong Quan were shocked by the waiter's words. On Cloud Continent, everyone knew that extraordinary talent was needed in crafting weapons and refining medicine in order to become a weapons craftsman and an alchemist. If one did not have sufficient talent, it was impossible to become a grade 9 weapons craftsman or a grade 9 alchemist. However, someone had just told them that a clan had more than 50% weapons craftsmen while the other clan had more than 50% alchemists. That's right. The waiter nodded. He was used to seeing the shock on people's faces when he told them this. It was similar to the expressions on Duan Ling Tian and Xiong Quan's faces. There was no exception whether it was their first time in the northern mountain land or it was their first time hearing about the 2 most powerful forces in the northern mountain land. I heard that O clan and Lu clan were established in the northern mountain land almost at the same time 10,000 years ago. The O clan's ancestor was a grade 1 weapons craftsman, while the Lu clan's ancestor was a grade 1 alchemist. Ever since the 2 clans were established, they've been focusing on weapons refinement Dao and medicine refinement Dao respectively. The skills were passed on until today.
And that's how they became a well-known weapon craftsman clan and alchemist clan in the northern mountain land, the waiter said.
Grade 1 weapons craftsman.
Grade 1 alchemist.
Duan Ling Tian was shocked.
He did not expect there were grade 1 weapon craftsmen and grade 1 alchemists in such clans outside the foreign land's central area.
In the 2 clans' 10,000 years of history, they have more than 10 grade 1 weapon craftsmen and grade 1 alchemists in each clan. Those grade 1 weapon craftsmen and alchemists had been to the inner land on the other side of Ruoshui River. They were given titles such as interim advisors and revered elders in the first-rate forces and crafted spirit weapons and refined pills for them. Because of that, they managed to establish a lot of connections with the first-rate forces. That's the main reason why O clan and Lu clan can exist for 10,000 years. When those first-rate forces accepted grade 1 weapons craftsmen and grade 1 alchemists from both clans as their interim advisors and revered elders, they would issue a public promise. As long as the clans exist, they would prevent all killings or annihilation of the O clan and Lu clan. Although there were many forces that attempted to attack O clan and Lu clan throughout the 10,000 years, they did not dare to kill everyone in both clans. That's how both clans managed to prevail until today and become the strongest in the northern mountain land. The waiter patiently explained O clan and Lu clan's history and the reason for their 10,000 years of existence to Duan Ling Tian and Xiong Quan.
Perhaps the first-rate forces in the inner land might be able to kill the entire O clan and Lu clan, but they don't have the courage to do that.
If they do something like that, it might spell the end for their force since they would be simultaneously attacked by at least 3 first-rate forces. The connections O and Lu clans are simply too terrifying. Those were wealth, left behind for them by their seniors, the waiter said.
Duan Lingtian felt a little lost. The waiter's words struck Duan Lingtian like a bolt of lightning.
He did not expect the O clan and Lu clan from the northern mountain land to have such powerful backgrounds, resources, and wide connection.
It made sense they were the two mightiest forces in the northern mountain land. The O clan and Lu clan have existed for 10,000 years. I suppose there are only a handful of first-rate forces on the other side of Ruoshui River that has existed for 10,000 years, Duan Lingtian thought to himself, and his heart jolted.
He had successfully found out from the waiter how the O clan and Lu clan managed to endure for 10,000 years. It was all thanks to their ancestors who were Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and Grade 1 alchemists for building connections with the inner land on the other side of Ruoshui River.
The overbearing power of the connection made it possible for the O clan and Lu clan to exist for 10,000 years.
The inner land was the central area of Cloud Continent. There were many first-rate forces over there. The power of a first-rate force was not something a second-rate force could compare to.
They were so powerful that if a first-rate force wanted to destroy a second-rate force, all they had to do was send a few powerful martial monarch powerhouses to kill everyone in the second-rate force.
Second-rate forces would be helpless if they were to fight a first-rate force.
However, it was rare for first-rate forces to last more than 3,000 to 4,000 years.
At the very least, there was no first-rate force that lasted more than 5,000 years during the two eras the Rebirth Martial Emperor was alive. But the O clan and Lu clan had not more than 20 Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and Grade 1 alchemists throughout the 10,000 years. That means they more or less have some connection with the first-rate forces that were around for 10,000 years. The reason is probably another first-rate force would protect the O clan and Lu clan when the former first-rate force that was protecting them had fallen. It's probably to ensure the clans would not face the threat of extinction.
Duan Lingtian managed to figure out the reason easily. That was the main reason why the O clan and Lu clan managed to endure for 10,000 years.
A weapon crafting clan and an alchemy clan. Such interesting clans, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At the same time, he thought of the siblings Feng Wu Dao had saved back then. There's no doubt they're from the northern mountains Lu clan. Furthermore, they must have high positions in the clan. Duan Lingtian remembered the black-clad man who had attempted to kill the siblings, had called the elder brother Second Young Master, and the younger sister Miss Seven. Waiter, between the O clan and Lu clan, which one is the nearest to our current location? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the waiter. His objective for this trip was to find the most powerful force in the northern mountain land. Since both the O clan and Lu clan were the most powerful forces in northern mountain land, he would have to pick one. It did not make a difference to him if he chose the O clan or Lu clan. Therefore, he chose to go to the clan that was the closest to him.
To put it bluntly, he was lazy. He was lazy to travel so far away. Since both clans were so similar, it would not make any difference if he picked one or the other. Between the two clans, Lu clan is nearer. The Lu clan isn't far from here. It's just 10,000 miles northeast outside the city. Although the waiter had no idea why the young customer asked such a question, he answered honestly anyway. No matter if it was the Northern Mountains O clan or the Northern Mountains Lu clan, the people from the Northern Mountain Land were familiar with their locations. Duan Lingtian nodded. He lifted his arm and took out a mid-grade origin stone before he put it in the waiter's hand. This is your reward for telling us about the O clan and Lu clan.
Thank you, sir. The waiter smiled widely when he saw the mid-grade origin stone in his hand. The reason he spent so much of his time chatting with customers was for the tips the customer might give him if they were delighted. Sir, if you don't have any more question, I'll leave the both of you alone instead of interrupting your meal. The waiter left after saying that to Duan Lingtian and Xianxia.
After the waiter left, Duan Lingtian and Xianxia began to feast on the dishes on the table. In just 15 minutes, there were only empty glasses, empty plates, and empty bowls left on the table. Let's go, Duan Lingtian said to Xianxia after he paid the bill and left the restaurant together with the ice coffin.
After leaving the city, Duan Lingtian brought Xianxia with him and headed northeast. Northern Mountains Lu clan. That was Duan Lingtian's destination for this trip, since the Northern Mountains Lu clan was closest to him at the moment.
The clan was also one of the two most powerful forces in Northern Mountain Land.
The Northern Mountains Lu clan was also called the Alchemist clan. Duanling Tian only had one goal in the Northern Mountains Lu clan.
He would show his grade 1 alchemist ability to become the Northern Mountains Lu clan's interim advisor or revered elder so that he could draw a massive amount of cultivation resources from the Northern Mountains Lu clan to boost his and Xianxia's cultivation base and concepts.
His current ability was good. However, he was nothing when he was at the inner land on the other side of Ruoshui River, also known as Cloud Continent's central area.
Using Ruoshui River as the demarcation line, there were two worlds on the outside and the inside.
There were no first-rate forces outside Ruoshui River. However, there were not only first-rate forces within the Ruoshui River, there were also top forces. For instance, the two ancient clans and forces ruled by martial emperors.
It was heaven for powerhouses.
On the other hand, it was hell for the weak. The great treasure the rebirth martial emperor left behind is in the inner land. That was the reason Duanling Tian had to make a trip to the inner land. Moreover, he must go to the inner land even if the rebirth martial emperor did not leave the great treasure there. It was the place to be if he wanted to rise to the top in Cloud Continent.
When he was living on Earth, he would need 6 to 7 hours to travel 10,000 miles by plane.
However, it would only take Duanling Tian an hour with his current ability to travel the same distance. In less than an hour, Duanling Tian could see a flatland in the distance. There were many tall buildings that were similar to monstrous beasts hibernating. Duanling Tian seemed to have noticed something. He halted his movement and began to inspect his surroundings.
That's the Northern Mountains Lu clan?
Why are there so many people? Xianxia asked in shock as he looked to his left and right.
Duanling Tian also noticed there were many people flying at an alarming speed around the buildings and everyone seemed to be landing on the west side of the buildings. If I manage to place in the top 30 in the alchemist competition the Northern Mountains Lu clan organized this time, I'll become the Northern Mountains Lu clan's disciple with different surname.
I won't have to worry about not having enough materials to refine medicine. A clear voice entered Duanling Tian's ears. The reason why I want to become Northern Mountains Lu clan's foreign disciple through this alchemist competition organized by the Northern Mountains Lu clan isn't as simple as getting my hands on the materials.
Another voice entered his ears. There are so many high-grade alchemists in the Northern Mountains Lu clan. They even have a few grade 2 alchemists. My knowledge of the medicine refinement Dao will certainly rise if I can learn from them.
But the Northern Mountains Lu clan's test is very strict. The minimum qualification is a grade 6 alchemist.
Alchemists below grade 6 aren't eligible to participate, the owner of the voice began to complain.
At this moment, the two individuals who were engrossed in their discussion flew past Duanling Tian. They were two middle-aged men.
As they flew past Duanling Tian, they could not help but look at the ice coffin that was hovering next to Duanling Tian.
The ice coffin was too eye-catching. Alchemist competition? Duanling Tian managed to glean something from the conversation. The Northern Mountains Lu clan seemed to have organized something called the Alchemist competition. As long as they placed within the top 30 in the competition, they would be able to enter the Northern Mountains Lu clan and become a foreign disciple.
The Northern Mountains Lu clan was an alchemist clan. 50% of the people in the clan were alchemists, including the high-grade alchemists. It was definitely heaven for low-grade alchemists.
As soon as they entered the Northern Mountains Lu clan, they would be able to learn from many alchemists and deepen their comprehension of the medicine refinement Dao. If they managed to get a high-grade alchemist to teach them, their skills would definitely rise rapidly.
It seems like these people are here for the alchemist competition the Northern Mountains Lu clan organized. Participants aside, I'm guessing most of them are here to watch, Duanling Tian thought to himself as he looked at the people coming in from all directions.
I think there's a lady lying in there. Suddenly, a surprised voice sounded from Duanling Tian's back. Soon after, Duanling Tian saw 3 middle-aged men flying past him. One of them was the one who had spoken earlier. However, the 3 middle-aged men did not leave even after they flew past Duanling Tian. Instead, they flew closer to the ice coffin and began to examine it.
What a beauty! I'm willing to shorten my life by 10 years if I can have such a beauty to myself. Why is she lying in the ice coffin?
The three middle-aged men were discussing among themselves as they pointed at the ice coffin. They completely ignored Duanling Tian and Xiongquan who were standing next to it. Xiongquan's expression changed and he was about to rebuke the three of them when a cold and thunderous voice suddenly sounded. "Get lost!" At this moment, the three middle-aged men were trembling with fear. They looked around to find the source of the voice after they regained their senses. Soon after, the three middle-aged men's eyes were trained on Duanling Tian, and they shouted at him in unison, "Kid, are you looking for death?" Bang! Duanling Tian ignored the three of them who were glaring at him in rage and took a step forward. A majestic energy emanated from his body and was released in just an instant. All three of the middle-aged men were sent flying by the energy that swept out from Duanling Tian's body. Barf! Barf! The three of them were all wounded by Duanling Tian's strength. Their faces were red and swollen as they spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. After they caught their breath, their gazes when they looked at Duanling Tian were filled with horror, dread, and anger. They did not expect the purple-clad young man who looked like he was in his 20s would possess such terrifying strength. He sent them flying and injured them in just a blink of an eye. It was so fast that they did not even have time to react. The heaven and earth energy in the air had not even been mobilized, let alone form the heaven and earth phenomenon. They knew the young man's strength was far superior to their strength. "I'll give you a span of 3 breaths to disappear before my eyes. Otherwise, you'll die." Duanling Tian's voice was as cold as ice as he warned them emotionlessly. Colors immediately drained from the faces of the three middle-aged men as they hastily turned around and scurried away. In just a blink of an eye, they flew into the building complex in front of them, the Northern Mountains Lu clan's estate. It was apparent the reason they were here was for the alchemist competition that was organized by the Northern Mountains Lu clan's estate. Phew! After the three of them left, Duanling Tian's body suddenly shivered. He could not help but heave a sigh of relief. He was overcome with the urge to kill the three middle-aged men for a moment earlier. He managed to suppress the urge at the final moment. This was the after-effect of the Devil Seal tablet. Meanwhile, those who witnessed the scene earlier did not dare to get close to Duanling Tian, let alone look at Feng Tianwu who was lying inside the ice coffin. "Let's head there, Xiongquan," Duanling Tian called out to Xiongquan. He brought the ice coffin along as they headed to the building complex in front. They followed the flow of people and headed toward the west side of the building complex before they landed on a vast field. This vast field was further divided into 2 areas. One of the areas was near a row of magnificent palace buildings. The other area was an outdoor court. People were milling around the court. Most of the people who descended from the sky, including Duanling Tian, were standing in the outdoor court. Duanling Tian could see rows of tables arranged next to each other at the area close to the palace buildings. Moreover, the same medicinal materials were placed on each table as well. That alchemist competition must take place over there. Duanling Tian figured it out easily. Ha! Duanling Tian suddenly turned his head slightly and looked into the distance as though he had noticed something. 3 middle-aged men were staring at him. The moment they saw him looking in their direction, they immediately shifted their eyes away. However, Duanling Tian did not fail to notice the anger and hatred in their eyes in that split second before they turned away. The 3 middle-aged men were no strangers to Duanling Tian. They were none other than the 3 people whom he had injured outside earlier. Duanling Tian shifted his gaze away after glancing once at the 3 individuals. The 3 of them were martial artists at the 1st or 2nd level void transformation stage and posed no threat to him. In the distance, the 3 middle-aged men exchanged glances with each other and could see the horror and dread in each other's eyes when they shifted their gazes away from Duanling Tian. "He's here for the alchemist competition too?" One of them asked unhurriedly in a deliberately lowered voice. A hint of anger could be heard in his voice. "I think so." Another person nodded. "So, does this mean he's human and not a demon?" The last person frowned. Originally, he thought the purple-clad young man was a demon after he witnessed his strength. This was because that person was just too young. A young man who appeared to be only in his 20s possessed strength that far surpassed theirs. They suspected his cultivation base was at least at the 4th level void transformation stage.
Even in the O clan and Lu clan, more than half of the people in the clan focused more on weapons refinement Dao and medicine refinement Dao. As for the others, they could not become a weapon craftsman or an alchemist due to their limited talent. They could only focus on martial Dao in order to raise their cultivation base and protect their clan. The O clan and Lu clan were a weapon crafting clan and an alchemy clan respectively. They had existed for 10,000 years, and the cultivation resources they had accumulated were not inferior to the first-rate forces. Due to this reason, the disciples from O clan and Lu clan who focused on cultivating their martial Dao naturally had quite impressive strength. If he's really here for the alchemist competition, that means he's human. It's basically impossible for a demon to become an alchemist. This is the ultimate law of the Cloud Continent. The three middle-aged men looked at each other again. They could see the astonishment in each other's eyes with just a glance. A young man who possessed a cultivation base that far exceeded their own strength really shocked them. They were even more shocked when they discovered this person was most likely an alchemist who came to join the alchemist competition just like them. Their emotions were in turmoil that it took them a long time before they finally calmed down. No matter what, the three individuals refused to believe that Duanling Tian was here to join the alchemist competition. Soon after, one of them speculated maybe he's here to accompany the middle-aged man next to him. Maybe. The other two nodded. They hoped that this was the case. In their opinion, their conjecture earlier was too preposterous. They felt that it was highly impossible for their earlier conjecture to be correct. Yao Liang, didn't you say one of the judges for the alchemist competition organized by the Northern Mountains Lu clan is your uncle? One of the middle-aged men looked at the other middle-aged man dressed in green with bright eyes. How about this? You play nice with your uncle and let him disqualify that alchemist who came with that guy. When he reached the end of his sentence, he looked at the middle-aged man standing behind the purple-clad young man in the distance. A faint sneer crept up on the corner of his mouth. The person he was looking at was none other than Xiong Quan, who was standing behind Duanling Tian. The middle-aged man thought Duanling Tian was here to accompany Xiong Quan to participate in the alchemist competition. He thought Xiong Quan was the alchemist. That's right, Yao Liang. With just a word from your uncle, they'll have to leave immediately. The other middle-aged man was also looking at the green-clad middle-aged man with anticipation on his face. Don't worry. Once uncle is out, I'll tell him about this. Since that guy dared to injure me, I'll revoke his companion's eligibility to enter the alchemist competition's preliminary round. The green-clad middle-aged man said confidently as he narrowed his eyes. A smug smile could be immediately seen on the faces of the three middle-aged men. Duanling Tian was completely unaware of their scheme. Naturally, he would not care at all even if he found out. I wonder if the current Northern Mountains Lu clan has a grade 1 alchemist. Duanling Tian was very curious about this matter. Out of the corner of his eyes, he saw a middle-aged man standing nearby. He immediately smiled as he looked at him. Hi, big brother, may I ask you a question? Of course you can. The middle-aged man had long noticed Duanling Tian. After all, the ice coffin hovering beside Duanling Tian was just too eye-catching. It was almost impossible for it not to draw any attention. I just arrived at the Northern Mountain Land not long ago. I only know the Lu clan is one of the two strongest forces in the Northern Mountain Land. I also know in the past there were not more than 20 grade 1 alchemists in Lu clan. Duanling Tian looked at the middle-aged man and asked bluntly, I wonder if there's any grade 1 alchemist in the Lu clan currently? No. The middle-aged man did not expect Duanling Tian's question to be so simple. He shook his head as he answered, there's no grade 1 alchemist in the Lu clan at the moment. The last known grade 1 alchemist was from around 900 years ago. I see. Duanling Tian flashed a smile at the middle-aged man after he obtained the answer to his question. Thanks for the information, big brother. You're welcome, brother. The middle-aged man smiled. His gaze then landed on the ice coffin hovering beside Duanling Tian. He asked curiously, brother, I wonder who is this lady lying in the ice coffin? She's my woman, Duanling Tian said gently without waiting for the middle-aged man to finish his sentence. Duanling Tian gaze instantly shifted to Feng Tianwu, who was lying in the ice coffin. Duanling Tian, who was staring fixedly at Feng Tianwu's beautiful face at this moment, failed to notice her right hand had twitched the moment the words left his mouth.
The movement was so small that, in just a blink of an eye, it soon returned to normal again.
Not only Duan Ling Tian, it also went unnoticed by everyone else, including Xianxia. It was as though Feng Tianwu, who was lying in the ice coffin, had heard Duan Ling Tian's words.
The middle-aged man saw Feng Tianwu's beauty as she lay in the ice coffin. With a face full of envy, he said, "You're really blessed, brother."
Duan Ling Tian politely responded by smiling.
"My name is Huang Chun. How should I address you?" the middle-aged man asked.
Duan Ling Tian.
Duan Ling Tian replied.
"That's a good name." A hint of praise was evident in Huang Chun's words.
He turned to Xiong. "How should I address you then?" "I'm Xiong." Xiong nodded at Huang Chun. "Are you two here to join the alchemist competition?" Huang Chun asked again. "I'm not an alchemist." Xiong shook his head. "Then, you must be here to accompany Brother Ling Tian to participate in the alchemist competition. Brother Ling Tian's really young and promising. So young, and he's already a grade 6 alchemist. His future is bound to be limitless," Huang Chun praised. "With your talent and becoming a grade 6 alchemist at such a young age, Brother Ling Tian, it's certain that you'll become a foreign disciple of the Northern Mountains Lu clan. The minimum requirement for entering the alchemist competition was one had to be a grade 6 alchemist. Due to this reason, Huang Chun felt that Duan Ling Tian must be a grade 6 alchemist.
It did not even cross his mind that Duan Ling Tian might be an alchemist of a higher grade.
Duan Ling Tian was so young. Being able to become a grade 6 alchemist was already enough to elicit shock from the bottom of his heart. His talent in alchemy could already be considered as an accomplishment. Duan Ling Tian merely smiled at Huang Chun's words. Was it certain he would become a foreign disciple of the Northern Mountains Lu clan? The reason he came was not to become a foreign disciple of the Northern Mountains Lu clan. Instead, he came so that the Northern Mountains Lu clan would grant him the position of an interim advisor or a revered elder. He could imagine the martial monarch of Northern Mountains Lu clan greeting him politely if his identity as a grade 1 alchemist was revealed.
"However, I'll give this alchemist competition a try. When the competition officially begins, I can show off my grade 1 pillfire. I'm sure things will get interesting at that time," Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as a smile crept up on the corner of his mouth.
Huang Chun did not miss the smile that appeared on his face. In his opinion, that smile seemed to show his confidence. It was as though he was confident he would be able to enter the top 30 in the alchemist competition and become a foreign disciple of the Northern Mountains Lu clan. If Huang Chun could read the thoughts in Duan Ling Tian's mind, he would probably faint from shock. The alchemist competition had not begun yet. Everybody, including Duan Ling Tian, stood at the same spot, patiently waiting. As time went by, fewer and fewer people came. In the end, people finally stopped coming. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of wind whistling reverberated and took everybody, including Duan Ling Tian, by surprise. When Duan Ling Tian and the others looked in the direction of the sound, they noticed 2 old figures joining the crowd. Between these 2 old men, one was wearing green while the other wore gray. The green-clad old man had a sturdy body, and he had a determined expression on his face. His manner was imposing even though no hints of anger could be seen in his eyes. He exuded an inexplicable sense of oppression that was not visible to the eyes. The gray-clad old man, on the other hand, looked emaciated with his thin body. He looked glum and exuded a gloomy aura. Whoosh! 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 After the appearance of the 2 old men, 5 more figures appeared behind them like shadows. Among these people, some were old and some were middle-aged. They stood impassively behind the 2 old men. They stared straight ahead and did not waver at all from the beginning until the end. "The Lu clan's people are here," somebody bellowed. Everybody, including Duan Ling Tian, immediately regained their senses and re-examined the 7 people before them. The 2 people at the lead are at the 8th level void transformation stage. As for the other 5, the weakest is at the 4th level void transformation stage and the strongest is at the 6th level void transformation stage. Duan Ling Tian's immediately extended his spiritual energy and probed the 7 people's cultivation base. Judging from the fact that Northern Mountains Lu clan was a second-rate force, the cultivation base of these 7 people could not be considered strong.
However, Duanling Tian knew they did not need to have strong cultivation base. These 7 people must be the Northern Mountains Lu clan's people who will preside over the alchemist competition since they appear just before the alchemist competition raises its curtains. The people who preside over the alchemist competition are all alchemists themselves. Moreover, their grades must be high. Considering the fact that they're high-grade alchemists, their cultivation base is quite impressive. Duanling Tian's eyes gleamed. His gaze was so sharp. It was as though he could easily see through the 7 people from the Northern Mountains Lu clan. As it turned out, Duanling Tian had guessed correctly. Ladies and gentlemen, a great welcome to all of you who came to participate and observe the alchemist competition that's organized by our Lu clan. First of all, I'd like to represent the Lu clan to thank you for your enthusiasm. Secondly, our Lu clan will only recruit the top 30 people in this alchemist competition. If some of you are unfortunate enough to be disqualified, please don't feel discouraged. Our Lu clan will organize another alchemist competition in 3 years' time. The green-clad old man said in a thunderous voice, I'm Lu So, the elder of Lu clan. This person standing next to me is also an elder of the Lu clan. I'm sure all of you must have heard of him before. He's none other than Elder Lu Zhao. The green-clad old man continued to speak. As he introduced himself, he also introduced the gray-clad old man by his side to the crowd. Elder Lu Zhao? Is he the Lu clan's elder who always refined grade 3 pills with a 70% purity or above? It must be him. I previously heard that one of the judges for the alchemist competition is Elder Lu Zhao. Although Elder Lu Zhao is only a grade 3 alchemist, he's one of the best among all the grade 3 alchemists due to the fact that he can refine grade 3 pills with a 70% purity or above. Many people whispered as they discussed the gray-clad old man. Lu Zhao, the Lu clan's elder. Elder Lu So's also a grade 3 alchemist from the Lu Chan. He has also refined grade 3 pills that has a purity of 70% or above. Although he's not as good as Elder Lu Zhao, he's not that far behind either. That's right. Elder Lu So is also very remarkable. If I can get some pointers from him, my progress in the medicine refinement Dao will be tremendous. Apart from that, I heard that Elder Lu So is kind, and he doesn't put on any air. This is something that Elder Lu Zhao can never compare to. People continued to whisper again. Meanwhile, Lu Zhao's face had darkened a little even though he did not react outwardly. As for Lu So, a hint of happiness could be seen in the depth of his eyes even though his expression was devoid of joy or anger. Everybody, no matter who it was, loved to be praised and not criticized. Today, Lu Zhao and I will be the chief judges for the alchemist competition. The 5 people behind us are all excellent alchemists from our Lu clan. They are the judges responsible for inspecting the results of your medicine refining, Lu So announced to the crowd. Ha! Duanling Tian only heard half of Lu So's words. He did not hear the second half of it. Naturally, it was not that he intentionally did not listen. However, his attention was caught by someone else. His gaze was originally on Lu So and the other 6 people from the Northern Mountains Lu clan, so it was easy for him to notice whose expression was not right. At this moment, his attention was focused on Lu Zhao. He noticed Lu Zhao was looking at a green-clad middle-aged man and nodding his head intermittently, as though he was communicating with the green-clad middle-aged man. Lu Zhao's eyes gleamed. It was as though he wanted to devour a certain someone. Duanling Tian had originally found the silhouette of the green-clad middle-aged man to be slightly familiar, but he did not give it much thought. However, the green-clad middle-aged man suddenly turned his head to look at him at this moment. Ridicule and scorn could be seen in the other man's eyes as a scheming smile appeared on his face. It's him. Duanling Tian finally recognized the green-clad middle-aged man after seeing his face. No wonder I find him familiar. The green-clad middle-aged man was one of the 3 middle-aged men whom he had punished outside of the Northern Mountains Lu clan's territory. It seems like he and that Lu Zhao know each other. Moreover, they appear quite close. Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes. Needless to say, he could guess the content of the exchange between the green-clad middle-aged man and Lu Zhao. They were most likely discussing how to make things difficult for him. However, he was not concerned about it at all. If he was only a grade 6 alchemist,
he would most likely fall for their tricks. However, he was not a grade 6 alchemist. Silence! Soon after, Lu Shou's voice reverberated and suppressed the noise that was increasing in volume. The entire place immediately fell silent. For a moment, everyone, including Duan Tian, looked at Lu Shou. When Lu Shou saw everyone's eyes were on him, he continued saying, "The alchemist competition is divided into 3 stages: preliminary, semi-final, and final. Before the preliminary round, all of you need to draw lots and obtain your number. The preliminary round will be carried out according to the order of the numbers." It's about to begin. Most of everyone's eyes lit up instantly. The preliminary round indicated the start of the alchemist competition. Only by passing the preliminary round could one enter the semifinals. After the semifinals, the final round would begin. Only the most outstanding 30 people could enter the final round. Each of those who entered the final round would be able to enter the Northern Mountains Lu clan and become a foreign disciple. The final round would determine the specific ranking of the 30 people. Those who were ranked at the top would receive lavish rewards. They would also become the focal trainee of the Lu clan. In addition to obtaining physical rewards, I heard the top 3 in the finals will also be the personal apprentices of Lu clan's grade 2 alchemists and get guidance from them. My goal is to enter the top 3 in the finals. If I can get some guidance from a grade 2 alchemist, I believe I'll be a grade 4 alchemist in no time. Those who came to the alchemist competition and who are quite capable do not only wish to be a Lu clan's foreign disciple. All of them hope to get some pointers from the Lu clan's high-grade alchemists. Many people buried their heads together in a discussion as their eyes burned brightly. There were many grade 5 alchemists among them. These people's biggest aim was to become the personal apprentice of a Northern Mountains Lu clan's high-grade alchemist. As the proverb went, those who are in a favorable position would gain special advantage. The personal apprentice would be able to work alongside the grade 2 alchemist. As long as he served the grade 2 alchemist well, he would be able to get some pointers from the grade 2 alchemist. "Let them draw the lots," Lu Shou ordered as he turned to look at the middle-aged man behind him. "Yes," the middle-aged man replied respectfully. He was prepared to fly out and take the items needed to draw lots so that the people who came to participate in the alchemist competition, including Duan Tian, could draw their lots. Wait a minute. At this moment, a voice suddenly resonated in the air. It halted the middle-aged man's movement. "Elder Lu Xiao." The middle-aged man looked at the old man standing next to Lu Shou and did not dare to act recklessly. "Lu Xiao, do you have something to add?" Lu Shou asked. He raised an eyebrow as he looked at Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao nodded slightly before he stepped forward. He looked around before he opened his mouth to speak. "Today is the day of the alchemist competition organized by our Northern Mountains Lu clan to recruit outstanding foreign disciples. I'd like to give a warm welcome to all of you who made it here today. However, apart from looking for someone who's talented in medicine refinement Dao, the foreign disciples that our Lu clan recruit must have a good personality as well. From what I've heard, some of you are short-tempered and would casually injure others. Such people are not qualified to participate in the alchemist competition organized by our Lu clan." As Lu Xiao reached the end of his sentence, his eyes gleamed when they landed on the purple-clad young man and the middle-aged man standing in the distance. The purple-clad young man was none other than Duan Tian. The middle-aged man standing behind him was undoubtedly Xianxia. The moment Lu Xiao made his announcement and looked at Duan Tian and Xianxia, everyone's eyes shifted toward the two of them as well. In just a short while, the people standing close to Duan Tian and Xianxia immediately put some distance between them. It was as though they feared they would get themselves in trouble as well. For a moment, Duan Tian and Xianxia's surroundings turned empty. Apart from the ice coffin hovering next to Duan Tian, only Huang Chun was left standing there. However, his face had turned incredibly pale. He wanted to leave, but he felt bad leaving, just like that the moment he recalled he and Duan Tian could be considered as acquaintances now. At the moment when Huang Chun was hesitating, Lu Xiao shifted his gaze to him and casually asked, "Are you with them?" The moment the words left Lu Xiao's mouth, horror dawned on Huang Chun's face. He hastily waved his hand. "And no, I don't know them. I don't know them." Huang Chun was flustered.
He immediately leaped away and quickly left Duanling Tian and Xianxia as though he was avoiding a plague.
Huang Chun's words clearly entered Duanling Tian's ears. However, he was not bothered by it at all.
Put aside the fact that he and Huang Chun had only just met, it was well within Huang Chun's right to decide on his own even if Huang Chun was really his friend. This matter should not be forced.
He was pretty open-minded about this. Presently, only Duanling Tian and Xianxia were left standing at the field. To be more precise, there were 3 of them left.
There was still Feng Tian Wu, who was lying in the ice coffin that was hovering next to Duanling Tian.
The 2 of you have terrible temperaments. Our Lu clan doesn't welcome you. Your eligibility to participate in the alchemist competition is revoked, Lu Zhao said nonchalantly as he looked at Duanling Tian and Xianxia. The tone of his voice brooked no arguments. It was as though he was a judge that controlled the life and death of a person. With just a sentence, he had sentenced Duanling Tian and Xianxia to death. He did not allow them to explain at all.
Lu So, who was standing by the side, frowned slightly.
Naturally, he could see what was happening before his eyes. He knew Lu Zhao was trying to oppress the purple-clad young man and the middle-aged man standing next to him. Earlier, he had noticed Lu Zhao exchanging looks with another participant of the alchemist competition. He found the green-clad middle-aged man slightly familiar. It was as though he had seen him somewhere before.
Oh,
he had visited our Lu clan previously.
He's Lu Zhao's nephew. Soon after, Lu So finally recalled the green-clad middle-aged man's identity. He knew Lu Zhao was abusing his power for personal gains. Although he was not entirely pleased about it, he had no intention of stopping Lu Zhao at all. When it came down to it, the purple-clad young man and the man standing next to him were outsiders. They did not know each other at all.
As for Lu Zhao, he was still an elder of the Lu clan no matter what. He could not possibly offend the latter for the sake of the former. Due to this reason, he chose to remain silent.
Terrible temperaments? Duanling Tian suddenly laughed. The laugh was so vivacious that everyone, with the exception of Xianxia, thought that he had gone mad. Laugh all you want. You won't be able to laugh for long anyway. When the 3 middle-aged men who were injured by Duanling Tian outside of the northern mountains Lu clan looked at Duanling Tian again, mocking sneers could be seen on their faces.
In their opinion, now that one of the chief judges of the alchemist competition had spoken up and revoked the purple-clad young man's eligibility to participate the competition, the purple-clad young man would definitely have to leave now. When Lu Zhao saw Duanling Tian and Xianxia had remained motionless after hearing his words, he felt as though they had trampled on his dignity. His eyes gleamed coldly as he asked in a deep voice, "Didn't you hear me?"
However, Lu Zhao's words were not met with a reply from Duanling Tian and his follower or their departure. He was met with a righteous voice instead. "Elder Lu Zhao, you're not following the rules at all."
"Elder Lu So, what are you trying to say?" Lu Zhao's face darkened instantly when he looked at Lu So, who was standing next to him. The person who questioned him was none other than Lu So. He did not miss the changes in Lu So's expression. He knew Lu So did not plan to poke his nose into his affair. Initially, he was inwardly praising how sensible Lu So was. Who knew, in just a blink of an eye, Lu So had suddenly wanted to stick his nose into this matter. Although the development of the situation was a little out of the blue, Lu Zhao did not give it too much thought. He thought Lu So had refuted him in the public because Lu So did not want to spare his feelings. "Elder Lu Zhao, you mentioned they have terrible temperaments. But I can't help but wonder how bad are they actually? Could it be that you've already met them prior to today? Or, perhaps, you know the 2 of them?" Lu So seemed to have changed into another person. He had initially closed his eyes to Lu Zhao abusing his power for the sake of his nephew's grudge. Presently, he seemed to have transformed into a fair and righteous person. Let alone Lu Zhao. Lu So's transformation was so sudden that even Duanling Tian could not help but feel surprised.
When Lu Zhao had righteously announced that he was revoking his eligibility to participate in the alchemist competition and told him to leave the Lu clan, he had carefully studied the expression of this chief judge, Lu So.
At that time, Lu So's attitude was that of an indifferent bystander. Lu So's transformation was so abrupt that he could not make sense of the situation for a moment.
Why does Lu So suddenly seems to have changed into another person?
What exactly prompted him to change so suddenly? Dun Ling Tian was extremely puzzled. However, he felt that there must be a reason behind it. Lu Shou's action would definitely offend Lu Xiao, an elder he had worked with for many years in the northern mountains Lu clan. It would not be a surprise if Duan Ling Tian and Lu Shou knew each other and were on good terms with each other. However, the problem was he did not know Lu Shou at all. At this moment, Lu Shou was going out on a limb for someone he had never met before.
Something was not right. Duan Ling Tian was extremely sure about this. I don't know them. Lu Xiao's eyes gleamed coldly in the face of Lu Shou's questioning. He replied in a deep voice, but somebody knows them and was personally injured by them. May I know who and where is that somebody who was injured by them?
Can you ask them to step forward and recount the story? Lu Shou raised an eyebrow and nonchalantly said, After all, who knows if they're intentionally framing him or not? What do you think, Elder Lu Xiao?
Humph. Lu Xiao snorted before looking at the three middle-aged men, including that green-clad middle-aged man. He said to them indifferently, since Elder Shou wants to know the ins and outs of the story, tell him the incident without leaving out any detail.
Originally, the three middle-aged men thought that the purple-clad young man who injured them would be quickly driven out. They did not expect Lu Shou to interfere in the matter. The moment they heard Lu Xiao's order, they quickly replied in unison, Yes. They looked at Lu South, Elder Lu Shou. He had blatantly injured the three of us outside the Lu clan's estate. The three of us swear that we've never seen him prior to this. We don't even know who he is. The green-clad middle-aged man looked at Lu Shou and said with righteous indignation, If a scum like him enters the Lu clan, he'll only smear the good name of the Lu clan.
He madly injured people in the vicinity of the Lu clan. Moreover, the people he injured are participants of the alchemist competition and potential foreign disciples of the Lu clan.
Such a person is not qualified to join the Lu clan at all. On top of that, his companion is also his accomplice.
If the two of them enter the Lu clan, they would be the black sheep in Lu clan. They'll definitely tarnish the reputation of the clan. The other two middle-aged men continued to chime in righteously.
Meanwhile, a clamor erupted in the surroundings. If that's the case, the two of them really are not qualified to join the Lu clan.
Humph.
Lu clan is one of the best clan in the northern mountain land. How can it possibly accommodate such a violent person? Scram!
Get lost!
After hearing the green-clad middle-aged man and the other two middle-aged men's words, the people in the surroundings began to point and talk about Duan Ling Tian and Xiong. They did not mince their words at all. Duan Ling Tian remained indifferent to all of it. From the beginning until the end, his expression remained nonchalant. It was as though the person in the midst of the thunderstorm was not him but someone else. However, the fact that he could remain so calm did not mean the others could remain this calm as well. All of you are like villains who like to lodge a complaint first. Xiongquan's face was extremely flushed. In the midst of all the finger-pointing and talks, he suddenly pointed a trembling finger at the green-clad middle-aged men and his two companions. He yelled, Yes, it's true that young master did injure the three of you, but why didn't you tell everyone the details of the story? There are so many people present.
Why did young master only injure you but not the others?
Xiongquan was so agitated that his body began to tremble when he reached the end of his sentence. He did not care what others said about him, but it was unacceptable for the others to talk bad about his young master. Xiongquan's words immediately shifted the spotlight away from Duan Ling Tian to the green-clad middle-aged man and his two companions. That's right. Why did he only choose to injure the three of you? When I first arrived, I flew past him, but he did not harbor any intention to harm us at all.
Could it be that you all provoked him first?
And because of that, you were all taught a lesson. Many people began to question the green-clad middle-aged man and his two companions.
The green-clad middle-aged man and his two companions were frowning. Meanwhile, Lu Xiao's expression turned sullen.
Humph! A snort filled the air, louder than the clamor.
Under the watchful eyes of the others, a handsome young man dressed in a silk robe flew out and stood haughtily before Lu Shou and Lu Xiao. Third young master. The moment this man appeared, Lu Shou, Lu Xiao, and the other 5 Lu clan's disciples immediately bowed at him politely one by one.
Perhaps this newcomer's cultivation base and his accomplishment in the medicine refinement Dao was currently not as good as theirs. However, this newcomer was the lineal disciple of the Lu clan. His position in the Lu clan was a lot higher, far from being comparable to those secondary disciples. This was a clan that heavily favored their lineal kins.
I've heard the ins and outs of the story when I was hiding by the side.
Since Elder Lu Zhao thinks they're not eligible to stay in our Lu clan, I agree they should leave. The moment the Northern Mountains Lu clan's third young master appeared, the gaze he used to look at Duanling Tian and Xiongquan was contemptuous. It was as though he was looking at two ants that he could trample on whenever he wanted. Third young master, you? Lu Sou's face turned a little pale.
What? Elder Lu So, you don't trust Lu Zhao's judgment.
But are you doubting my judgment as well? The Lu clan's third young master interrupted Lu Sou's sentence. His gaze when he looked at Lu So turned even sharper.
Duanling Tian looked at the young man who had suddenly appeared with a calm gaze. The Northern Mountains Lu clan's third young master?
The sudden appearance of the Lu clan's third young master and his current attitude had undoubtedly confirmed one thing. He was standing on Lu Zhao's side.
However, there was still no change on Duanling Tian's face. It was as though he would remain unmoved even if the sky collapsed on him. When Lu So was at a loss after hearing the Lu clan's third young master's words, a loud voice resonated in the air and attracted the attention of everyone present.
Third brother, how prestigious and majestic you are. In the distance, a young man flew out and arrived next to Lu So in just an instant. Second young master. The moment the young man appeared, Lu So and the other 5 Lu clan's disciples hastily bowed.
When the young man appeared, Lu Zhao frowned lightly before he gave a slight bow. It's Lu Bai,
Lu's clan's second young master. I didn't expect the Lu clan's third young master to make an appearance at the alchemist competition, let alone the Lu clan's second young master. It's said that the Lu clan's second young master is also one of the 2 main heirs of the clan leader of Lu clan. The only person who can compete with Lu clan's second young master to become the next clan leader is none other than Lu Song, the Lu clan's first young master.
Indeed.
As for this Lu Huai, the Lu clan's third young master,
although he's also quite good, he's still a little lacking compared to Lu clan's first young master and second young master. However, I heard that he's the younger brother of the Lu clan's first young master.
Many people whispered in a heated discussion. These people knew the Northern Mountains Lu clan quite well. I see. Duanling Tian's ears were sharp. Naturally, he did not miss all the whispering in his surroundings. In just a second, he immediately grasped the situation. Second brother, don't tell me you're trying to protect them? These people are despicable and are not qualified to enter our Lu clan. Lu Huai snarled. His eyes gleamed coldly when he saw Lu Bai. However, Lu Bai ignored him. It was as though he did not hear a single word that he had said at all as he continued to stare at the purple-clad young man standing nearby.
We meet again. Lu Bai smiled faintly.
The purple-clad young man whom Lu Bai was staring at was none other than Duanling Tian. Since Lu Bai took the initiative to greet him, Duanling Tian replied with a smile as well. Yes, we meet again. When Lu Bai made his appearance, he had instantly recognized him. It was none other than the brother of the pair of brother and sister whom he had met in the past, when he left the Darming dynasty to journey to the ancient desert city together with Feng Tianwu and Feng Wu Dao. He still remembered Feng Wu Dao had saved the lives of the pair of brother and sister. At that time, he had no idea what it meant when he heard the pair of brother and sister said that they were from the Northern Mountains Lu clan. It was only when he arrived at the Northern Mountain land that he knew the meaning of the words Northern Mountains Lu clan. A clan that had 10,000 years of history.
An alchemy clan.
In their entire 10,000 years of existence, not more than 20 grade 1 alchemists had appeared in their clan. Lu Bai. Lu Bai suddenly announced as he looked at Duanling Tian. It was apparent that he was introducing himself.
Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian smiled in response.
At the same time, his gaze swept past Lu Bai and Lu So who were standing together. He could vaguely guess what the situation was like.
Earlier, Elder Lu So didn't intend to meddle in this matter. However, in just a blink of an eye, he suddenly seemed to be standing on my side. I found it strange initially. Why would he help me?
Looking back, He must have done it under Lu Bai's order. Lu Bai must have been hiding somewhere since the beginning and recognized me. Duan Tian thought to himself. At this moment, the fog that shrouded Duan Tian completely dissipated. The faces of the crowd changed, some drastically and some slightly, when they saw Lu Bai and Duan Tian greeting each other like two old friends. He actually knows the Lu clan's second young master? Colors immediately drained from the faces of the green-clad middle-aged man and his two companions. Hints of dread could be instantly seen in their eyes. They did not expect the purple-clad young man whom they hated to the core actually knew Lu Bai, the second young master who had a lofty position in the Northern Mountains Lu clan. Moreover, the relationship between those two did not seem superficial. No wonder Lu So didn't hesitate to offend me and insist on poking his nose into this unimportant matter. So it turns out that he's a friend of the second young master. Come to think of it, the second young master must have signaled Lu So to help him. Lu Zhao's face darkened. He could vaguely figure out what had happened. Meanwhile, his eyes were gleaming coldly. That cold gaze did not leave the purple figure standing nearby. Duan Tian raised an eyebrow when he sensed the cold gaze on him. He casually glanced once at Lu Zhao before he returned to ignoring him. Grade 3 Alchemist? 8th level Void Transformation? To be honest, be it the Medicine Refinement Dao or his Martial Dao practice, Lu Zhao did not warrant Duan Tian's attention at all. Duan Tian actually knows the Lu clan's second young master? Huang Chun stood at the side as he looked at Duan Tian, who was smiling as he exchanged glances with Lu Bai, the second young master of Lu clan. At the same time, regret filled his heart. He felt as though his heart was bleeding. He knew he had missed the opportunity to forge a relationship with the Lu clan's second young master. If he did not flee from Duan Tian earlier as though he was avoiding the plague or claimed that he did not know Duan Tian, he would have been treated as a friend by Duan Tian. If he was Duan Tian's friend, it would be easy for him to forge a relationship with the Lu clan's second young master through Duan Tian. However, he had destroyed all of this with his own hands. Second brother, I was wondering why you would protect them. As it turns out, they're your acquaintances? Lu Huai exclaimed in a slightly astonished tone as he stared at Lu Bai. Wow! Second brother, your social circle is really wide. I can't believe you actually know such lowly people. Lu Huai's tone was filled to the brim with ridicule. He paused for a moment before he continued saying, however, even if these wretched and despicable people are your friends, they're still not allowed to enter the Lu clan according to our Lu clan's rule. However, Lu Bai continued to ignore him just like before. This made Lu Bai's face darken even more. Why did you come to our Lu clan? Lu Bai asked as he looked at Duan Tian. There was a hint of puzzlement in his voice. Duan Tian smiled as he announced his true intention. I want to be a revered elder or an interim advisor of the Lu clan. A revered elder? An interim advisor? The instant Duan Tian's words left his mouth, the entire place descended into silence. Even Lu Bai was taken aback by bewilderment. After all, it was not easy to become a revered elder or an interim advisor of their Lu clan. If he was a martial artist, he would have to possess strength at the martial monarch stage at least. Only a martial monarch was worthy enough to become a revered elder or an interim advisor. If he was an alchemist, only a grade 2 alchemist or higher was qualified. Martial monarch? Grade 2 alchemist or higher? Lu Bai shook his head silently as he sized Duan Tian up. He thought that Duan Tian was pulling his legs earlier. Ha 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 ha. After a moment of silence, many people began to regain their senses and burst out in laughter. Most of them looked at Duan Tian like he was an idiot. Just with him alone? Even if he doesn't exploit his relationship with the Lu clan's second young master, I'm afraid it's still a question if he can successfully make it to the next round in the alchemist competition and become a foreign disciple in the Northern Mountains Lu clan. Exactly. Why doesn't he look at a mirror and take a good look at himself? He wants to be a revered elder or an interim advisor of the Lu clan. Who does he think he is? I think the bragging has gone to his head. But how dare he brag in front of so many people? I think he's just looking to be scolded. Maybe he's daydreaming. Many people ridiculed Duan Tian. All of them, without exception, thought Duanling Tian was bragging or daydreaming.
Did he want to be a revered elder or an interim advisor of the Northern Mountains Lu clan? There was no point in thinking about it if one did not have a cultivation base at the martial monarch stage or if one was not a grade 2 or higher alchemist.
This Duanling Tian has really lost his mind. The green-clad middle-aged man and his two companions were sneering as they looked at Duanling Tian. They thought Duanling Tian was strange. He's an idiot after all, Lu Zhao sneered. Haha, second brother? Are you sure your friend is sane? Lu Huai threw his head back laughing. The gaze that he used to look at Duanling Tian was filled with contempt. Slap! At the exact moment when Lu Huai's words left his mouth, a loud and crisp clap echoed in the air. Everyone could see a red palm print appearing on one side of the Lu clan's third young master's face. Soon after, that side of his face completely swelled up. Half of his face looked like a pig face. At the same time, everybody noticed an additional figure standing in front of Lu Huai. It was a purple figure.
Most of the people, including Lu Bai, became completely stunned when they saw the purple figure. Why you? Do you dare to slap me? Lu Huai covered the swollen side of his face. His eyes gleamed red with killing intent when he glared at the purple-clad young man before him. He wanted to kill him on the spot. However, he did not dare to act recklessly even though he was extremely angry and itched to butcher the man in front of him into 1,000 pieces. The fact that this person could slap him without him noticing meant that this person's strength far exceeded his own.
Third young master keeps saying that I'm wretched and despicable. I wonder if the fact that you use your words to insult people, as you please, can also be considered as wretched and despicable. The person who stood before him and had slapped him was none other than Duanling Tian.
Duanling Tian looked calmly into Lu Huai's eyes. A faint smile could be seen playing on the corner of his mouth.
This smile seemed like a devil's smile in Lu Huai's eyes. When Lu Huai heard Duanling Tian's words, the killing intent in his eyes turned even more intense. Without any warning, he suddenly shouted, "Lu Zhao! Kill him!" Whoosh! A split second before Lu Huai finished his words, Lu Zhao, who was prepared since the beginning, flew out instantly and charged toward Duanling Tian like a flash of lightning. Die! Lu Zhao's originally gloomy face and eyes were intensely cold. With a lift of his hand, a spirit saber appeared out of thin air and sliced down at Duanling Tian's head. Swish! An ear-piercing sound echoed as the saber cut through the air. Clang!
Swish! The shrill sound of metal clashing reverberated in the air, followed by the sound of slashing.
The people present on the scene could hear the sound of metal clashing, but not more than half of them heard the sudden sound of a sword slashing swiftly.
That's fast! Lu So was the strongest person on the scene apart from Lu Zhao. He seemed to have seen something that surprised him. His eyes narrowed and horror filled his face.
The others could not see what was happening at all. In their eyes, after Lu Huai, the Lu clan's third young master, shouted, Lu Zhao, the Lu clan's elder, made his move to kill Duanling Tian.
However, they heard the sound of metal clashing when Lu Zhao was charging toward him. In the next moment, they saw fresh blood falling from the sky. It looked like dazzling roses in the air. Bam! Soon after, a body crashed to the ground. How's this possible? Many people on the scene gasped in surprise when they saw the body that was no longer breathing. Disbelief filled their faces and eyes.
Soon after, all eyes shifted to the purple figure that was standing there haughtily. Shock and disbelief could be seen in their eyes.
He really killed Elder Lu Zhao?
How could he possess such powerful strength?
How old is he? He looks around 25 years old at the most. Is he a demon?
No way. If he's a demon, how could he possibly participate in the alchemist competition organized by the Lu clan?
It's practically impossible for a demon to become an alchemist, let alone a grade 6 or above alchemist.
If he's really a human martial artist, it means that he's not only terribly talented in the martial Dao. His talent in medicine refining is most likely good enough to cause others to envy him. The gazes that were trained on the purple figure was immediately filled with hints of shock. It was hard for them to imagine the existence of such a monstrous person in this world. Uncle! A green figure cried out in sorrow as it flew out and landed next to Lu Zhao's body. His voice sounded extremely bleak. Uncle! Duanling Tian, who had caught the public's attention, immediately swept a cold glance at the green-clad middle-aged man next to Lu Zhao's body. No wonder this Lu Zhao was trying to find fault with me.
As it turns out, one of the men I injured earlier was his nephew.
At this moment, Duanling Tian finally understood everything. In the entire place, Xiong Quan, excluding Feng Tianwu who was lying in the ice coffin, was the only one who was not surprised by the strength Duanling Tian had demonstrated. All the others were so confounded that they did not regain their senses for a long time. He's actually this strong. To think I was worried about his safety earlier. After Lu Bai, the Lu clan's second young master, regained his senses, he stared at the purple figure standing nearby. At this moment, all he felt was how huge and mighty the purple silhouette was. Did he really come from the distant area in the far south? That small rural place actually produced such a monster. Lu Bai's face was filled with disbelief. Due to their previous encounter, it was not hard for him to figure out Duanling Tian's background. How did second young master meet this Duanling Tian? He's absolutely monstrous. The corner of Lu Sou's mouth twitched violently. Lu Zhao's speed was as fast as lightning when he charged at Duanling Tian that even Lu Sou could not react in time. He thought Duanling Tian would be killed by Lu Zhao, but who would have thought the outcome would be so dramatic? You? Why you? When Duanling Tian turned to look at Lu Huai, the Lu clan's third young master, Lu Huai, who was standing near him, turned pale and immediately panicked. Just like everyone else, he did not expect Duanling Tian to possess such terrifying strength. He was so strong to the point that Lu Zhao, who was at the 8th level void transformation stage, died in his hands. From the moment Lu Zhao made his move to the moment he died, Duanling Tian's heaven and earth phenomenon that was mobilized by his energy did not appear at all. In fact, even Lu Zhao did not have time to mobilize the heaven and earth energy to gather the heaven and earth phenomenon.
Lu Zhao was the one who made the first move.
The instant he made his move, he was already killed. Everything happened in just a blink of an eye. Duanling Tian's movement was awfully fast. From the very beginning until the end, he did not even get to see everything clearly. Lu Huai's face turned red as he looked at Duanling Tian in horror. Both his legs were trembling uncontrollably. At this moment, Duanling Tian made his move.
Whoosh! A hand extended out as quick as lightning and easily grabbed Lu Huai by the neck before it lifted him up forcefully. His feet were lifted off the ground and hung in the air.
Meanwhile, Duanling Tian's eyes that were looking into Lu Huai's eyes were filled with a hint of coldness.
Killing intent rose from Duanling Tian's body. It was obvious he intended to kill Lu Huai. Why you want T to kill, me? Lu Huai asked with difficulty. His face had turned purple from Duanling Tian's hold on his neck. The horror that rose from the bottom of his heart and soul could be seen in his eyes.
Since you've already ordered somebody to kill me, is there any reason why I can't kill you? Duanling Tian's face and voice were calm.
However, the people present on the scene could feel the cold killing intent from his calm voice. All they felt were chills running down their spines.
Is this Duanling Tian crazy? He actually wants to kill the Lu clan's third young master. If he really kills the Lu clan's third young master, it'll be hard for him to escape death even if he's talented in martial Dao and medicine refining. Killing the Lu clan's third young master is equivalent to giving the Lu clan a slap in the face. The Lu clan will never give up until he dies.
At that time, it'd be useless even if the Lu clan's second young master pleads for mercy on his behalf.
He would definitely die.
The people watching at the side whispered among each other. Each and every one of them had an extremely glum expression.
The green-clad middle-aged man crouched next to Lu Zhao's body and lifted a hand to close Lu Zhao's eyes that were staring blankly into space. He roared with an enraged expression on his face as he glared at Duanling Tian with crazy eyes. Kill him! Kill him!
He knew he would never be able to avenge his uncle. For this reason, he could only place his bet on the Lu clan. The fact that Duanling Tian killed his uncle meant that he had already offended the Lu clan. However, the Lu clan would definitely not kill Duanling Tian and avenge his uncle if the Lu clan's second young master pleaded for mercy on his behalf. After all, his uncle was only a secondary disciple of the Lu clan. His life was as low as a weed compared to the Lu clan's second young master.
However, Everything would be different if Duan Tian killed the Lu clan's third young master. At that time, the Lu clan would spare no effort in killing Duan Tian, even if the Lu clan's second young master pleaded for mercy. Duan Tian, don't kill him. Lu Bai, the Lu clan's second young master, and Lu So, the Lu clan's elder, shouted almost simultaneously. Panic could be seen on their faces. As a member of the Lu clan, there was no doubt they knew what consequences he would face if he killed a lineal disciple of the Lu clan. Ha! Duan Tian frowned as he turned to look at Lu Bai. He was quite fond of Lu Bai. However, he could not let go of Lu Huai just like that. Although he had killed Lu Zhao who attempted to kill him earlier, it was Lu Huai who had given him the order. Lu Huai was the real culprit. He would not let go of someone who wanted him to die. Duan Tian, calm down. Calm down. You must not be so impulsive. Although Lu Huai deserves to die, there's no point in sacrificing your future for his sake. Lu Bai tried to persuade him continuously as his breathing quickened. Sacrifice my future? Duan Tian raised a brow. No matter what, Lu Huai is still a lineal disciple of our Northern Mountains Lu clan. If you kill him, it's equivalent to giving our Lu clan a slap in the face. The entire Lu clan will spare no effort in killing you. Lu Bai quickly nodded his head as he voiced out his concern. The moment Duan Tian heard this, he fell momentarily silent. His eyes gleamed as though he was thinking about something. Meanwhile, the atmosphere had turned incredibly tensed. Everyone's eyes landed on Duan Tian one by one. They wanted to know what choice Duan Tian would make. Kill Lu Huai? Or not to kill? I wonder if this Duan Tian would kill the Lu clan's third young master or not. Many people whispered among themselves. Their voices were filled with doubt. Well, it's obvious he would die if he kills the Lu clan's third young master, so I don't think he dares to do it. I think so too. Majority of the people felt that Duan Tian would not dare to kill Lu Huai. After all, Duan Tian would die if he killed Lu Huai. If they were in Duan Tian's shoes, they were certain they would not dare to kill Lu Huai. In their opinion, their own lives were more important than everything else. There was no need to ruin their own lives in a moment of anger. Cough, cough. Why you won't dare to kill me? Why you won't dare to? Lu Huai coughed twice. He glared spitefully at Duan Tian with a smug look on his face even though he was lifted up by the neck by him. Are you sure? I don't dare to kill you. After hearing Lu Huai's provocative words, Duan Tian, who was originally deep in thoughts, regained his senses. His eyes were gleaming brightly. His grip on Lu Huai's neck tightened immediately. Cough, cough, cough. What are you doing? Lu Huai had difficulty breathing due to Duan Tian's tightened grip. Duan Tian. No! Horror dawned on Lu Bai instantly when he saw this. Duan Tian, you must think about it carefully. Once you kill the third young master, you won't able to live anymore. Lu So advised. Young master. Xianxia had more or less been affected by the surroundings atmosphere. He looked at Duan Tian with a worried expression as he persuaded him to. There's no reason to put yourself in danger for his sake. It did not seem like Duan Tian heard the advice from Lu Bai, Lu So, and Xianxia as he muttered to himself, the Northern Mountains Lu clan has existed for 10,000 years. When he reached the end of his sentence, he suddenly stilled. In the next instance, he turned his head and looked at Lu Bai before asking, in the history of your Lu clan, was there anyone who survived after killing a lineal disciple of Lu clan? Yes, there were. Although Lu Bai did not understand the purpose of Duan Tian's question, he still nodded his head. Who were they? Duan Tian asked as his eyes lit up curiously. They're divided into two types of people. One of them was a martial monarch whom even our Lu clan was powerless against. When Lu Bai reached this point in his sentence, he paused for a moment as his face turned glum. There was a bit of helplessness in his tone. Martial monarch. Moreover, the martial monarch was so strong that even the Lu clan was powerless against him. Lu Bai's words were clearly heard by everyone present at the scene. For a moment, everyone agreed with him. A martial monarch who could make the Lu clan powerless was obviously stronger than the strongest Lu clan's martial monarch. The Lu clan could not act against someone like that.
If he killed the lineal disciple of Lu clan, the Lu clan could not do anything to retaliate even if they were enraged. Although the Lu clan had connections with some of the first-rate forces at the other side of the Ruoshui River, the first-rate forces would only make a move if the Lu clan was facing destruction. Unless the Lu clans was under the threat of annihilation, the first-rate forces would not make a move even if the clan leader died, let alone the death of a lineal disciple. They guarded the Lu clan, not an individual from the Lu clan. How about the other type? Duan Ling Tian continued to ask with brightly lit eyes. The other type is not a martial monarch, Lu Bai explained unhurriedly. After successfully getting the attention of everyone else other than Lu clan's disciples, he continued to add, the other type of person's attainment in the medicine refinement Tao is almost at the peak. They're none other than grade 1 alchemists. Grade 1 alchemists. The moment the words left Lu Bai's words, the entire place descended into silence. At this moment, even the sound of a needle falling on the ground could be heard. Ah, so it was a grade 1 alchemist? The Northern Mountains Lu clan is a family of alchemists. A grade 1 alchemist would definitely gain the respect of the Lu clan. Moreover, a grade 1 alchemist is very influential. This could be seen in the legacy passed down in the Lu clan. The Lu clan could endure for 10,000 years is because of those grade 1 alchemists in the past. After everybody regained their senses, they were hit by a pang of realization. In terms of martial strength, a grade 1 alchemist might not be better than the Northern Mountains Lu clan's powerhouse. However, the influential power a grade 1 alchemist possessed was enough to elicit dread from the Lu clan. It was to the point that they did not dare to offend him at all. Cough cough. Did you hear that? Only a martial monarch or a grade. Oh, an alchemist. Cough cough. She can kill him and get away with it. Cough cough. Why you are not qualified enough to kill me. Lu Huai, who was lifted up by the neck once again, became agitated as he glared scornfully at Duan Ling Tian. He felt no fear since he knew he had something to fall back on. Only a martial monarch or a grade 1 alchemist can kill you and get away with it? Duan Ling Tian's eyes gleamed as he looked at Lu Huai calmly. Horror dawned on Lu Huai when he sensed Duan Ling Tian's grip tightening again. He struggled as he yelled, "No! No! Duan Ling Tian!" Horror also dawned on Lu Bai, who was standing by the side. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian would choose this dangerous path even after knowing he would die if he killed Lu Huai. Snap! The loud and crisp sound of bones breaking echoed in the air, causing everyone present to feel chills running down their spines. One of the 5 Lu clan's disciples who followed Lu So and Lu Zhao immediately turned around and fled the scene. The other 4 also had disbelief written all over their faces. All of their gazes were fixed on that purple figure. The people's eyes were focused on the purple figure as well. The owner of the purple figure was none other than Duan Ling Tian. Lu Huai's neck was broken by Duan Ling Tian's tightened grip. At this moment, his head drooped to the side listlessly. Boom! With a raise of his hand, Duan Ling Tian calmly tossed Lu Huai's body on the ground. His action was so nonchalant, it was as though what he had done was just a small matter. He's crazy. He's crazy. Majority of the people looked at Duan Ling Tian as though they were looking at a ghost. They thought he was insane. He really killed the Lu clan's 3rd young master? He's not afraid of death? Now that he has killed the Lu clan's 3rd young master, it's useless even if the Lu clan's 2nd young master pleads for mercy on his behalf. It's impossible for him to escape death now. What the hell is he thinking? He probably doesn't want to live anymore. Many of the onlookers buried their heads together in discussion. They found it difficult to comprehend Duan Ling Tian's action. Although he knew it would be difficult to escape death after killing the Lu clan's 3rd young master, he still hardened his heart and killed the Lu clan's 3rd young master. Was he not pushing himself into a corner by doing this? Duan Ling Tian. Lu Bai's face was pale. The thing he worried about the most had happened. Naturally, the cause of his ashen face was not Lu Huai's death. Although he and Lu Huai were both lineal disciples, they were not blood-related at all. He was vying for the position of the next clan leader with Lu Song, the 1st young master of Lu clan. Due to that reason, Lu Huai, who was Lu Song's blood brother, had schemed in the dark and tried to kill him multiple times. To be completely honest, he was quite happy that Lu Huai was dead. However, his heart sank a little the moment he remembered Duan Ling Tian might be killed because of this matter. Although he and Duan Ling Tian had only met twice, he was saved by the powerhouse next to Duan Ling Tan when they first met. Like the saying went, the love for the house extends even to the crows perching on its roof. Due to the feelings of gratitude, he did not wish for anything to befall Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, how could he possibly face the benefactor to whom he owed his life to? Young man, you're too eager to win. Lu So sighed. He thought after Duan Ling Tian was provoked by Lu Huai, he had lost his senses and killed Lu Huai due to his ego. A single slip could cause lasting sorrow. In his opinion, this saying was very appropriate to describe Duan Ling Tian's current situation. It did not matter if it was Lu Bai or Lu So, none of them asked Duan Ling Tian to flee at all. It was not because they wanted to see Duan Ling Tian's misfortune. They knew the Lu clan would still catch him even if he fled. It was meaningless for him to escape now unless he was a martial monarch. This Duan Ling Tian is most likely going to die today. What a waste of his monstrous talent. Exactly. This Duan Ling Tian is really monstrous. He has such a horrifying cultivation base that he could even kill Lu Zhao with just one blow. I think he's already at the 9th level void transformation. Moreover, his talent in medicine refinement Dao is equally as terrifying. A genius whom even God is jealous of. The majority of the people present felt that Duan Ling Tian would definitely die today. They sighed and shook their heads as they lamented Duan Ling Tian's impending death. Uncle, did you see that? Duan Ling Tian killed the Lu clan's third young master. He killed the Lu clan's third young master. The green-clad middle-aged man smiled widely. He crouched next to Lu Zhao's body as he lowered his head to whisper to the body at his side, "You must watch carefully. That Duan Ling Tian will be killed by the Lu clan soon." At this moment, the green-clad middle-aged man's face filled with joy. It was as though he could already picture the scene of Duan Ling Tian being killed by the Lu clan's powerhouse. Young master. Xiang Quan, unlike everyone else who felt that Duan Ling Tian would definitely die, had a different opinion. He was carried away by the atmosphere earlier, so he was initially a little worried his young master would kill the Lu clan's third young master in a moment of recklessness and invite trouble for himself. However, his heart had calmed down after his own young master had killed the Lu clan's third young master. He understood his young master very well. He knew his young master would not act impetuously if he did not have the confidence. He had a feeling his young master had a way to overcome this crisis. He was looking forward to seeing it. "Who are you? Why did you kill my Lu clan's lineal disciple?" At this moment, a boisterous voice reverberated from the distance and attracted everyone's attention. In the next instance, 2 old men appeared at the place where everybody was looking at. One was fat and the other was thin. The fat one was short while the thin one was tall. The former looked like a ball while the latter looked like a bamboo. The 2 old men flew in the air before coming to a halt near the crowd. As they hovered in the air, their eyes immediately found the purple-clad young man standing nearby. Soon after, another figure appeared. It was none other than the Lu clan's disciple who had left earlier. He was the one who called the 2 old men over. "Elder Yuan, Elder Gue." The instant the fat and thin old men appeared, Lu So and the other 4 Lu clan's disciples bowed politely to them. Even Lu Bai, the Lu clan's second young master, took the initiative to nod at the old men. However, the 2 old men did not respond to Lu Bai and the others. This was because their attention was focused on Duan Ling Tian. When they inadvertently saw the body lying near Duan Ling Tian, they could not help but be consumed by rage even though they had already prepared themselves for it. Their eyes turned fierce as they glared at Duan Ling Tian. Meanwhile, there was turbulence in the air surrounding their bodies even though they did not move and no energy could be seen rising from their bodies. The sounds of the explosion could be faintly heard as well. As one fell, another rose in succession. 2 martial monarchs? The spiritual energy Duan Ling Tian had extended out the moment the fat and thin old men appeared felt as though it had met a bale of cotton when he tried to probe them. He could sense the 2 old men before him were true martial monarchs. As expected of the Northern Mountains Lu clan, just the death of a lineal disciple and 2 martial monarchs immediately come knocking on the door.
At this moment, Duanling Tian finally understood the meaning of the word clan.
If it was just a sect, this situation would not happen. Why did I kill your Lu clan's lineal disciple? Duanling Tian looked fearlessly at the two martial monarchs as he replied unhurriedly, since he wanted to kill me, why can't I kill him? Don't tell me I should just stand there and wait for my death.
The reason's not important to us. What's important is the end result. Do you know the consequence of killing our Lu clan's lineal disciple? The fat and thin old men spoke almost simultaneously. Everyone heard their words clearly. Hua! Hua!
When they spoke, a terrifying aura surged out of their bodies and swept toward Duanling Tian as they glared at him.
However, Duanling Tian remained unmoved even in the face of the two imposing martial monarch. He remained motionless like a mountain in the midst of a storm.
And both old men were stunned when they saw that. A hint of surprise could be seen on both their faces. This brat is pretty good. Too bad you killed a lineal disciple from our Lu clan. You'll have to die today. The old man, who was as round as a ball, narrowed his eyes and stepped forward. He was Lu Yuan, the Lu clan's guardian elder. The rolling energy on his body rose as though it was just waiting for the old man to release it.
Elder Yuan, please show mercy. At the moment when Lu Yuan was about to attack Duanling Tian, a voice suddenly sounded. It caused Lu Yuan to withdraw his energy slightly. His gaze then landed on the figure that appeared as quick as lightning in front of Duanling Tian.
Lu Bai.
Lu Yuan could not help but furrow his eyebrows when he saw the person pleading for mercy on Duanling Tian's behalf.
He did not expect their Lu clan's second young master would plead for mercy on behalf of the person who killed the Lu clan's third young master.
An old man who was as skinny as bamboo looked at Lu Bai with a sullen expression. He was also a Lu clan's guardian elder, Lu Gui. His voice was indifferent as he said, Lu Bai, you should know the Lu clan's rules as the Lu clan's second young master. Withdraw.
Lu Bai was a lineal disciple of the Lu clan and also the Lu clan's second young master. However, the Lu clan's guardian elder was at the martial monarch stage. They had a lofty status in the clan and was not inferior to the clan leader of Lu clan.
A lineal disciple was beneath his notice. Elder Yuan, Elder Gui. Lu Bai took a deep breath and focused his gaze on Lu Yuan and Lu Gui. He said in a tone that was neither arrogant nor servile, nobody's to blame for Lu Huai's death but himself. As for Duanling Tian, he saved my life once. I will not stand and watch as my savior is killed, Lu Bai said in one breath.
He looked at Lu Yuan and Lu Gui with a straight face. He did not waver once.
Hua! Lu Bai's words created a storm. Duanling Tian saved the Lu clan's second young master's life? Many people were surprised. Young master saved the Lu clan's second young master's life? Xianxia was also stunned. His young master did not mention this matter before. Duanling Tian lifted an eyebrow slightly. Among everyone present, apart from Lu Bai, the only one who knew the truth was him.
He did not save Lu Bai's life.
The one who saved Lu Bai's life was Feng Wu Dao, not him. Naturally, he was aware of why Lu Bai had said that. He was trying to save his life from the two Lu clan's martial monarchs. Lu Bai's good intention warmed Duanling Tian's heart.
Lu Bai, it doesn't change the fact that he killed one of our Lu clan's lineal disciple even if he did save your life. He must die today. Lu Gui took a step forward and stood next to Lu Yuan.
At the same time, a domineering invisible energy surged out of his body. In just a moment, it shrouded Lu Bai completely and pulled him away from Duanling Tian. Elder Gui. Lu Bai's face changed dramatically.
He discovered the invisible energy pulling him away from Duanling Tian was extremely strong, so much so that he could not escape the binding at all. Considering that you've saved the life of our Lu clan's second young master, we'll give you 10 breath for you to say your last words. After that, I'll send you to hell. There was a flash in Lu Yuan's small eyes when he spoke. His eyes were trained on Duanling Tian.
Young master. Xianxia had taken over the task of towing the ice coffin. At this moment, his expression had changed drastically. He took a step forward with the intention of shielding Duanling Tian like Lu Bai did earlier. Stand back. However, a thunderous voice he was very familiar with sounded, just as he just took a step forward. Xiongquan turned to look at Duanling Tian as he said anxiously, "Young master, don't worry, nothing will happen to me." Xiongquan's words were interrupted midway by a voice. He recognized his young master's voice.
Although Xiongquan did not know where Duanling Tian got his confidence from, he trusted Duanling Tian unconditionally. In the end, he stood earnestly at his original spot.
"Nothing will happen?"
Lu So shook his head and sighed in the distance when he heard Duanling Tian's words. In his opinion, Duanling Tian did not realize the severity of the situation he was in. Since he had killed the Lu clan's lineal disciple, he would have to be one of the two special types of people in order to escape death today.
There was no doubt about it.
Is Duanling Tian crazy? He can still say he's fine even at this moment. I think he's feigning confidence to console those around him.
Judging by the way the Lu clan greeted Elder Yuan and Elder Gui, I think they must be two of the three Lu clan's guardian elders, Lu Yuan and Lu Gui, two martial monarch powerhouses.
Elder Yuan and Elder Gui personally came here. It's futile for the Lu clan's second young master to plead for mercy. This Duanling Tian will definitely die.
Everyone present was caught up in their discussion. They thought Duanling Tian was insane. At this moment, the look everyone gave Duanling Tian was as though they were looking at a dead person. In their opinion, there was no way Duanling Tian would survive this. From the very beginning, they did not think Duanling Tian belonged to either one of the two types of people the Lu clan's second young master, Lu Bai, mentioned. Subconsciously, they all thought it was impossible.
Even Lu Bai thought it was impossible subconsciously.
If Duanling Tian dies, how can I explain this to my savior if I meet him again in the future? Lu Bai, who was bound at the side by Lu Gui's power, had an extremely glum expression on his face. Although he felt anxious for Duanling Tian, he was completely helpless at the moment.
There was no way he could break out of the binding with his strength alone.
Lu Gui was a martial monarch powerhouse. It was far from what he could compete with. Arrogant kid. Lu Gui had also heard Duanling Tian's words. His eyes gleamed coldly. If Lu Yuan did not say he would allow Duanling Tian to say his last words, Lu Gui would have already attacked Duanling Tian.
The fact that Duanling Tian dared to say that in front of him meant that he did not take him seriously.
"You have the duration of 5 breaths left," Lu Yuan spoke in a low tone.
The expression on his face was also slightly ghastly.
He did not expect the purple-clad young man to be so arrogant. If he had known this earlier, he would not have given him a chance to say his last words. Everyone continued watching as the situation progressed. After Lu Yuan spoke, Duanling Tian extended his right hand out. He flipped it so his palm faced upward and the back of his hand faced downward.
What's he doing?
Most of the people present were confused when they saw Duanling Tian's movement. They could not figure out what he was trying to do.
After a while, 2 breaths time had passed. Lu Yuan coldly said again, 3 more breaths left. Since 2 breaths ago, Duanling Tian had maintained the same position. Even Lu Yuan and Lu Gui, the 2 Lu clan's guardian elder at the martial monarch stage, could not figure out what Duanling Tian was trying to do. "Lu Yuan, hand him over to me once the time's up," Lu Gui said calmly. It was obvious he wanted to deal with Duanling Tian personally.
Lu Yuan nodded his head in assent. "There's only 2 breaths time left. Duanling Tian won't die in vain, since he's dying in the hands of the Lu clan's martial monarch."
Do you think Duanling Tian has a problem in his head?
He's going to die soon, but still he remains silent. Moreover, he's posing in such a weird way as well.
Does he think the Lu clan's Elder Yuan and Elder Gui will show him mercy because of that? He's too naive.
Duanling Tian's a prodigy. The mistake he committed on impulse will end in a tragedy. This shows that those whom God loves die young.
Well, he dug his own grave.
He could have spared the Lu clan's 3rd young master, but he killed him.
Everyone present was whispering among themselves. A lot of them thought it would be a waste for Duanling Tian to die just like that. After all, not only did Duanling Tian show a strong innate talent in the martial Dao, his innate talent in refining medicine was extraordinary as well. He could be considered as an all-round monster prodigy.
However, this monster prodigy, Duanling Tian, had to die just because he killed a Lu clan's lineal disciple. Moments later, Lu Yuan opened his mouth again to say, One more breath left. His voice became colder. Even his gaze on Duan Lingtian was icy.
Lu Gui snorted as his robe billowed and fluttered in the wind. The energy on his body began to brew. It rose and gained momentum as he prepared to attack after one breath. He was going to kill the purple-clad young man standing before him in a blow. Everyone held their breath and silently watched as the martial monarch gathered his energy.
Young master.
Xianxia clenched both his fists. Although he trusted Duan Lingtian, he was still worried about Duan Lingtian since he was influenced by the tense atmosphere.
Duan Lingtian, who had been quietly and calmly standing there with his right hand raised, finally had a change in his expression when he saw Lu Gui was about to attack. There was a faint smile on his face. The smile was so faint that nobody saw it.
Time's up.
Finally, one breath had passed. Everyone present trembled in their hearts. When everyone's eyes shifted to Lu Gui to watch him make his move, they found him hovering in the air motionlessly. At this moment, Lu Gui was staring blankly ahead. He was dumbstruck. Everyone's eyes followed Lu Gui's gaze that was trained on a purple-clad young man standing on the other side. The person Lu Gui intended to kill was none other than Duan Lingtian. However, everyone was taken aback when they saw Duan Lingtian. It was as though the sight that met their eyes were extremely shocking. What's wrong with them? Xianxia, who felt anxious on behalf of Duan Lingtian, glanced at him once before he glanced at the others. Apart from Feng Tianwu, who lay in the coffin, and himself, everyone, including Lu Bai, the Lu clan's second young master, was staring blankly at his young master like a fool. Is this because of the wisp of flame rising from young master's hand?
Xianxia seemed to have discovered something as he focused his gaze on the flames rising from Duan Lingtian's palm.
If one had to point out a difference between his young master then and now, it would be the wisp of flame that rose from his palm. Is that the pill fire? Xianxia could vaguely guess what the flame was. However, he could not figure out the grade of the pill fire that rose from Duan Lingtian's hand. Duan Lingtian. The force that bound Lu Bai in the distance had disappeared due to Lu Gui being shocked, but Lu Bai was unaware of it. He was staring blankly at Duan Lingtian. More accurately, he was looking at the wisp of flame that had unexpectedly risen from Duan Lingtian's hand. As the lineal disciple and second young master of an alchemist family, the Lu clan, he had instantly recognized that wisp of flame as the pill fire with just one glance. Purple pill fire edged in gold. Is that the violet gold pill fire? A grade 1 pill fire. Lu Bai's eyes widened. Shock and awe were written on his face. Even in his wildest dream, he did not dream of seeing the sight before his eyes. That's the violet gold pill fire? That seems to be the violet gold pill fire. It's a grade 1 pill fire. An alchemist that can manifest grade 1 pill fire is undoubtedly a grade 1 alchemist. This Duan Lingtian is a grade 1 alchemist.
How's that possible? Lu Bai recovered from the shock at the same time with a small number of the people present. There was a lot of discussions and awe was written on everyone's faces.
At this moment, there were only shock and awe in their eyes as they looked at Duan Lingtian.
They were shocked by Duan Lingtian's attainment in the medicine refinement Dao, and they were in awe of Duan Lingtian's identity.
Grade 1 alchemist. In the sky, the two old men's faces that were originally ablaze with anger and killing intent had vanished and was replaced by respect. Who?
Soon after, they hurriedly flew down and landed before Duan Lingtian. Their eyes were focused on the wisp of flame in Duan Lingtian's hand.
Lu Yuan's round and fat face twitched as his small eyes widened. He said in a slightly startled voice, "It really is the violet gold pill fire." Meanwhile, Lu Gui stared blankly at the purple flame edged in gold in Duan Lingtian's hand. He muttered to himself, "Grade 1 pill fire. He's really a grade 1 alchemist. Why? Are Elder Yuan and Elder Gui worried that I'm pretending to be a grade 1 alchemist?" Duan Lingtian asked as he narrowed his eyes. Duan Lingtian's words felt like two giant hammers that struck Lu Yuan and Lu Gui's chests with an immense force. It caused them to tremble before they slowly recovered from the shock. Lu Yuan and Lu Gui were the two strongest guardian elders in the Lu clan. They were martial monarchs. Their gazes toward Duanling Tian had changed now that Duanling Tian's identity was revealed. There were less contempt and more awe in their gazes.
Greetings, Master.
Greetings, Master.
As the guardian elders of an alchemist family, the Liu clan, they were very much influenced by the Liu clan. Their regards toward a grade 1 alchemist were very different.
In their eyes, a grade 1 alchemist was someone they looked up to. Grade 1 alchemists were not to be provoked even if they were martial monarch powerhouses. On Cloud Continent, the influence of a grade 1 alchemist was extremely shocking. If a grade 1 alchemist was willing, they could move many people who were stronger than them by just making a promise to refine a certain amount of grade 1 spirit pills for those who wanted to kill them. At that time, they would definitely be everyone's target. Put simply, they could not afford to provoke a grade 1 alchemist. Naturally, they backed down after Duanling Tian had revealed his identity as a grade 1 alchemist. However, they did not only back down because they were afraid they might invite trouble. They were also doing it for the sake of the Liu clan. If the Liu clan, as an alchemist family, had offended a grade 1 alchemist, others would laugh at them and think they had no sense if the news spread. Moreover, if this grade 1 alchemist wanted to make trouble for the Liu clan, the clan would descend into chaos even if they were under the protection of the first-rate forces from the inner land. Naturally, they could take the risk and kill this grade 1 alchemist who might not be as strong as they were.
However, they would then have to prepare for the possibility of a crisis.
Grade 1 alchemists, no matter how solitary they were, would most likely have done someone a favor and helped them refine grade 1 spirit pills. The connections a grade 1 alchemist had was enough to bring trouble to the Liu clan.
If the situation progressed to that point, both parties would most likely end up dead.
No one knew the influence a grade 1 alchemist had better than the Liu clan. It was all thanks to the dozens of grade 1 alchemists from Liu clan that they managed to survive for 10,000 years.
So what now? You're not going to kill me now? Duanling Tian sneered.
No, we don't dare. We don't dare to.
Lu Yuan and Lu Gue were still hovering midair as they looked at Duanling Tian. They were looking down at him condescendingly as though they were looking like an ant just a moment ago. However, they had to walk on eggshells like mice that had encountered a cat when they faced Duanling Tian now.
This Duanling Tian turned out to be a grade 1 alchemist. Oh God! How old is he? Previously, he had killed the Liu clan's elder, Lu Zhao, who was an 8th level void transformation martial artist with just a blow. Taking his age into account, his strength and his innate talent in martial Dao could be considered as monstrous.
The problem is, apart from being extremely talented in martial Dao, he's even more talented when it comes to refining medicine.
He's already a grade 1 alchemist at such a young age. If I didn't know it's almost impossible for a demon to be an alchemist, I wouldn't believe he's human like us. At this time, everyone present had recovered from the shock. However, they were shocked again as they began to discuss the matter. How's that possible? The green-clad middle-aged man who was standing next to Lu Zhao's body stared ahead blankly. Similar to his 2 other companions, he could not believe his eyes at all.
Duanling Tian is a grade 1 alchemist? Among everyone present, the one who felt the most regretful was Huang Chun.
Huang Chun had originally become friends with Duanling Tian. They had also exchanged pleasantries. However, his friendship with Duanling Tian was ruined because of a wrong decision he made. The error he committed on impulse might lead to lifelong sorrow.
At this moment, it was too late even if Huang Chun's heart was filled with remorse. In this world, there was no medicine for regrets. Grade 1 alchemist? Young master, he's a grade 1 alchemist?
Xiong Quan's gaze brightened as joy filled his face. So that's why young master said he'll be fine.
As it turns out, he's a grade 1 alchemist.
Grade 1 alchemists were one of the 2 types of people that could get away with killing a lineal disciple of Liu clan. Duanling Tian. At this moment, the Liu clan's second young master, Lu Bai, walked toward Duanling Tian with glowing eyes. You're actually a grade 1 alchemist.
I'm a little upset that you hid this from me, Lu Bai said in a disgruntled tone.
Duanling Tian looked at Lu Bai and smiled faintly. You didn't ask me. If I knew you're a grade 1 alchemist, I wouldn't have worried. Lu Bai smiled bitterly.
Earlier, he felt as though his heart was hanging by a thread. He was afraid he would not be able to give an explanation to his savior.
After all, Duanling Tian was with his savior back then. It was obvious their relationship was not simple.
Lu Bai's eyes suddenly brightened. It was as though he recalled something as he stared at Duanling Tian like a precious treasure. Right? I still remember, you said earlier the reason you came to the Lu clan is to become a revered elder or an interim advisor.
Revered elder? Interim advisor?
Lu Yuan and Lu Gui, who were standing near Duanling Tian, felt anxious initially. Their eyes brightened and their faces were filled with a pleasant surprise when they heard Lu Bai's words.
They immediately looked at Duanling Tian with keen and sparkling eyes. If the young man before their eyes was a revered elder or an interim advisor of the Lu clan, it would undoubtedly bring good fortune to the Lu clan. He was a grade 1 alchemist. Based on the Lu clan's history, the appearance of the last grade 1 alchemist was nearly 1,000 years ago. There was no grade 1 alchemist at all in the past few hundred years.
The Lu clan's second young master's words also reminded me of what Duanling Tian said earlier. Duanling Tian seemed to have said he wanted to be the Lu clan's revered elder or interim advisor.
He did say that. I heard it. Then again, I thought he was only bragging earlier.
Me too. I thought he was bragging. After all, those who are qualified to be the Lu clan's revered elder or interim advisor are either martial monarch powerhouses or grade 2 alchemists or above. At that time, I didn't think he would have such qualifications. Who could have guessed he's not only an alchemist at grade 2 or lower, he's actually a grade 1 alchemist. After the reminder from Lu Bai, many recalled that Duanling Tian did say such a thing.
Master! Lu So, who slowly recovered from the shock, looked at Duanling Tian expectantly as he waited for his reply.
Originally, Lu So, like the others, thought Duanling Tian was just bragging when he said he came to the Lu clan to be a revered elder or an interim advisor.
The first thought in Lu So's heart was Duanling Tian would certainly die when he saw Duanling Tian had ignored the Lu clan's second young master's advice and resolutely killed the Lu clan's third young master, Lu Huai.
When the Lu clan's two strongest guardian elders appeared and confronted Duanling Tian about the death of Lu clan's third young master, Lu Huai, and the second young master, Lu Bai, failed in pleading for mercy, Lu So did not think Duanling Tian would survive.
However, the subsequent development of the matter was completely beyond his expectation. When the Lu clan's guardian elder, Lu Gui, was about to kill Duanling Tian manifested a wisp of pill fire. Violet gold pill fire. Grade 1 pill fire. He domineeringly revealed his prestigious grade 1 alchemist identity and completely reversed the situation. Not only did he survive, but he also earned the admiration of everyone present. Grade 1 alchemist. His identity was equivalent to a golden medallion to escape death in a second-rate force like Lu clan. That aside, this ridiculously young grade 1 alchemist had the intention of joining the Lu clan to become a revered elder or an interim advisor.
How could he not be excited? Once this grade 1 alchemist joined the Lu clan, maybe he could rely on his status of being on the second young master's side and ask some questions about refining medicine. As the saying went, a baker's wife may take a bite out of a bun, and a brewer's wife may drink from a tun. A fishmonger's wife may feed on a conger, but a serving man's wife may starve from hunger. Perhaps he might break through and become a grade 2 alchemist with some enlightenment from this grade 1 alchemist.
In the Lu clan, there was quite a lot of grade 3 alchemists, but only a few grade 2 alchemists.
Once he became a grade 2 alchemist, he would soar in the sky and achieve greatness.
Lu So looked at Duanling Tian earnestly as he waited for his response. He prayed anxiously. He fervently prayed that the grade 1 alchemist master would not change his mind about the Lu clan and dismiss the idea of becoming a Lu clan's revered elder or interim advisor due to the unpleasant incident earlier. However, Lu So was not the only one who felt anxious. Everyone present, including Lu Yuan and Lu Gui, the two Lu clan guardian elders, were also feeling anxious. Duanling Tian. Lu Bai stared at Duanling Tian with a glint in his eyes and an expectant expression.
After the earlier incident, I wonder if Master Duanling Tian would still be willing to join Lu clan and become the Lu clan's revered elder or interim advisor.
Everyone had their eyes trained on Duanling Tian. They were also curious about his reply.
Naturally, most of their gazes were filled with anticipation and hope.
These people were all confident in their attainment in the medicine refinement Tao. All of them felt they would definitely be able to pass the alchemist competition organized by the Lu clan and join the Lu clan. They had subconsciously considered themselves as the Lu clan's foreign disciples. In their opinion, if this Grade 1 alchemist master really became the Lu clan's revered elder or interim advisor, they might have a chance to ask some questions regarding the medicine refinement Dao in the future. In turn, they would gain some insights and possibly break through. Maybe I should reconsider it. Earlier, those two were so keen on killing me. Duanling Tian glanced at Lu Bai before he looked at Lu Yuan and Lu Gui. His eyes narrowed as a faint mocking smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Lu Bai heard his words, and his face changed dramatically. Elder Yuan, Elder Gui, I hope you can apologize to Duanling Tian. If the Lu clan lost a Grade 1 alchemist interim advisor because of your impulsiveness, you'll be considered sinners in the Lu clan. Lu Bai immediately turned to look at Lu Yuan and Lu Gui to yell at them, completely disregarding their surroundings. He had completely ignored Lu Yuan and Lu Gui's lofty status in the Lu clan. He knew he had to fight for Duanling Tian to stay and become the Lu clan's interim advisor. Usually both of them would feel extremely dissatisfied if Lu Bai yelled at them in public. However, they did not feel any dissatisfaction today. Furthermore, as soon as Lu Bai ended his sentence, Lu Yuan and Lu Gui had already bowed at Duanling Tian and said in unison, "We apologize for our offense earlier. We hope Master won't take offense. If Master is willing to join the Lu clan, both of us will do anything you want to the best of our abilities. We won't object even if Master wants to punish us." A Grade 1 alchemist was too important to the Lu clan. Due to this reason, Lu Yuan and Lu Gui, who were martial monarchs and the Lu clan's guardian elders, were willing to bow, apologize, and make promises in order to appease Duanling Tian and make him stay. It seems the reasons Lu clan survived for 10,000 years and remained strong are not only because of the protection of the first-rate forces from the inner land. It's because the people from Lu clan will do anything for their clan. How rare. Yes. As the Lu clan's guardian elders and martial monarch powerhouses, they actually bowed and apologized to make a Grade 1 alchemist stay in the Lu clan. Regarding this, not many martial monarchs from the other forces can do that. While the people present were whispering among themselves and praising the resolution of the people from Lu clan, they were also staring intently at Duanling Tian. All of them wanted to know if the other party would be willing to join Lu clan and become their revered elder or interim advisor, since Lu Yuan and Lu Gui was so sincere. Suddenly, the air in a distance stirred. Following that, a loud voice reverberated in the air. The clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, along with guardian elder, Lu Ji, and the rest of the elders welcome Master Duan. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a handsome and sturdy middle-aged man dressed in green robe walked abreast with a red-clad old man. A dozen more old men and middle-aged men followed behind them. In just a blink of an eye, they all landed and stood next to Lu Yuan and Lu Gui as they looked at Duanling Tian with admiration in their eyes. It's the clan leader of Lu clan, and the Lu clan's other guardian elder. Oh God! The clan leader of Lu clan and all 3 guardian elders personally came. This is rare. All these is because of this Master Duanling Tian. A Grade 1 alchemist means a lot to the Lu clan. The Lu clan will definitely fight for it at all cost. After the initial shock, everyone began to discuss among themselves. Their discussion pushed Duanling Tian, a Grade 1 alchemist, to a new height. Clan leader, Elder Lu Ji. Duanling Tian greeted Lu Rui and Lu Ji with gleaming eyes. After that, he turned to look at all the Lu clan's elders behind them and nodded slightly as a greeting. Duanling Tian was not surprised by the arrival of the Lu clan's senior officials. When he displayed his Grade 1 pill fire, he noticed the person from Lu clan who had summoned Lu Yuan and Lu Gui earlier had quietly left again. The senior officials led by the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, was obviously summoned by him as well. Master Duan is indeed a rarely seen prodigy in this world. At such a young age, you have not only achieved extraordinary martial Dao and cultivation, you also have a shocking achievement in the medicine refinement Dao. You're already a Grade 1 alchemist. It's very admirable, Lu Rui praised. These words came from the bottom of his heart without any pretense. Such a young man with extraordinary martial Dao and cultivation, in addition to being a Grade 1 alchemist. He could not help but feel shocked even if he was the clan leader of the Lu clan. Master Duan, Lu clan's juniors have offended you. We hope you won't take offense to that.
If Master Duan doesn't mind, please come to our Lu clan's estate. We'll treat Master Duan as our guest of honor and compensate you, Lu Ji said following that.
After Lu Ji's finished his sentence, it was completely silent. The cause and effect of today's incident were witnessed by everyone present. First, Duan Lingtian had killed a Lu clan's elder before he killed the Lu clan's third young master. The former might not be a huge issue, but the latter was the Lu clan's prestigious lineal disciple. He was not someone one could kill at will even if Duan Lingtian was in the right. Due to that reason, 2 of Lu clan's guardian elders came and to kill Duan Lingtian without asking for his reason. However, all of that was turned upside down after Duan Lingtian revealed his grade 1 alchemist's identity. First, the 2 Lu clan's guardian elders apologized sincerely. Then, the clan leader of the Lu clan and another guardian elder along with the rest of the Lu clan's elders came personally and apologized to Duan Lingtian with guardian elder Lu Ji as their representative. Based on their words, they even wanted to treat Duan Lingtian, who killed one of their Lu clan's lineal disciple, as the guest of honor and compensate him.
Everyone felt like they could not keep up with the development of the situation.
After they recovered from the shock, they were hit by a pang of realization. They knew it was all because Duan Lingtian had shown by his ability to manifest a grade 1 pillfire and reveal his identity as a grade 1 alchemist.
Grade 1 alchemist.
Clan leader, Elder Ji.
At this time, the Lu clan's second young master, Lu Bai, walked over to Lu Rui and Lu Ji's side and whispered something to them.
As he spoke, Lu Rui and Lu Ji's eyes brightened. Their faces were filled with a pleasant surprise. It seems that the Lu clan's second young master told them that Master Duan had intended to join the Lu clan and become the Lu clan's revered elder or interim advisor. That should be it. A lot of them secretly guessed.
The subsequent scene proved them right.
Master Duan, if you're willing to join us, the Lu clan is willing to treat you as our first interim advisor. In the future, if Master Duan needs anything, Lu clan will do its best to obtain what you need.
The clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, cupped his hands and bowed at Duan Lingtian as he said sincerely, "Please, Master Duan. Please join the Lu clan and become the Lu clan's interim elder." Following that, the Lu clan's guardian elder, Lu Ji, led all of the Lu clan's elders and bowed respectfully to invite Duan Lingtian to become an interim elder of the Lu clan. It was indeed a high status.
At this moment, Lu Bai, Lu So along with Lu Yuan and Lu Gui also bowed down one by one and said, "Please, Master Duan,
join Lu clan."
After that, everyone from Lu clan bowed and sincerely invited Duan Lingtian to join the Lu clan. Once again, the entire scene descended into silence. For those present, the scene in front of their eyes was definitely a scene they would remember for the rest of their lives. A young man who looked like he was in his 20s made the senior officials from the Lu clan, one of the 2 largest forces in the northern mountain land, bow to invite him to be their first interim advisor. Duan Lingtian's expression was carefree when faced with the sincere invitation from the Lu clan's senior officials, like the one being invited was not him. It was as though he would remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed before his eyes. At this moment, the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui's words echoed in Duan Lingtian's ears.
In the future, if Master Duan needs anything, the Lu clan will try its best to obtain it for Master Duan.
Was that not the reason he came to the Lu clan?
Since Lu Bai is a friend and seeing how sincere the clan leader of Lu clan and all the elders are, it would unreasonable for me to refuse.
Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian slowly spoke. He had seized the opportunity and indirectly did Lu Bai a favor. He said yes. As expected, the senior officials from Lu clan turned to look at Lu Bai after Duan Lingtian stopped talking. He immediately became the center of attention.
Lu Bai, you did well. The clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, nodded as he looked appreciatively at Lu Bai.
For a moment, Lu Bai could not help but feel a little scared. Although he was the Lu clan's second young master, he was only second among the younger generation of the Lu clan's lineal disciples. Relationship-wise, the clan leader of Lu clan was his second cousin once removed.
The younger generation of the Lu clan's lineal disciples was ranked according to their age. Currently, there were more than 20 of them. Lu Bai was ranked second, hence he was known as the Lu clan's second young master. The next clan leader would be chosen among them. Currently, the ones who had the highest chance to inherit the clan leader position was Lu Bai, the Lu clan's second young master, and the Lu clan's first young master. Since Lu Bai was praised by the clan leader, it showed that he was undoubtedly one step closer to inheriting the position of clan leader. Even when the second young master was very young, I knew he wasn't simple. In fact, I thought he was a promising child. It seems that I'm right judging by how things turned out. He managed to win over a very important person for the Lu clan this time. Judging from the relationship between the second young master and Master Duan, there's no need to worry about the prosperity of Lu clan if he inherits the position of clan leader. Right? You're right. Meanwhile, many of the Lu clan's elders began to flatter Lu Bai. The elders who sided with Lu Bai seized the opportunity to express the benefits if Lu Bai became the next clan leader of the Lu clan. The elders who sided with the Lu clan's first young master, Lu Song, looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They would have taunted their rival if they heard them flattering the second young master in ordinary circumstances. However, they did not dare to do so now. Who knew if Master Duan would leave if they acted without thinking? After all, he was a friend of the second young master, Lu Bai, and they seemed to be close. They did not want to become a traitor to the Lu clan, so they could only dutifully remain silent. Meanwhile, some of them were filled with anxieties as they deliberated over abandoning their master and showing their allegiance to the second young master, Lu Bai. Since the second young master, Lu Bai, had a connection with a grade 1 alchemist, his position in the Lu clan would definitely rise in the long run. Even the Lu clan's clan leader and 3 guardian elders would pay more attention to him who was previously in a weaker position. Lu Bai could not help but smile bitterly to himself when he heard the elders who had previously remained impartial flatter him to show their allegiance. Those impartial Lu clan's elders did not side with him or Lu Song previously. He did expect that just a word from Duan Lingtian would be more effective than his careful planning for the past 10 years. He had planned for 10 years before some of the Lu clan's elders came to his side to help him. However, Lu Bai was also comforted by the thought. After all, Duan Lingtian was a grade 1 alchemist. His existence in the Lu clan was superior and inviolable. In fact, there was no need for him to fight Lu Song at all if Lu Bai was a grade 1 alchemist. There would be no dissent even if he wanted the current clan leader to abdicate so he could take the position for himself. In the Lu clan, one's status would be above everyone else as long as one managed to break through and become a grade 1 alchemist. If he said one, no one in the Lu clan would dare to say two. That included the clan leader and the other Lu clan's martial monarch powerhouses. The earliest rule that was passed down in the Lu clan stated that a grade 1 alchemist had the highest status in the Lu clan regardless of whether he was a lineal disciple or a secondary disciple. It was a rule that could not be violated. Perhaps that was the reason the people from Lu clan reacted like a mouse encountering a cat when they met a grade 1 alchemist. However, I killed the 3rd young master of Lu clan earlier. Won't I be punished after I become the Lu clan's interim elder? Duan Lingtian suddenly said at the moment when the people of Lu clan were rejoicing. It was as though he had suddenly poured cold water on them while they were taking a hot shower. One by one, they regained their senses and collect their stray thoughts. Of course not. The clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, was the first to recover and immediately shook his head. Lu Huai, that boy had always been trouble. I think Elder Duan wouldn't have killed him if he didn't actively provoke Elder Duan. Lu Ji, the Lu clan's guardian elder, added. When Lu Ji spoke, he addressed Duan Lingtian as Elder Duan. From the moment Duan Lingtian promised to be a Lu clan's interim elder, he was already considered a prestigious Lu clan's elder. As stated by the clan leader, Lu Rui, he was the Lu clan's first interim advisor. In light of his position, even Lu Rui had to be respectful to him. To a certain extent, his current status in the Lu clan was above everyone else. You're right. In the past, I've always thought that Lu Huai boy had shifty eyes and didn't look like a good man. Elder Duan, you did well by killing him. You got rid of a Lu clan scourge. The other guardian elder, Lu Yuan, continued saying, Yes, Elder Duan, you helped clean up the Lu clan. There's no way we'll punish you. In fact, we must thank you. The guardian elder, Lu Gui,
who previously proclaimed that he wanted to deal with Duanling Tian personally to avenge Lu Huai, had completely changed his attitude. The change was so drastic that everyone present was dumbfounded. However, no one dared to say anything.
It was not a joke. They were not like Duanling Tian, who was a grade 1 alchemist.
If they dared to gossip about this Lu clan's guardian elder, he would never let it go. Even if he did not deal with them now due to his reputation, he would find a chance to deal with them later on.
If one describes the Cloud Continent as a starry sky and the people on Cloud Continent as the stars in it, young master's undoubtedly the brightest one. Xianxia stood in the distance with a smile on his face. He was proud to be able to follow a master like Duanling Tian.
However, he could not help but feel dejected when he recalled his insignificant strength. He would not be able to help his young master with his current strength. He would only drag him down.
I hope I can further improve my strength by relying on the Lu clan. According to the young master, I can use spirit fruits to boost my cultivation and use the profound assimilation formation to improve my comprehension of the sword concept. Xianxia recalled what Duanling Tian said to him not too long ago. This Lu clan should have spirit fruits and that profound assimilation formation, right? Xianxia felt a little anxious when he thought about this. All right then. Although Duanling Tian was certain the senior officials from the Lu clan would not seek revenge after he revealed his identity, he was still glad when he heard them verbally confirming it.
He never thought the identity of a grade 1 alchemist could be so useful. Of course, that's because the Lu clan's family is an alchemist family. Other families might not be so accommodating. Duanling Tian understood this very well.
Elder Duan, you've been traveling on the road and I'm sure you're tired. Please rest in the estate, Lu Rui said warmly to Duanling Tian before he looked at Lu Bai. Let Lu Bai bring you there.
There's no rush. I still want to see the alchemist competition, Duanling Tian said as he shook his head.
Although it was impossible for him to join the alchemist competition now, he was still interested in observing. It was the first alchemist competition he had ever seen in his life.
He was very curious and excited. He was curious about how the alchemist competition was judged as well as the alchemist levels in the foreign lands. He was excited about seeing a group of alchemists in action. It was his first time seeing so many alchemists.
Since Elder Duan is so interested, we'll accompany you then, Lu Rui said to Duanling Tian as he smiled.
The other senior officials from the Lu clan nodded. They did not have any other opinion, nor did they dare to have any other opinion. Clan leader, elders, I'm just taking a look. All of you can head back and rest, Duanling Tian hurriedly said. He was discomfited by the enthusiasm of the Lu clan's senior officials.
Lu Ji smiled and said to Duanling Tian, Elder Duan, the reason we want to stay is to hear your opinion on the young ones. Since you're here, I think you should be the main judge of the alchemist competition. However, the smile on his face looked like the smile of an old fox in Duanling Tian's eyes.
Yes, Elder Duan. All of us would like to hear your opinion on the young ones. The group of Lu clan's elders seized the opportunity and agreed with him. Duanling Tian did not even get the chance to reject Lu Ji before the group of elders from the Lu clan spoke up one after another. He did not get a chance to reject them at all.
Meanwhile, the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, and the other Lu clan's guardian elders were looking at him with anticipation.
How could he reject them?
Naturally, he could reject them if he really wanted to. However, he dismissed the thought of rejecting them since he would benefit from the Lu clan in the future. I'll join the fun then. Duanling Tian nodded and accepted the offer.
He did not feel any pressure at all being the main judge of the alchemist competition organized by the Lu clan. Moreover, he would be able to observe the alchemist's techniques up close.
He did not intend to venture into the medicine refinement Dao. The memory of medicine refinement that the rebirth martial emperor left behind was sufficient for him to be at the top in Cloud Continent.
One must know the rebirth martial emperor was even higher than a grade 1 alchemist. He was a royal grade alchemist back then. As someone who had inherited the memory of a royal grade alchemist, it was not difficult for Duanling Tian to judge the medicine refinement level of a group of grade 5 and grade 6 alchemists. Duanling Tian wanted to reject the offer earlier because he thought it was troublesome. However, he had no choice but to do it now even if it was troublesome. There was a saying that went, if someone invites you to a meal and you accept his hospitality, you'll find it difficult to say anything against him. Although he had yet to benefit from the Lu clan, he would benefit from them in the future. That was the main objective of him joining the Lu clan after all.
Stop! Suddenly, a fierce scream entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. He was shocked and turned to look at the person who shouted,
Lu Bai. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian saw the person who had shouted was the Lu clan's second young master, Lu Bai. He was shouting at 3 middle-aged men who were secretly trying to leaving. When Duan Ling Tian looked in the direction where Lu Bai was looking at, he saw the 3 men and recognized them with just a glance.
The 3 middle-aged men were none other than the 3 who had disrespected Feng Tianwu, who was lying in the ice coffin and was subsequently injured by him.
The 3 of them wanted revenge. The green-clad middle-aged man worked with the Lu clan's elder, Lu Zhao, in an attempt to prevent Duan Ling Tian from participating in the alchemist competition organized by the Lu clan. Unfortunately, things did not go their way. It was to the extent that Lu Zhao even died in Duan Ling Tian's hand.
After that, Duan Ling Tian no longer bothered with the 3 of them. He was busy dealing with the Lu clan's 3rd young master, Lu Huai.
In the end, he became the Lu clan's interim elder.
It was obvious the 3 middle-aged men wanted to flee after they saw him achieving his goal. However, isn't it too lenient to let them leave just like that?
Duan Ling Tian's eyes gleamed when he looked at the 3 middle-aged men. His face turned somber.
Following Lu Bai's fierce scream, everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, had their eyes trained on the 3 men. The 3 of them froze as though they had turned into sculptures. Master Duan Ling Tian, please let us go. Soon after, one of them turned around and kneeled on the ground. He proceeded to kowtow to Duan Ling Tian and begged for mercy.
Master Duan Ling Tian, please spare my life. This has nothing to do with me. Another man followed by kneeling and kowtowing. Only the green-clad middle-aged man was left standing and staring at the Duan Ling Tian who killed his uncle.
Humph! How dare you stare at Elder Duan with your filthy eyes? A scream reverberated in the air suddenly.
Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian felt a gust of wind at his side. It was obvious that somebody had dashed past him. It was so fast that he could not react in time at all. Bang! When he regained his senses, he immediately heard a loud thud. He saw a bamboo-like silhouette at the place the green-clad middle-aged man was standing. It was one of the Lu clan's 3 guardian elders, Lu Gui.
Blood mist hung in the air near Lu Gui, and the green-clad middle-aged man was nowhere to be seen.
Duan Ling Tian knew very well that the green-clad middle-aged man was dead. He was killed by Lu Gui. The blood mist was a result of his body exploding. Lu Gui, the Lu clan's guardian elder, was a martial monarch powerhouse. It was extremely easy for him to kill the green-clad middle-aged man. Before the heaven and earth energy even appeared, the green-clad middle-aged man had died and vanished completely from the world.
Master Duan Ling Tian, please have mercy.
Master Duan Ling Tian, please have mercy.
Elder Gui, please have mercy.
Elder Gui, please have mercy. The 2 remaining middle-aged men's expressions changed when they witnessed the death of their friend. They kowtowed hard on the ground and begged for mercy fearfully. Soon after, their heads began to bleed. Elder Duan, what should we do about them? Lu Gui turned around and smiled as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. However, the smile on his sunken cheeks looked even more awful than crying. I don't care, Duan Ling Tian said casually as he shrugged. At the same time, he looked away from the 2 middle-aged men. He ignored them as though they were made of air. Lu Gui was momentarily stunned before he looked at the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui. There's no reason for the people who have offended Elder Duan to live in this world, Lu Rui said indifferently.
No, the 2 middle-aged men who were kneeling on the ground shuddered and lifted their heads immediately. The expression on their faces changed drastically when they heard Lu Rui's words.
Bang! Almost as soon as they lifted their heads, a loud explosion reverberated like thunder in the air. Under everyone's watch, they experienced what the green-clad middle-aged man experienced. They turned into blood mist and vanished completely from this world. Gasp! 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 Most of the alchemists participating in the alchemist competition could not help but inhale sharply. Their eyes were filled with respect as they looked at Duan Ling Tian again.
Ever since this elder Duan joined the Lu clan, it seems like his position in the clan is even higher than the clan leader of Lu clan. Someone exclaimed. That's normal. After all, he's a grade 1 alchemist. I bet somebody regrets it now. Many people were whispering among themselves while the others were looking at a middle-aged man standing nearby. The middle-aged man had an ugly expression on his face. I remember him. He and Duan Lingtian conversed for a while earlier. It seemed like everything went well and they became friends. However, he avoided Duan Lingtian as though he was the god of misfortune when the Lu clan's elder, Lu Zhao, made it clear he was against Duan Lingtian. I remember him. Back then, he said he didn't know Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian's position rose in a blink of an eye after he revealed his identity as a grade 1 alchemist. If the man didn't do what he did, perhaps he might be able to rise with Duan Lingtian. That's fate. Some people have the opportunity but didn't grab it. In the end, all they can do is feel helpless. More and more people began to discuss the man. Some people sympathized with him and some took pleasure from his misery. The middle-aged man was none other than Huang Chun. Huang Chun stood there while the discussion around him entered his ears like piercing needles. His body trembled involuntarily. The discussion was akin to pouring salt on his wound. His heart was already filled with regrets. The mockery he received was like adding fuel to the fire. It made him feel even more remorseful. Why did I do that? If I didn't do that, perhaps I don't even have to participate in the alchemist competition. I might be able to join the Lu clan directly. Apart from feeling regretful, he also blamed himself for this. Whoosh! Eventually, he could no longer endure it and leaped up into the sky. He disappeared before everyone's eyes. It was clear he did not want to participate in the alchemist competition any longer. Duan Lingtian watched Huang Chun leave emotionlessly. He understood Huang Chun abandoned him to protect himself earlier. However, Huang Chun stated that he did not know him later on. When Huang Chun said that, Duan Lingtian also acted like he did not know Huang Chun. Therefore, he remained emotionless even when Huang Chun left. Let the alchemist competition begin. When Lu So raised his voice, the people present snapped back to reality and stopped discussing Huang Chun who had just left. It's starting now. In the entire history of the Lu clan's alchemist competitions, I don't think they ever had a grade 1 alchemist as their judge. It's worth the trip even if I get disqualified today. People would be so envious and jealous even if it was just getting disqualified by a grade 1 alchemist. The group of alchemists discussed among themselves excitedly. Duan Lingtian was speechless when he heard their discussion. Meanwhile, the senior officials from the Lu clan could empathize with them. They would feel the same way if they were in the alchemist's position and participating in the alchemist competition. Soon after, the alchemist competition began. The competition was divided into the preliminary round, semi-final round, and the final round. Half of the participants would be eliminated in the preliminary round. In the semi-finals, there would be 30 participants left after the elimination. The 30 remaining participants would be able to enter the Lu clan. In the finals, the participants would be given their rankings and receive rewards from the Lu clan. In the alchemist competition, regardless of the round, everyone would be refining the same pill. Duan Lingtian as the judge would personally inspect the result. In the past alchemist competitions that Lu clan organized, the participants would only be tested on the purity of the pill. However, it was different for Duan Lingtian. Apart from testing the pill's purity, he was able to see how good the participants' techniques were through the pills and determined who was more outstanding. Duan Lingtian did that during the preliminary round and did encounter any objection. However, somebody was unsatisfied during the semifinals. Elder Duan, it's obvious that the purity of the pill he refined is lesser than mine. Why did he pass while I'm being eliminated? An alchemist pointed at the other alchemist next to him and looked at Duan Lingtian with a dissatisfied expression. The alchemist's question to Duan Lingtian instantly created an uproar in the crowd. Somebody actually dares to question a grade 1 alchemist? Everyone, including Xianxia, had their eyes trained on Duan Lingtian and subsequently the pills that looked exactly alike. The pill that he refined really has higher purity than the other alchemist. Why did Elder Duan eliminate him and let the other person advance to the next round? The participating alchemists were confused. What happened? Apart from them, even the people of Lu clan led by the clan leader, Lu Rue, looked doubtful. Not everyone in the Lu clan was an alchemist. However, they could tell the purity of the pills since they were in an alchemy clan. They could tell the pill from the alchemist who questioned Duanling Tian had higher purity. The alchemist whom Duanling Tian accepted to the next round forced a smile on his face as he looked at Duanling Tian and said, "Elder Duan, judging by the pill's purity, I'm really not as good as him." The alchemist who questioned Duanling Tian became even more smug after he heard the other alchemist's words. "Elder Duan, I know you're a grade 1 alchemist. I'm far behind you when it comes to medicine refinement, but your ability to judge seems to be..." "Seems to be what?" Duanling Tian interrupted as he glanced at him. "Do you think you're better than him at medicine refinement just because the pill you refined has higher purity than his?" "Perhaps. The alchemist competition that the Lu clan organized is merely a competition of pill's purity instead of medicine refinement's level," Duanling Tian said as he glanced at the people of Lu clan led by the clan leader, Lu Rue. It was obvious he was questioning them. "Since we're refining the same pill, naturally we'll judge the medicine refinement's level by its purity. Otherwise, how can we judge it?" The alchemist who was interrupted by Duanling Tian said with righteous indignation. "Do all of you think so too?" Duanling Tian glanced at the participating alchemists before he shifted his eyes to the people from Lu clan. Soon after, he received his answer. Whether it was the participating alchemists or the people from Lu clan, all of them nodded one after another. It was clear all of them had the same thought. "We're interested to know if Elder Duan has other ways to judge the medicine refinement level. Perhaps Elder Duan will surprise us," Lu Rue said with his loud and clear voice. The reason he said that was due to the confidence and fearless expression in Duanling Tian's eyes. Subconsciously, he believed that Duanling Tian had other ways to judge the medicine refinement's level. After Lu Rue spoke, Duanling Tian became the center of attention. "Young master." Even Xiongquan was looking at Duanling Tian with anticipation. He believed his young master had his own way. "Seems like I'll need to teach all of you a lesson today," Duanling Tian said calmly before he looked away. If it was someone else who had said that, perhaps he would be torn into pieces as soon as he was done speaking. Since it was Duanling Tian who said it, they could not wait to hear the rest of his explanation even though they felt skeptical. However, they soon realized Duanling Tian did not have the intention to explain. "Both of you refine the pill once again. This time I'm going to teach you a little trick. This little trick will definitely boost the purity of the pill you refined," Duanling Tian said calmly as he looked at the two alchemists next to him. "When the both of you refine the pill," Duanling Tian divulged his little trick without hiding it from the public. What he said was heard by everyone loud and clear. It seemed as though he had no qualms about revealing this trick in public at all. "Press our palm on the cauldron, and when the pill comes out of the spigot, create a layer of shield by releasing the pill fire from our palm and make the pill pierce through it." That was the trick Duanling Tian had revealed. The trick was nothing to Duanling Tian, but it was new to the other alchemists. "Sure, I'll refine it again following the trick that Elder Duan shared. If the purity of the pill I refined is still higher than his, what will Elder Duan do?" the dissatisfied alchemist asked as he looked at Duanling Tian. "He'll be eliminated and you'll advance to the next round if you defeat him," Duanling Tian said casually. His eyes were calm, as though he was certain the dissatisfied alchemist would not be able to defeat the other alchemist. "Elder Duan has such faith in me?" The other alchemist's heart jolted. His expression suddenly turned serious. He then took a deep breath and solemnly said to Duanling Tian, "Elder Duan, I won't let you down. Don't be nervous. Just do what you did earlier. Of course, remember to use the little trick I taught you. Although it won't give a major boost to the purity, the boost is still significant and varies from person to person," Duanling Tian said. Yes, the alchemist nodded seriously. "You may begin," Duanling Tian said. At this moment, the two alchemists were in high spirits as they began to refine the pill. The pressure increased as everyone watched their refinement process. Each of them wanted to defeat the other in order to advance to the next round. As long as they advanced to the next round,
They would be able to join the Lu clan and become a Lu clan's foreign disciple. Time passed by quietly. Soon after, an hour had passed. Pa! The alchemist whose pill had lesser purity than the other completed the refinement first. He pressed his palm on the cauldron and forced the pill out of the cauldron. In the meantime, he remembered the little trick Duan Ling Tian had imparted earlier. He released pill fire from his palm to create a layer of shield on top of the spigot. Whoosh! A pill shot out and passed through the pill fire on top of the opening before the alchemist grabbed it with his hand. The pill was completed. Pa! At this moment, the alchemist whose pill had higher purity than the other, and was dissatisfied with Duan Ling Tian's judgment, followed the other alchemist by completing the refinement and forming the pill. A similar pill appeared in his hands. However, their eyes widened at the same time as a shocked expression appeared on their faces when they looked at each other's pill. How's this possible? No, it's impossible. The alchemist who was dissatisfied earlier turned pale and shook his head continuously. He was unwilling to believe the sight before his eyes. He was unwilling to believe because he discovered the purity of the pill in his hand only had less than 5% of elevation compared to before. Meanwhile, the pill in his opponent's hand had close to 10% of elevation in purity compared to before. An elevation close to 10%. What was that? He had defeated the dissatisfied alchemist. This is too amazing. The other alchemist's eyes lit up. He had an expression of disbelief on his face. He could not believe his eyes. That trick elevated the purity of his pill by 10%. Meanwhile, the elevation of the pill's purity that his opponent refined was less than 5%. Impossible. You must have taught him another trick. That must be it, the dissatisfied alchemist said as he pointed at Duan Ling Tian. He was unwilling to give up. I taught him another trick? Duan Ling Tian laughed when he heard that. Soon after, his laughter turned into a grin. Why don't you get another alchemist to try as well? Eventually, the alchemists who had advanced to the semi-finals and had yet to be eliminated began to refine pills with the little trick Duan Ling Tian taught them. They noticed something odd after successfully refining the pills. Some of them had less than 5% of elevation in purity compared to the pill they refined earlier, while some of them had more than 10% elevation in purity. Now, do you still think I taught him another trick? Duan Ling Tian said indifferently to the dissatisfied alchemist as he looked at him. The alchemist's face turned pale, and he was rendered speechless. He knew that he had overthought things. However, the alchemist still could not accept what happened and asked Duan Ling Tian somberly, why? Duan Ling Tian knew exactly what the alchemist wanted to know. Even the people from Lu clan, including the clan leader, looked confused. It was obvious they wanted to know the answer as well. Pill fire is the key, Duan Ling Tian answered when everyone's attention was on him. One must admit his answer did not help with the confusion. The key is the pill fire? That can't be right. I'm a grade 5 alchemist. The pill fire I released is a grade 5 pill fire. However, the pill I refined using the little trick only gave it less than 5% of elevation in purity. Although I'm just a grade 6 alchemist and the pill fire I released isn't as powerful as yours. The pill I refined using the little trick had 10% elevation in purity. What's this? The alchemists were confused. The elevation of the pill's purity was higher for some of the grade 6 alchemists compared to some grade 5 alchemists. Naturally, the elevation of the pill's purity for some of the grade 6 alchemists were lower than the grade 5 alchemists. It isn't about the pill fire's grade but the pill fire's purity. Usually, the pill fire that's released by alchemists who rose through the ranks too quickly would be rougher and lower in purity. Meanwhile, the pill fire released by those alchemists who learned slowly and steadily would usually be more precise and higher in purity. The little trick I mentioned earlier would boost the latter's pill's purity to the next level, while the boost in purity for the former would be lesser. Duan Ling Tian said patiently as he faced the group of people who were looking at him curiously. All of a sudden, the entire place descended into silence as everyone became engrossed in their thoughts. Elder Duan's worthy of being a grade 1 alchemist for figuring out such a trick. Many of them exclaimed one after another after they regained their senses. Duan Ling Tian looked at the alchemist who doubted him and asked calmly, Now, do you have any more questions? If he did not use pill fire to refine the pill during the last step, the pill the alchemist refined would definitely be at a higher level compared to the other alchemist in terms of purity. However, the results would be reversed if they refined the pills using pill fire. Duanling Tian did not intend to judge the alchemist's abilities based entirely on the purity of their pills. Apart from the pill's purity, he also took the purity of the pill fire into consideration as well. The higher the purity of the pill fire, the more potential the alchemist possessed. He knew that from the rebirth martial emperor's memory. Faced with Duanling Tian's question, the dissatisfied alchemist nodded at him apologetically, with an embarrassed expression on his face before he flew off in defeat. Thank you, Elder Duan. Meanwhile, the other alchemist felt excited since he did not expect to pass the semifinals and advance to the finals. He had also become a Lu clan's foreign disciple. The participants who went through the semifinals and entered the finals in the alchemist competition were all accepted as Lu clan's foreign disciples. You don't have to thank me. Your medicine refinement level is good. With your talent, you'll definitely become a grade 3 alchemist in the future if you work hard. Duanling Tian said as he shook his head. A grade 3 alchemist? Do you really think I'm capable of that? The alchemist asked. His emotion was stirred. He was currently only a grade 6 alchemist. He did not even dare to think about the possibility of becoming a grade 3 alchemist prior to this. That depends on whether you're willing to put in the effort. You should exit the stage and wait for the finals, Duanling Tian said. Yes. The alchemist retreated respectfully when he heard Duanling Tian's words. Meanwhile, all the eyes that were looking at Duanling Tian were filled with respect. He was a real grade 1 alchemist. With just a few words, he changed the fate of the alchemist who seemed like he was at the losing end. Due to Duanling Tian, the alchemist managed to pass the semifinals and advance to the finals. What was recorded in the handbook our ancestor passed down is true. Grade 1 alchemists are really extraordinary, a Lu clan elder exclaimed. Duanling Tian's technique had totally convinced him. Of course. Are there even any grade 1 alchemists who are not extraordinary in regards to the medicine refinement Dao? Another Lu clan elder said. What Duanling Tian did earlier did not only earn him the admiration from the alchemists participating in the alchemist competition. It also earned him the admiration from everyone in Lu clan and their clan leader, Lu Rui. Ever since that incident, nobody dared to doubt Duanling Tian anymore. The alchemist competition's semifinals ended successfully. Only the 30 most outstanding alchemists remained. However, most of the alchemists who were eliminated did not leave. Instead, they were waiting excitedly for the finals to begin. It was undoubtedly a great opportunity for them to learn. It was rare to be in the presence of so many outstanding alchemists. It was possible they would receive enlightenment from one of the alchemists and deepen their comprehension of the medicine refinement Dao. The finals carried on as planned. The 30 Lu clan's foreign disciples climbed on stage one after another, while Duanling Tian continued his task as the main judge. With Duanling Tian's grade 1 alchemist identity, the other judges, including Lu So, stood watching from afar and did not dare to interrupt. Time continued to pass as the 30 alchemists began to refine their pills. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian commented on the pills each of the alchemists refined. No matter how long or short the comment was, all the alchemists were satisfied with the result. Duanling Tian's knowledge of the medicine refinement Dao shocked everyone again when he was commenting on the participants' pills. It seems like our Lu clan has hit the jackpot this time. I'm afraid the average grade 1 alchemist is not even worthy of picking up Elder Duan's shoes when it comes to the theory of medicine refinement Dao. The clan leader of Lu clan was a grade 2 alchemist. He could not suppress his emotion after seeing how knowledgeable Duanling Tian was. His low voice was heard by everyone in the Lu clan and it stunned them. Clan leader. Do you mean even Guild Master Qing from the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land is not as good Elder Duan when it comes to medicine refinement Dao's theory? Lu Yuan stared with his small eyes as shock appeared on his plump face. I've visited Guild Master Qing a few times for advice. Although he's also a grade 1 alchemist, he's not as thorough as Elder Duan in regards to medicine refinement Dao, Lu Rui answered. All of a sudden, everyone in the Lu clan fell silent once again. Naturally, they knew who Guild Master Chung was.
It was the guild master of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer lands on Cloud Continent. He was a respectable Grade 1 alchemist. Ruoshui River in the Cloud Continent acted as the demarcation line and separated the inner land and the outer land. The northern mountain land, where Lu Clan was situated, was located in the southern side of the outer land in Cloud Continent. The area was also called the Southern Outer Land. The Darkhan dynasty where Duanling Tian was from and the northern mountain land were both located on the Southern Outer Land. Back then, I only know of a Grade 1 alchemist in the Southern Outer Land, and that was Guild Master Chung.
It seems like that's no longer the case.
Yes. Who knew there's such a monstrous Grade 1 alchemist like Elder Duan in the Southern Outer Land? I wonder how much younger Elder Duan is compared to Guild Master Chung. He's young, but his medicine refinement level is high. Moreover, even clan leader who has spoken to Guild Master Chang before thinks that Guild Master Chang's not as good as Elder Duan.
The Lu clan's elders whispered among themselves. Soon after, their eyes simultaneously landed on the purple silhouette in the distance.
That young man had become even more unpredictable in their eyes now. Duanling Tian. Lu Bai still wore a big smile on his face. Ever since Duanling Tian revealed his Grade 1 alchemist identity, Lu Bai had only been smiling apart from feeling shocked. He did not expect Duanling Tian, whom he was worried might be killed by Lu clan not long ago, would become the most popular person in the clan in just a blink of an eye.
The Lu clan guardian elder, Lu Ji, looked at Lu Rui and asked solemnly, "Clan leader, since you've so much high praise for Elder Duan, do you have the confidence to break through to a Grade 1 alchemist with his advice?"
Lu Rui, the clan leader of Lu clan, showcased outstanding medicine refinement talent since he was young. He was known as the person most likely to become a Grade 1 alchemist within 100 years. It's possible. Lu Rui's eyes were sparkling with anticipation. Gasp! 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 Gasp!
Lu Rui's words caused everyone to gasp. Everyone, including the Lu clan's 3 guardian elders, gasped.
Lu Rui's response completely surprised them.
Their eyes lit up when they looked at Duanling Tian again.
They were looking at him as though they were looking at an extremely rare art piece. However, Duanling Tian, who was busy inspecting the participating alchemists, did not notice the staring eyes. Soon after, he came out with the 30 rankings for the alchemists.
None of the 30 alchemists had any objections regarding the ranking.
"Elder Luso, I'll hand over the rest to you," Duanling Tian said to Luso when he was done and returned to Xiongquan's side. Luso responded without further delay. He looked at the 30 alchemists and prepared to give out the rewards the Lu clan had promised earlier.
However, somebody could not help but ask before Luso had a chance to speak. "I wonder if the top 3 participants of the alchemist competition will be getting advice from Elder Duan?"
Based on the Lu clan's rewards in the past, the top 3 participants in the alchemist competition would get advice from the Lu clan's Grade 2 alchemists. Now that Lu clan had a Grade 1 alchemist who was knowledgeable in medicine refinement as an interim advisor, it made the top 3 participants excited. The person who asked the question was the participant who ranked second in the alchemist competition. "Being greedy isn't a good thing," Luso said as he stared deeply into the alchemist's eyes. However, he did not give a confirmed answer. Instead, he turned around to look at the clan leader Lu Rui. "Elder Duan's come a long way. I'm sure he's exhausted. Lu Bai, bring Elder Duan and his companion to rest," Lu Rui said to Lu Bai. He seemed unaware of Lu So's gaze that was directed at him. "Yes," Lu Bai responded respectfully before he looked at Duanling Tian and Xiongquan. "Xiongquan, let's go," Duanling Tian said to Xiongquan and left with Lu Bai with the ice coffin in tow. He looked at everyone from the Lu clan before he left. He nodded and smiled at them as a sign of respect. All the Lu clan's senior officials, including the 3 guardian elders, smiled in response to Duanling Tian. They did not dare to delay any further. This Elder Duan was like a precious gem to them, a gem that could help them produce another Grade 1 alchemist in the Lu clan. Duanling Tian's departure disappointed the top 3 alchemists in the alchemist competition. Work hard after joining the Lu clan, and fight your way to stand out in the clan. At that time,
You might be able to receive Elder Duan's advice. Lu Rue said calmly as he looked at the 30 Lu clan's foreign disciples.
What Lu Rue said made the 30 alchemists' eyes brighten and filled their faces with anticipation. However, the senior officials in Lu clan knew very well that with Elder Duan's medicine refinement level that high enough to even advise their clan leader, even the other grade 2 alchemists in Lu clan would have to wait for their turn for Elder Duan's advice. Apart from a few grade 2 alchemists, there was still a group of grade 3 alchemists in the Lu clan.
It was more difficult than aiming for the sky for those little fellows who had just joined Lu clan to receive advice from Elder Duan. When they entered the Lu clan's estate, Lu Bai's eyes unintentionally fell on the ice coffin next to Duan Ling Tian. It was his first time seeing the face of the lady who lay in the ice coffin. He had a deep impression of the red-clad lady. She was the lady who was with Duan Ling Tian and his life-savior when he was almost killed back then.
He was surprised by how beautiful the lady was at that time. He had never seen such a beautiful lady in the northern mountain land.
She's the daughter of your savior. Duan Ling Tian's eyes were filled with fondness when he looked at Feng Tianwu who lay in the ice coffin. My savior's daughter? Lu Bai's expression changed slightly. What happened to her? At this moment, Lu Bai began to closely observe Feng Tianwu who was lying in the ice coffin. Soon after, he realized that Feng Tianwu's body still possessed a strong life breath. She's in a deep sleep?
Her soul's been severed, so she's in a coma. Duan Ling Tian sighed.
Lu Bai nodded solemnly. However, Duan Ling Tian was not sure if he understood the situation. Young master. At this moment, Xianxia, who was following by Duan Ling Tian's side, said to him respectfully, I remember you said Miss Tianwu would wake up as long as you find some rare and precious materials. Lu clan has existed for 10,000 years. Perhaps they have the precious materials that will help wake Miss Tianwu. Xianxia looked at Lu Bai anticipatively after he finished his sentence. Xianxia's words jolted Duan Ling Tian. That's right. Why didn't I think about that earlier? Lu clan was a clan that had existed for 10,000 years.
On the Cloud Continent, apart from the 2 ancient clans that were on top in the Cloud Continent, there were very few forces that still existed after 10,000 years.
Naturally, Duan Ling Tian knew that very well. It did not occur to him because his head was occupied with all the impossibilities.
Since he inherited the rebirth martial emperor's memory, he knew the precious materials were extremely rare. It was rare on the Cloud Continent, and there was none in the great treasure the rebirth martial emperor left behind. Due to that, he had subconsciously thought it was impossible to find the precious materials in the outer land since there might not be any even in the inner land.
Lu Bai. Does the Lu clan have any collection of soul-fixing root and soul-stabilizing grass? Duan Ling Tian asked urgently as he looked at Lu Bai. Although he was uncertain if Lu clan possessed the 2 precious materials that could help fix Feng Tianwu's soul, he decided to ask anyway. He could not miss any opportunities. No matter what, Lu clan had existed for 10,000 years. They might have a collection of the 2 precious materials. Soul-fixing root? Soul-stabilizing grass. Lu Bai shook his head when he heard Duan Ling Tian's question. It's my first time hearing about these 2 items.
Why don't I help you settle down in your accommodation first?
After your rest, I'll take you to the clan leader. Perhaps the clan leader might know something about it. Lu Bai suggested. Duan Ling Tian nodded. There was a hint of hope in his eyes. If Lu clan really possessed the soul-fixing root and soul-stabilizing grass, he would be able to concoct a potion to fix Tianwu's severed soul and wake her up. I hope I'll get lucky, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. No matter if it was the soul-fixing root or the soul-stabilizing grass, both of them were rare and precious materials on the Cloud Continent. Even the rebirth martial emperor had only seen it a few times. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian and Xianxia arrived at the buildings on the east side of the Lu clan's estate under Lu Bai's lead. They arrived outside of an isolated mansion surrounded by other mansions. Second young master. Outside the spacious mansion, a pretty servant stood there and bowed to Lu Bai respectfully.
Lu Bai nodded to the servant and said solemnly, from today onward, Elder Duan will be staying here. I'll send a few more people here later. Please treat Elder Duan well. If Elder Duan isn't satisfied with your performance, I can't afford to take the blame from the clan leader. Do you understand? Lu Bai's words managed to successfully scare the servant standing at the entrance of the mansion. Elder Duan? The servant's eyes darted to Duan Ling Tian before it finally settled on Xianxia. In her opinion, this older man looked more like an elder. Then I won't disturb the both of you. Lu Bai smiled and nodded at Duan Ling Tian and Xiong before he said, when the both of you are well rested, just get her to bring both of you to the mansion I'm living in. Sure. Duan Ling Tian and Xiongquan both nodded. After Lu Bai left, the servant heaved a sigh of relief as though her burden had been lifted. She then smiled as she looked at Xiongquan. Nice meeting you, Elder Duan. My name's Xiao Yun. I'll be taking care of your daily necessities from today onward. Xiongquan felt awkward. Girl, you're mistaken. My young master's Elder Duan. Xiongquan said in embarrassment and looked at Duan Ling Tian. Ah! Servant Xiao Yun was surprised. She then began to observe Duan Ling Tian as she revealed an expression of disbelief on her beautiful face. She mumbled, Are you really Elder Duan? Duan Ling Tian was amused by servant Xiao Yun and asked jokingly, What? I don't look like one. No. Elder Duan, I just thought it's a little unbelievable. Our Lu clan has never had any elders as young as you. Servant Xiao Yun said immediately. She proceeded to observe Duan Ling Tian curiously. It was as though she was trying to figure out what was special about Duan Ling Tian and how he was able to become a Lu clan's foreign elder. Although she was only a servant, she knew everything about the Lu clan. Unless a Lu clan's foreign disciple was very capable, it was definitely impossible for them to become an elder. Elder Duan, please come in. Soon after, servant Xiao Yun regained her senses and welcomed Duan Ling Tian into the mansion behind her. She arranged accommodation for Duan Ling Tian in a spacious room. The room was big and furnished with all the necessary furniture. It was the master bedroom of the mansion. Bang! When Duan Ling Tian lifted his arm, the ice coffin followed him into the room and landed on a table in the room sturdily. So beautiful! Servant Xiao Yun noticed the ice coffin that had been following Duan Ling Tian from the beginning. She only had the chance to look at it properly now. Soon after, she noticed the red-clad lady lying in the ice coffin. She could not help but feel a little embarrassed when she saw the red-clad lady's beautiful face. If there's nothing else, all of you can dismiss yourselves. I would like to take a rest, Duan Ling Tian said. Yes, young master, Xianquan said respectfully and looked at servant Xiao Yun. Girl, we should leave now. Servant Xiao Yun regained her senses and looked away from the red-clad lady lying in the ice coffin unwillingly. She then followed Xiongquan out of the room. Xiongquan closed the door for Duan Ling Tian. Uncle, how should I address you? Servant Xiao Yun looked at Xiongquan. Xiongquan, Xiongquan said in a cold manner. Uncle Xiongquan, do you know who is that lady lying in the ice coffin next to Elder Duan? It's my first time seeing such a beautiful lady, servant Xiao Yun asked curiously. She's young master's lady. Xiongquan sighed. He noticed that servant Xiao Yun was about to ask another question, so he quickly said, All right, girl. Stop asking so many questions. Please arrange a room for me as well. After Xiongquan and servant Xiao Yun left the master bedroom, Duan Ling Tian went to the ice coffin and caressed it softly. He looked into the ice coffin and gently stared at Feng Tianwu who was lying in there. Tianwu, rest well. Big brother Duan will wake you up very soon. I won't let you wait for long, Duan Ling Tian said softly. His voice was extremely gently. A while later, Duan Ling Tian changed his clothes and rested on the bed. He fell asleep quickly. It had been a long time since he had a good rest like this. On the other side, Xiongquan settled down in his room following servant Xiao Yun's arrangement. After getting Xiongquan settled in, servant Xiao Yun's face was filled with doubts. Where did Elder Duan come from? Judging from his age, he shouldn't be much older than I am. That's not right. Soon after, servant Xiao Yun seemed to recall something as her beautiful face faintly changed. In the Lu clan, those who have the capability to become foreign elders are either someone with powerful ability or some outstanding alchemist. If Elder Duan's human, judging by his age, it's impossible that he has a powerful ability.
It's even more impossible for him to be an alchemist and our Lu clan's foreign elder. That means he's a demon.
A powerful demon. Sweat was dripping down her forehead as she thought about this.
Never in her life had she met or interacted with a demon before.
I heard that demons have strange temper. Some of them would even transform back to their original appearance to eat a man alive. Servant Xiaoyun began to shiver as she thought about this.
Sister Xiaoyun. All of a sudden, an Oriole-like voice that came from outside the mansion snapped Servant Xiaoyun out of her thoughts. She walked out of the mansion after wiping the cold sweat off her face. She saw 6 servants walking to her as soon as she stepped out of the mansion entrance.
Did second young master asked all of you to come? As Lu clan's servants, they knew each other very well. Xiaoyun's eyes were wide open from the shock when she saw the 6 servants.
From what she knew, 2 to 3 servants at the most would be relegated to the mansions the elders were staying.
Even the mansion the clan leader was living in only had 5 servants.
However, there were a total of 7 servants, including her, just to serve the foreign elder? Who's that elder Duan? At this moment, Servant Xiaoyun faintly felt that something was not quite right. Even if that elder Duan was a demon monarch powerhouse, did he deserve such an over-the-top treatment? Sister Xiaoyun, you'll be our big boss from today onward. You're really lucky to be given such a wonderful job. The 6 servants who just arrived looked at Servant Xiaoyun enviously.
It caused Servant Xiaoyun to feel even more confused. Wonderful job? Servant Xiaoyun knitted her brows as she asked, is there anything you all know? Or perhaps you've heard of that young Elder Duan?
Seriously, Sister Xiaoyun? You did not hear about Elder Duan? The 6 servants stared at Xiaoyun as though she was behaving oddly.
Is it weird? Seeing the response of these 6 people, Xiaoyun could not help but feel shocked. Sister Xiaoyun, I think the news about Elder Duan has already spread in the entire Lu clan. You're serving Elder Duan and you're closest to the moon, but you actually know nothing about this. The 6 servants shook their heads as they sighed.
They felt that Xiaoyun was lacking in regards to keeping up with the current news. Stop with the suspense. The 6 of you. Xiaoyun smiled wryly.
The 6 servants did not continue with their nonsense any longer. They chattered animatedly as they told her the story about how Elder Duan became the Lu clan's elder the moment he arrived at the Lu clan. When Elder Duan first arrived at the Lu clan, he killed Elder Lu Zhao.
And he killed the 3rd young master as well. When she heard about young Elder Duan's action, how the 2 Lu clan's guardian elders appeared and wanted to kill him, Xiaoyun broke out in cold sweat on his behalf.
However, she knew it ended well for Elder Duan. Otherwise, she would not have the opportunity to serve Elder Duan at all. A grade 1 alchemist? Xiaoyun immediately narrowed her eyes when she heard about young Elder Duan demonstrating the grade 1 pill fire and revealing his identity as a grade 1 alchemist.
An alchemist? A grade 1 alchemist on top of that?
Then, does this mean that Elder Duan is not a demon?
But how is it possible that he, a mere human being, is an honorable grade 1 alchemist and also possess enough strength to kill Elder Lu Zhao, who was at the 8th level void transformation stage? Xiaoyun muttered to herself.
Although her voice was not loud, it was still clearly heard by the other 6 servants.
Sister Xiaoyun, we wouldn't believe that such a human exists as well if it was before. However, the facts are in front of our faces, forcing us to believe it. That's right, Sister Xiaoyun. Right now, the entire Lu clan is busy discussing Elder Duan. They are all saying he's a rare monster in Cloud Continent. Apart from that, some people even said that Elder Duan is a gift from God to the Lu clan. After almost 1,000 years, there's finally a grade 1 alchemist in our Lu clan. Once this news spread out, it would take the entire northern mountain land, possibly even half of the southern outer land, by surprise. The 6 servants chatted animatedly, excitement could be heard in their voices. Although they were only servants, they could also be considered as half-members of the Lu clan and shared the same pride as the Lu clan. I can't believe Elder Duan is actually to this. The moment she recalled the purple-clad young man who did not even have a bit of haughty air around him, and how she acted so casually in front of him, Servant Xiaoyun felt chills running down her spine.
The purple-clad young man was actually such an amazing person. Not only was his martial strength terrifying, but he was a grade 1 alchemist as well.
Soon after, the 6 new servants asked Xiao Yun impatiently. Sister Xiao Yun, how's that Elder Duan? Is he easygoing? Elder Duan is very good, very easygoing, Xiao Yun replied. Duan Ling Tian did not know how long he slept and gradually woke up. He cast a glance at the ice coffin on the table nearby before he climbed out of bed. After cleaning up, he changed into a new set of clothes and walked out of the room. Elder Duan. Elder Duan. The moment Duan Ling Tian opened the room door and walked out, two melodious voices resonated by his ears. Only then did he realize there were servants standing on both sides of his room door. Good morning. Duan Ling Tian nodded his head in reply but smiled wryly in his heart. That Lu Bai. He really found a couple more servants for me. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian saw there were few more servants who were busy working in the residence he currently lived in. Elder Duan, I've brought some people to help you clean the room. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian saw servant Xiao Yun walking to him. After greeting him, the 2 servants who were brought here entered his room and began to clean up. Naturally, it was mainly to sweep and clean the dust. When the 3 servants finally came out, the entire room was spotless. Elder Duan, is there anything else you would like us to do? After the servant Xiao Yun brought the servants out, she looked at Duan Ling Tian respectfully and waited for further instructions. At this time, Duan Ling Tian also noticed servant Xiao Yun's manner when she spoke to him had undergone a complete change compared to when he first arrived. The casual manner from the past was replaced with formality now. Xiao Yun, you don't have to be so formal. Just be as casual as before, Duan Ling Tian said. I don't dare to, servant Xiao Yun replied with her head lowered. What a joke. Previously, she did not know about Elder Duan's background. Now that she found out about his background, she would not dare to act casually even if her bravery was increased 100 times. When Duan Ling Tian saw this, he felt a little helpless even though he did not pursue the matter further. He said nonchalantly, Go and invite the 2nd young master here. Yes, servant Xiao Yun replied before she left. As for the other 2 servants, they returned to stand like a statue at the sides of Duan Ling Tian's room door. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and strode out to look for Xiongquan. He left the ice coffin inside the room. This was the Northern Mountains Lu clan, one of the 2 strongest forces in the Northern Mountain land. In his opinion, nobody would dare to seek trouble here. Due to this reason, he deemed it safe to leave the ice coffin in the room. Moreover, he would be staying in the Lu clan for a short period of time. Led by the servant, Duan Ling Tian finally found Xiongquan in the backyard of the residence in no time at all. He saw Xiongquan practicing his sword skill. Beads of sweat were dripping from his forehead. Xiongquan. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly when he saw Xiongquan working so hard. Naturally, he knew the reason why Xiongquan was working so hard. It was to get stronger so he could serve and assist him. It was also because he did not want to be a burden to Duan Ling Tian. Young master. Xiongquan halted his movement when he saw Duan Ling Tian. Xiongquan, how much did you comprehend from the message contained in the word sword? Duan Ling Tian smiled. The word sword Duan Ling Tian spoke of was none other than the inscription left behind by a man who called himself the Sword Saint in the deep canyon of the mountains located near Xiongquan's village in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. That word sword contained a terrifying amount of sword art knowledge. According to Duan Ling Tian's speculation, even if he only comprehended 1% of the sword art knowledge contained in the word sword, he would be free to do whatever he liked in the Cloud Continent. This was something he discovered not too long ago. He recently developed further understanding of the word sword he memorized. Due to that reason, he was able to raise his sword concept to the 8th level advanced sword concept in one fell swoop. Although he currently did not have any elevation in other areas, he had an additional strength of 300 ancient horned dragons due to the elevation of his sword concept. With just his quasi-royal grade spirit sword, he could exert the strength of 3,800 ancient horned dragons if he unleashed his full strength. This was not counting the earth energy he could borrow using his earth concept. Due to this reason, he was able to kill that Lu Zhao, the Lu clan's elder who was at the 8th level void transformation with just one blow. Young master, I'm dumb. I've not made any progress at all. Xiongquan smiled wryly with a long face. Don't worry. Things will come in their own time. Who knows? You might have an epiphany one day and comprehend it with just a snap of the fingers. Duan Ling Tian reassured him. However, the dejected look on Xiong Quan's face showed that his reassurance did not work. Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, a loud and familiar voice echoed in the air, breaking the silence. Lu Bai. The person who came was none other than Lu Bai, the Lu clan's second young master. Without beating around the bush, Duan Ling Tian immediately brought up the main topic. Lu Bai, I want to see the clan leader. When you told me about the soul-fixing root and the soul-stabilizing grass or something, I've already told the clan leader about it. You should be able to find out the results when you see the clan leader. Lu Bai knew the main purpose Duan Ling Tian wanted to see the clan leader of the Lu clan, so he continued bluntly, the two precious materials you mentioned sound like medicinal materials judging from their names. We have countless rare medicinal materials in the Lu clan's collection. Who knows, the things you're looking for might be in there as well. I really hope so. Duan Ling Tian nodded before turning to look at Xiong Quan. Zong Quan, do you want to come along? Young master, I won't come along. I still want to stay and cultivate for a while. Moreover, I can look after Miss Tian Wu as well if I stay, Xiong Quan replied. All right. Duan Ling Tian nodded and proceeded to follow Lu Bai to see Lu Rue, the clan leader of Lu clan. The residence that Lu Rue lived in was not far from Duan Ling Tian's residence. In fact, even Lu Bai's home was not far as well. The east side of our Lu clan's residence is occupied by the high officials and the lineal disciples of our clan. The majestic residence in front is the clan leader's residence. Lu Bai explained as he pointed ahead. The moment Duan Ling Tian heard his words, he glanced at it. An imposing and majestic residence stood in the distance. It stood out among all the surrounding residences and was very eye-catching. Ha! Duan Ling Tian began to frown as they continued to walk forward. He could clearly sense someone staring fixedly at him from the distance. When he looked over in the direction, he saw a man approaching his middle age walking toward him, and Lu Bai as an old man trailed behind him. Humph! Duan Ling Tian heard Lu Bai's snort. It was apparent the snort was meant for the strangers. Lu Bai, why didn't you greet your big brother when you see him? At this moment, the young man who was dressed in gray arrived in front of Duan Ling Tian and Lu Bai. His gaze shifted away from Duan Ling Tian to Lu Bai. Are we that close? Lu Bai replied with disdain as he looked coldly at the gray-clad young man. Lu Bai, is there any misunderstanding between us? The smile on the gray-clad young man's face remained on his face from the beginning until the end, even though Lu Bai did not bother with showing him a pleasant expression. Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel amazed by his good temper. Duan Ling Tian raised a brow when a pang of realization suddenly dawned on him. Big brother? That gray-clad young man called himself Big Brother in front of Lu Bai? Lu Song. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian put the puzzles together and guessed the identity of this gray-clad young man. In the Lu clan, the only person who could address himself as Big Brother in front of Lu Bai could only be Lu Song, the first young master of the Lu clan. He was also Lu Bai's sworn enemy, the stumbling block that hindered Lu Bai from becoming the next clan leader of Lu clan. Moreover, I heard from others that Lu Huai, the third young master whom I killed, was Lu Song's younger blood brother. Blood brother. That meant they were siblings with the same parents. The gaze he used to look at Lu Song was instantly filled with a hint of vigilance. So, this must be Elder Duan? Lu Song did not get angry even when he saw Lu Bai ignoring him. Soon after, he shifted his attention to Duan Ling Tian as a dazzling smile appeared on his face. However, the dazzling smile on Lu Song's face was like an eyesore to Duan Ling Tian. This Lu Song is not that close with Lu Huai, his blood brother? Duan Ling Tian asked Lu Bai through his voice transmission as he ignored Lu Song. Their parents died when they were young. Both of them supported each other ever since then. Naturally, they had an excellent relationship with each other. In addition to being his elder brother, Lu Song also played the role of father to Lu Huai. He was both brother and father to him. Lu Bai replied through voice transmission. Duan Ling Tian immediately felt chills running down his spine. He did not believe Lu Song did not know about the fact that he had killed Lu Huai. However, Lu Song could still smile in front of him. This made him feel as though there was a cold breeze blowing on his back. This Lu Song is an extremely dangerous person. Duan Tian was almost certain about this. Being able to remain nonchalant in front of an enemy who had just murdered one's own brother was not something ordinary people could do. One must have some ulterior motive to be able to that. Duan Tian might not have paid Lu Song any attention if Lu Song tried to kill him the moment he laid eyes on him. However, Lu Song's actions made him feel dread from the bottom of his heart. An enemy who was up front was not terrifying, unlike an enemy in the dark. "Who are you?" Duan Tian asked knowingly as he looked at Lu Song. "I'm Lu Song." Lu Song's smile remained on his face as he replied Duan Tian in a polite manner. "Lu Song? The Lu clan's first young master." Duan Tian pretended to be surprised. "Yes." Lu Song nodded before he added, "Although I'm the first young master of the Lu clan, I'm nothing in front of you, Elder Duan. After all, you're a grade 1 alchemist. Even the clan leader and the 3 guardian elders must show respect to you." Lu Song's face was filled with modesty when he spoke. Duan Tian did not pay much attention to Lu Song's flattery. He looked at Lu Song as he asked, "I heard that Lu Huai, the Lu clan's 3rd young master, was your younger blood brother?" The moment the words left his mouth, his eyes narrowed as he stared at Lu Song. His gaze was so sharp that it was as though it could pierce through everything. At the same time, he extended his spiritual energy out as well. "Yes." Lu Song nodded his head. The smile on his face brightened instantly. He did not seem angry that Duan Tian mentioned Lu Huai. "Do you know I killed him?" Duan Tian asked again. When he asked this question, his heart jolted in surprise. This was because he noticed that when he mentioned Lu Huai, both his eyes and spiritual energy did not detect any fluctuations in Lu Song's emotions at all. Not even a tiny bit. What did this mean? Either Lu Song did not care about Lu Huai's life and death, or he could perfectly conceal his emotion. It did not matter if it was the former. However, Lu Song was really terrifying if it was the latter. Through the conversation he had with Lu Song via voice transmission, he concluded the former was impossible and only the latter was plausible. This caused chills to run down his spine. From what he could see, Lu Song was like a poisonous snake that could easily adapt to his surrounding environment. He could perfectly conceal himself. Such a poisonous snake was no doubt extremely dangerous. Even being extremely cautious was not enough to defend against it effectively. Once it was provoked, it would kill without any warning. Ha! Suddenly Duan Tian felt the spiritual energy he had extended out suddenly quivered. At this moment, Duan Tian noticed there was an obvious and abnormal fluctuation in Lu Song's emotion after his words left his mouth. The fluctuation in his emotion was very small and it disappeared as soon as it appeared. However, his spiritual energy's keen sense was able to detect it clearly. There was a hint of bloodthirsty killing intent in the emotional fluctuation. "I know. However, I'd like to thank you, Elder Duan, for helping us to thin the clan. With Lu Huai's temper, he would have eventually met with a mishap. Being able to die in your hand, Elder Duan, is also a kind of blessing." Lu Song nodded with a smile on his face. However, Duan Tian felt chills running down his spine when he saw the smile. It was all thanks to his spiritual energy that he noticed Lu Song's emotional fluctuation. Otherwise, he would have been deceived by him if he only looked at him from the surface. "Then, I guess, I must have unintentionally done a good deed. However, you don't have to thank me. I barely even lifted a finger." Duan Tian replied calmly as he looked at Lu Song nonchalantly. "Kid, you're looking for death." At this moment, the eyes of the old man standing behind Lu Song gleamed coldly as his aura locked on Duan Tian. He stepped forward and attempted to attack Duan Tian. Whoosh! However, he was blocked by Lu Song's outstretched hand before he could even attack. "Elder Duan, I'm sorry. Elder Guan had a close relationship with Lu Huai, so I hope you'll excuse him for his transgression," Lu Song said apologetically. Duan Tian did not look at Lu Song even when he spoke. Instead, his eyes were focused on the old man standing behind Lu Song. The old man glaring at him had a head of white hair and white brows. At this moment, a contemplative look appeared on Duan Tian's face. "Interesting. Duan Tian looked at the old man intensely before he shifted his gaze away. He did not pay any attention to Lu Song as he left with Lu Bai after motioning to him. He left Lu Song and the old man behind him standing on the same spot as they watched Duan Tian and Lu Bai's silhouettes that were slowly disappearing. The old man stared at the purple figure that was disappearing with an enraged face as he said in a deep voice, "Young master, you shouldn't have blocked me. I'm certain I'm able to kill him to avenge little young master." And then, at this moment, the dazzling smile on Lu Song's face had also disappeared and was replaced by coldness. Then, the old man became speechless when he heard this. "If you kill him, there's no way you'll be able to stay alive. Even if you flee, you're destined to go into exile. At that time, what should I do? Or, do you intend to have me go into exile with you?" Lu Song enunciated each word carefully and made the old man speechless. Exactly. If he killed Duan Tian, he could go into exile to flee the group of enraged Lu clan's senior officials. However, the young master would be burdened by him. After all, each of his action represented his young master, Lu Song. If you kill him, you'll either die or you'll have to flee. And I'll lose my chance at becoming the clan leader of Lu clan even if I'm allowed to stay here. The Lu clan will never allow a person who doesn't care about the clan's interests to become the clan leader. You know this very well, Lu Song replied in a deep voice. If he allowed this old man to kill Duan Tian, the Lu clan's high officials would definitely be against him and feel that he did not care about the interest of Lu clan even if the Lu clan did not punish him. Duan Tian was a grade 1 alchemist and the first interim elder of the Lu clan. If he was killed, it would greatly damage Lu clan's interest. Young master, then what about the little young master's revenge? Are we not going to avenge him? The old man asked with an enraged look. Not avenge him? How's that possible? That's my younger blood brother, for goodness sake. The younger brother that I brought up. Lu Song's eyes gleamed icily before it returned to normal. The slightly wretched expression turned calm again as he proclaimed, "However, we can't act recklessly when it comes to this matter. We need to give this matter further thought." The old man's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he replied respectfully, "I'll listen to you, young master." Meanwhile, Duan Tian and Lu Bai were fast approaching the residence of Lu Rui, the clan leader of Lu clan. In the span of a dozen breaths, they would arrive at the residence in front. "Duan Tian, you must be more cautious against that Lu Song. That Lu Song is a wolf in disguise. He'll say one thing but act differently in the dark. You killed his younger blood brother. It's impossible for him to be so tolerant and accepting of it. He won't give up so easily." Lu Bai reminded Duan Tian solemnly as he looked at him. Duan Tian nodded. Even without Lu Bai's reminder, he already knew about it. "Lu Bai, do you know the background of the old man standing behind Lu Song?" Soon after, Duan Tian recalled the old man standing behind Lu Song who attempted to attack him. "I only know that the old man's surname is Guan and everyone addressed him as Elder Guan. As for his background, I heard that he was a servant of Lu Song's grandfather. Due to his impressive innate talent, he later became a Lu clan's secondary disciple. After the death of Lu Song's grandfather, he continued to follow Lu Song's father. And after the death of both Lu Song's parents, he followed the two brothers, Lu Song and Lu Huai, and took care of them. It's said that the old man has already entered the 9th level void transformation stage and is not far from entering the peak of the void. His strength is much stronger compared to many elders in our Lu clan." Lu Bai revealed everything he knew. 9th level void transformation stage? When Duan Tian heard Lu Bai's words, he raised a brow as his heart jolted. That old man really concealed himself well. He's obviously a martial monarch, but he actually said he's only at the 9th level void transformation stage. Earlier, when that old man's aura was locked on him to attack him, he had extended his spiritual energy out to probe the old man's cultivation. However, it was as though his spiritual energy had met a bale of cotton and disappeared without a trace the moment it went near the old man. At that time, he knew the old man was a martial monarch. However, the old man was at most a first-stage martial monarch. Through the memory of the rebirth martial emperor's 2 reincarnations, Duan Tian could roughly discern this. Lu Bai was confused when he saw Duan Tian suddenly halted his movement.
Lu Bai came to a stop as well and asked curiously, "Why?
Is something wrong?"
Nothing's wrong." When Duan Tian heard Lu Bai's words, he returned to his senses and shook his head.
He decided not to reveal his discovery to Lu Bai. If Lu Bai knew Lu Song had a martial monarch following him, he would definitely be unhappy.
After all, he had to get rid of the stumbling block, Lu Song, if he wanted the position of the next clan leader of Lu clan.
He might feel dejected if he knew there was a martial monarch protecting Lu Song. Lu Bai did not continue to press the matter even though he was puzzled when he saw Duan Tian still looked contemplative even after he regained his senses.
He could see Duan Tian was unwilling to say anything, so he did not intend to force Duan Tian to say it out loud. Soon after, Duan Tian entered the magnificent and tall mansion before he walked into the main hall of the residence under Lu Bai's guidance.
There was already somebody waiting in the main hall. It was Lu Rui, the clan leader of Lu clan.
Clan leader.
Duan Tian greeted Lu Rui with a smile. He did not bow like Lu Bai did. Lu Rui would definitely be unhappy if someone else behaved that way. However, this person was none other than Duan Tian. Not only did he feel it was justified for him to act that way, he even smiled as he responded, "Elder Duan. Elder Duan. I've read through a few ancient books and finally found some text records about the 2 medicinal materials you're looking for. These 2 days, I've searched many times in our Lu clan's treasure vault and finally found a few medicinal materials similar to their characteristics. I just don't know if they are what you're looking for." Lu Rui did not beat around the bush.
"A few." Duan Tian's eyes brightened instantly when he heard Lu Rui's words. He asked urgently, "Clan leader, I wonder if it's possible for you to show me those few medicinal materials so I can identify them?"
There was a hint of excitement in Duan Tian's words. In his opinion, there was a high chance the materials might be among the medicinal materials Lu Rui found since there were a few of them. Of course. Lu Rui lifted his hand and took out 7 types of medicinal materials.
3 of them were root-shaped herbs that looked like some variations of a ginseng. The other 4 medicinal material were leaf-shaped herbs.
"Elder Duan, have a Lu." "Huh? They're not what you're looking for." Lu Rui was about to hand over the 7 medicinal materials to Duan Tian when he lifted his head and saw Duan Tian's side in disappointment. He knew what his expression meant. "Exactly." Duan Tian nodded. With a wry smile, he said, "There's no soul-fixing root and soul-stabilizing grass among these medicinal materials. However, I would still like to thank clan leader for going to so much trouble for me." Duan Tian showed an expression of gratitude. "You flatter me, Elder Duan," Lu Rui replied. "My understanding about these soul-fixing root and soul-stabilizing grass is only limited to the rough text record in the ancient books. Even if I see them, I might not be able to recognize them. There are still a few medicinal materials that match the descriptions of the 2 precious treasures in the text records in our Lu clan's treasure vault. But I didn't bring them out. Perhaps you'd like to make a trip with me to the treasure vault and have a look at them yourself, Elder Duan?" Lu Rui suggested in the end. "Then, I must thank you in advance, clan leader." Duan Tian's reply left no room for doubts that he accepted the offer of going to the Lu clan's treasure vault to have a look at the medicinal materials with Lu Rui to see if the things he was searching for was there. Duan Tian followed Lu Rui and left the residence. Meanwhile, Lu Bai did not follow them and went back to his residence. The Lu clan's treasure vault was located in the north of the Lu clan's residence. There were 3 layers of inner and outer protections in the surroundings. They were also covered with inscription formations, and some of them were killing formations that were quite powerful. The Lu clan's treasure vault was a palace shrouded with many inscription formations. There was only one entrance, and it was personally guarded by an elderly man.
"Elder Duan, clan leader," the elderly man greeted them enthusiastically even though he was surprised by their appearance. "Elder Ji." Duan Tian smiled in response. The old man in front of him was no stranger to him. It was none other than Lu Ji, one of the 3 major guardian elders of the Lu clan whom he had met a few days ago. He was a powerful martial monarch.
"Elder Ji, I brought Elder Duan here to search for some medicinal materials," Lu Rui told Lu Ji. Lu Ji nodded. With a raise of his hand, a gentle energy extended out and activated an inscription formation at the entrance of the Lu clan's treasure vault. "See crack." At the same time, the gate to the treasure vault opened widely on its own.
Duan Tian and Lu Rui walked into the treasure vault together. The first thing that entered their sights was a dazzling seven-colored light that was emitted by the mountainous piles of jewelry. The light from outside shone on them and caused them to radiate beautiful lights.
Some of the huge pearls were still shining brilliantly even after the light disappeared. It illuminated the entire treasure vault and made it even more eye-catching. Luminous pearl. Duan Tian raised his brows. You can just take these things if you're interested in them, Elder Duan, Lu Rui said bluntly. Perhaps it was because he saw Duan Tian's eyes were attracted by the pile of jewels. To a clan like the Northern Mountains Lu clan, these jewels that were piled up like mountains were just ordinary ornaments that had little value. I'll just have a look. Duan Tian shook his head, showing disinterest toward the jewels.
Duan Tian looked around and did not see any medicinal materials. For a moment, he felt perplexed as he looked at Lu Rui and asked curiously, "Clan leader, where are the medicinal materials?" "The medicinal materials are inside," Lu Rui replied as he continued to lead the way.
Apart from being one of the two strongest clans in the northern mountain land, the Lu clan was also an alchemist clan. For an alchemist, the most valuable thing, apart from a cauldron, was none other than the medicinal materials needed to refine pills. Due to this reason, the medicinal materials were the most valuable treasure for the Lu clan, particularly those rare medicinal materials. During Duan Tian's journey from the place where the jewels were stored to the place the medicinal materials were stored, he passed through a few other places that stored treasures like ancient books, concept fragments, and spirit weapons.
"It's in here." When Lu Rui switched on a gear, the stone door before them began to rise. In the next instance, Duan Tian could smell a strong medicinal fragrance coming from inside that rapidly filled his nostrils.
For a moment, his body felt light and he felt dizzy. It was as though he had consumed some elixir or pills. After a period of time, he finally returned to his senses.
"After you, Elder Duan." Lu Rui motioned to Duan Tian to enter the spacious side palace behind the stone door. There were many medicinal materials stored in the side palace. It was not possible to look at all of them with just a glance.
Heart-illuminating grass, dancing butterfly flower, scar diminishing stalk. Look at all these rare medicinal materials, Duan Tian exclaimed in excitement. He was attracted by many of the medicinal materials in the side palace. Although these medicinal materials were not the soul-fixing root or the soul-stabilizing grass he was desperately looking for, they were still medicinal materials that were extremely rare.
Lu Rui, who was standing at the side, was not surprised by Duan Tian's loss of composure. He could still remember when he first entered this place. He was a lot older than Elder Duan, but he was not as composed as him. He stood rooted the spot back when he saw the pile of rare medicinal materials.
In the end, it was the previous clan leader who gave him a good slap to wake him up from his stupor.
There were so many medicinal materials here. It would take him a few days at least if he really had to search through the medicinal materials one by one. He felt his head aching when he thought of this and quickly asked Lu Rui, "Clan leader, where are the medicinal materials that you spoke of earlier?" He could only hope that Lu Rui had already placed those medicinal materials to the side so that he could choose from them directly. "I've already asked for someone to separate and place those medicinal materials to the side," Lu Rui answered as he pointed to a corner in the side palace.
The moment Duan Tian heard this, he felt relieved and quickly went to the corner of the side palace and pulled up the dust-proof cloth covering the pile of medicinal materials. After the dust-proof cloth was pulled up, Duan Tian's eyes brightened suddenly. Several dozens of different kinds of medicinal materials appeared before his eyes.
Duan Tian swept a glance at the medicinal materials. The medicinal materials he saw were more or less similar to the soul-fixing root and the soul-stabilizing grass he was looking for.
"Thank you for your help, clan leader," Duan Tian said solemnly as he turned to look at Lu Rui. It was obvious the neat pile of medicinal materials in front of him was just recently gathered. This was enough to prove Lu Rui's good intention and sincerity. It elicited a sense of warmth that rose from the bottom of Duan Tian's heart.
Although he was a grade 1 alchemist, he did not refine a single pill for the Lu clan since he joined the Lu clan a few days ago. It could be said he did not contribute anything to the Lu clan yet.
Under such circumstances, the efforts Lu Rui put in that represented the Lu clan, made him felt thankful from the bottom of his heart. I hope you'll find the things you want, Elder Duan. Lu Rui responded with a smile.
All right. Duan Ling Tian nodded as he turned his head back to look at the pile of herbs in front of him carefully. Soon after, his gaze landed on one of the medicinal materials and stayed there.
At the same time, the atmosphere in the side palace turned awfully heavy.
Huff, puff,
Huff,
puff.
only Duan Ling Tian's quickening breath could be heard.
Lu Rui could not help but feel curious when he heard Duan Ling Tian's breath quickened. He walked over to Duan Ling Tian's side like a gust of wind and looked in the direction of Duan Ling Tian's gaze.
A root-shaped herb appeared before his eyes. All of the roots of this root-shaped medicine were curled together and twisted into a ball. It looked extremely odd. Is this the soul-fixing root? Lu Rui asked, slightly startled.
This root-shaped medicinal material was extremely different from the textual description of the soul-fixing root he read in the ancient book. It did not mention the roots of the soul-fixing root curling up together.
That's right. This is the soul-fixing root.
And it's not just any ordinary soul-fixing root. Not just any ordinary soul-fixing root? Lu Rui blurted out when he saw he had awakened Duan Ling Tian from his daze. A hint of confusion could be seen in his eyes. He had no idea what Duan Ling Tian meant by this.
Yes. Duan Ling Tian, who just snapped out of his daze, had an excited expression on his face. An ordinary soul-fixing root usually has straight roots. However, once it has lived more than 1,000 years, its roots will start to curl up. The longer it lives, the more curled up the roots will be. Duan Ling Tian lifted the soul-fixing root with curled-up roots with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Then, in this case, this soul-fixing root must have lived for a long period of time. Lu Rui's eyes brightened immediately when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Elder Duan, can you guess how old it is? Looking at the degree of curling of its root, I'd say it's at least 5,000 years old. This kind of soul-fixing root could be considered as a coiled dragon root, Duan Ling Tian said as he studied the soul-fixing root in his hand. Coiled dragon root. The moment Lu Rui heard Duan Ling Tian's words, his eyes narrowed instantly. Naturally, he had heard of the coiled dragon root before. A coiled dragon root was not the name of a certain root-shaped medicinal material. Instead, any rare root-shaped medicinal materials that were 5,000 years old were called coiled dragon root. I can't believe this soul-fixing root has already become a coiled dragon root. No wonder I missed it before and didn't take it with me. Lu Rui exclaimed. It's fortunate that you're knowledgeable and could identify it in just a glance, Elder Duan. Otherwise, it'll only be covered in dust, even if it continues to stay inside our Lu clan's treasure vault.
Congratulations, Elder Duan. Lu Rui smiled as he congratulated Duan Ling Tian after he regained his senses. Thanks, clan leader. Duan Ling Tian quickly thanked him before putting the soul-fixing root into his spatial ring as though he had obtained a valuable treasure.
He could not calm down for a long time.
Whether it was the soul-fixing root or the soul-stabilizing grass, both were extremely rare treasures in the Cloud Continent. Many people had never seen them even once in their entire lives.
Previously, Duan Ling Tian did not think he would be able to obtain the soul-fixing root in Lu clan. Although he had followed Lu Rui to the Lu clan's treasure vault, he was still skeptical about it. He only intended to come here to try his luck. It did not cross his mind that he would really come across a soul-fixing root.
Perhaps this is what people meant by a coincidence, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. With this soul-fixing root, I can first concoct a liquid medicine for Tian Wu to consume and heal part of the wound on her soul. I only hope she'll be able to wake up once the wound is partially healed, Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself.
He had an anxious expression on his face when he thought about this. Elder Duan, continue to take a look. See if you can find the soul-stabilizing grass. 2. Lu Rui said with a smile.
Duan Ling Tian nodded before he began to look at the several dozens of medicinal materials in front of him. In the end, he could not find anything at all. There's no soul-stabilizing grass here. Although there was no soul-stabilizing grass, the fact that he managed to find the soul-fixing root was still a pleasant surprise to Duan Ling Tian.
Clan leader, I want to head back first. Duan Ling Tian was eager to go back as quickly as he could. He wanted to formulate a potion for Feng Tian Wu to consume as soon as he could. He did not want to stay here for a moment longer. All right. The clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, was naturally a smart person. There was no doubt he could hear the urgency in Duan Ling Tian's tone. In the next instance, the two of them left the side palace that contained various medicinal materials and walked outside. They went back using the way they came from.
Clan leader, if the clan needs any grade 1 pills, you can just make a list for me. Once the medicinal materials are here, I'll immediately refine the grade 1 pills for the clan, Duan Ling Tian said to Lu Rui solemnly. Put aside the fact that he would still need to rely on the Lu clan a lot in the future, the current situation alone made him owe the Lu clan a huge favor. Perhaps Lu Rui was not too clear about the value of the soul-fixing root, but he knew it very well. It was a rare treasure that could restore the soul. It was not something any ordinary rare medicinal materials could compare to. The moment Lu Rui heard Duan Ling Tian's words, his eyes brightened immediately. Great.
Great. I'll go back and make a list. After that, I'll pass all the medicinal materials to you, Elder Duan. Grade 1 pills. Although their Lu clan had them as well, they were made by the guild leader of the Alchemist Guild's main guild from the southern outer land. Moreover, they needed to pay quite a hefty sum for it as well. That was still acceptable. However, every time the guild leader of the Alchemist Guild's main guild made the grade 1 pills for their Lu clan, he would impose a lot of restrictions, and he was unwilling to refine a lot for them.
This left them helpless. They had always lamented the fact that their clan did not have any grade 1 alchemists.
If there was a grade 1 alchemist in their Lu clan, why would they need to appeal to the guild leader of the Alchemist Guild's main guild from the southern outer land? The last grade 1 alchemist in their Lu clan existed nearly 1,000 years ago. Due to this reason, Duan Ling Tian's appearance was similar to the light at the end of the tunnel for the Lu clan. It meant the Lu clan no longer needed to bow and beg another person for grade 1 pills in the future.
This was also one of the reasons why the group of people from Lu clan, including Lu Rui the clan leader, was awfully respectful toward Duan Ling Tian when he revealed his identity as a grade 1 alchemist and announced his intention of joining the Lu clan. The Lu clan desperately needed a grade 1 alchemist to shoulder their golden name of being an alchemist clan.
Soon after, Duan Ling Tian and Lu Rui left the Lu clan's treasure vault and arrived at the eastern side of the Lu clan's residence. Elder Duan, you don't have to worry about the soul-stabilizing grass. I'll ask my men to send out words that I'm offering a reward for the soul-stabilizing grass. Lu Rui reassured Duan Ling Tian before they parted ways. However, I'll need to trouble you to draw a detailed drawing of the soul-stabilizing grass for me. My understanding about this grass is only limited to the rough text excerpt in the ancient books. I don't think other people will be able to identify it even if they happen to come across one. Lu Rui voiced out his intention. Offer a reward? When Duan Ling Tian heard Lu Rui's words, his eyes lit up instantly. He wasted no time in taking the paper and pen handed over by Lu Rui and quickly drew the soul-stabilizing grass from his memory that he inherited from the Rebirth Martial Emperor. The Rebirth Martial Emperor had seen the soul-stabilizing grass several times. He was very particular about every detail. After 15 minutes, Duan Ling Tian finally completed the drawing of the soul-stabilizing grass. Great drawing! Lu Rui's eyes gleamed brightly when he saw vivid and lifelike drawing Duan Ling Tian handed him. He smiled. With this drawing as a blueprint, I'll make 10,000 copies and distribute them. I can distribute them to the entire northern mountain land and even half of the southern outer land. More people will be able to search for the soul-stabilizing grass that way. What reward do you plan to offer, clan leader? Duan Ling Tian asked. When Lu Rui heard Duan Ling Tian's words, he muttered lightly, "Well, I must first ponder over it. Ordinary things won't be enough to entice all the martial artists who know about this matter to search for the soul-stabilizing grass." A light bulb flashed in Duan Ling Tian's mind and he quickly chimed in, "Clan leader, I have a suggestion. Please tell me, Elder Duan." Lu Rui looked at Duan Ling Tian.
How about this? Give your word that whoever obtains the soul-stabilizing grass will be rewarded with a grade 1 spirit weapon and 10 grade 1 life recovery pills. Duan Ling Tian suggested bluntly.
A grade 1 spirit weapon. 10 grade 1 life recovery pills.
The moment Duanling Tian's words left his mouth, Lu Rui, the clan leader of Lu Clan, was shocked. He stood there with his mouth agape for a moment. Whether it was a grade 1 spirit weapon or a grade 1 life recovery pill, they were both extremely valuable treasure in the inner land, let alone the outer land. If they appeared in the outer land, it would be enough to cause a war that people were willing to die for. Elder Duan, the grade 1 life recovery pills are still feasible since we still have a dozen left in our Lu clan stock. Even if we don't have enough, you can still refine more of them. Lu Rui took a deep breath to calm down before he continued saying, but regarding the grade 1 spirit weapon. Even in our Lu clan, we only have 4 in our hands. 3 of them are in the hands of the 3 guardian elders, and 1 is in my hand. These 4 grade 1 spirit weapons are passed down by our Lu clan's ancestors, so I. Clan leader, I think you must have misunderstood me, Duanling Tian interrupted Lu Rui. He knew Lu Rui had misunderstood him. Misunderstood? Lu Rui was shocked. Clan leader, I don't intend to let the clan give out the rewards that I just suggested. I'm already very thankful that the clan is helping me to spread the news through your overwhelming network. Duanling Tian nodded before he continued saying, as for the grade 1 spirit weapon and the 10 grade 1 life recovery pills, I'll be responsible for providing them. The instant Lu Rui heard this, he heaved a sigh of relief. I've forgotten that since you're a grade 1 alchemist, Elder Duan, you can easily get your hands on a grade 1 spirit weapon. As long as a grade 1 alchemist had enough medicinal materials, he could refine a large number of grade 1 pills. A large amount of grade 1 pills could be used to exchange for a grade 1 spirit weapon crafted by a grade 1 weapons craftsman. Naturally, this was what Lu Rui thought. If he knew the purple-clad young man standing before him was not only a grade 1 alchemist but a grade 1 weapons craftsman as well, who knew what expression he would be wearing now. Clan leader, I'll leave this matter to you, Duanling Tian said solemnly. Rest assured, Elder Duan. Lu Rui nodded. I'll make sure everything goes smoothly. With the rewards you promised, I believe even a martial monarch would be tempted to help you search for the soul-stabilizing grass. That's what I'm aiming for. Duanling Tian smiled. After parting ways with Lu Rui, Duanling Tian flew out like an arrow that was shot out from the bow and rushed back to his residence. Tian Wu, your big brother Duan has already found the soul-fixing root. With the medicinal efficacy of the 5,000-year-old soul-fixing root, it'll heal most of your soul injury, Duanling Tian murmured. P27. A soft whistle resonated suddenly in a quiet room. The door of the room was shut tightly. A purple-clad young man stood in front of a bed as flame burst out of his palm. The flame was different from ordinary flame. It was purple in color. Moreover, there was a faint layer of gold around the purple flame. It was the grade 1 pill fire, violet gold pill fire. That purple-clad young man was none other than Duanling Tian, who had returned after parting ways with Lu Rui, the clan leader of Lu Clan. He headed back to his room as soon as he returned. When he was in the room, he lifted the sleeping Feng Tian Wu from the ice coffin and laid her on the bed. Then, he began to solidify the grade 1 pill fire. This 5,000 years old soul-fixing root can only be refined by a grade 1 pill fire or above, Duanling Tian muttered. If there was another person here, someone conscious unlike the sleeping Feng Tian Wu, he would definitely feel puzzled if he heard Duanling Tian's words. Isn't the grade 1 pill fire the highest grade pill fire? Are there even pill fires above grade 1? That person would definitely ask. Naturally, this was because most people did not know about quasi-royal grade alchemists and royal grade alchemists. Royal grade alchemists were alchemists who truly stood at the peak on Cloud Continent. Duanling Tian muttered to himself as he casually took out a weird root-shaped medicinal material. The roots of the weird root-shaped medicinal material were curled up together. It looked extremely strange. It was none other than the soul-fixing root. Duanling Tian guided the soul-fixing root to the top of the grade 1 pill fire before he allowed the grade 1 pill fire to shroud it completely. 15 minutes passed. There was no sign of changes at all in the soul-fixing root. As expected from a soul-fixing root that has survived for 5,000 years. A whole 15 minutes have gone by, and the grade 1 pill fire is still unable to temper it without the help of a cauldron. Duanling Tian exclaimed in surprise. In the next instance, Duanling Tian took out a cauldron before he threw the soul-fixing root into the cauldron. With the help of the cauldron, he was able to temper the soul-fixing root in no time at all. Moreover, he successfully concocted the potion he needed after he added some ordinary medicinal materials. It was not that he did not want to refine it into a pill. It was because once a soul-fixing root was tempered, it would be impossible to refine it into a pill. Due to this reason, he could only turn it into a potion. Slap! Duanling Tian lifted his hand and smacked the cauldron. The grade 1 pill fire immediately burned around the cauldron's spout as though it had become a layer of barrier. Swish! In the next instance, a gush of black liquid as dark as ink shot out like a sharp arrow and pierced through the barrier formed by the grade 1 pill fire before it came to a halt in the air. An invisible force swept out from Duanling Tian's hand and guided the potion to float in the air. After retrieving his cauldron, Duanling Tian guided the potion to the bed. He used one hand to lift Feng Tianwu up so she could lie on the head of the bed. At the same time, he slowly opened her slightly chapped lips with his hand. Wish! Duanling Tian guided the potion into her mouth and it slowly flowed into her body. Soon after, Duanling Tian was done with feeding the potion to Feng Tianwu. Tianwu! After everything was done, Duanling Tian heaved a sigh of relief. He extended his spiritual energy and followed the direction where the medicinal efficacy of the potion refined from the soul-fixing root was headed. Duanling Tian's spiritual energy could clearly sense that after the medicinal efficacy had entered Feng Tianwu's body, it went straight to her mind. Soon after, it gathered in her brain before it rushed toward her damaged soul. The soul was like a flashing ball of fire that was located in the depth of the mind. Feng Tianwu had damaged one corner of her soul. It was the root cause of her coma. Swish! 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 The medicinal efficacy that gathered in Feng Tianwu's mind merged with her soul in just a short moment. Her soul was completely enveloped by the medicinal efficacy. One could only see the medicinal efficacy roiling around it. By right, Tianwu's soul won't be completely healed with just the soul-fixing root alone, even if it's a 5,000 years old soul-fixing root. Duanling Tian felt slightly confused. I wonder if Tianwu will wake up. If she wakes up, it's very likely that it'll negatively affect her due to her damaged soul. Duanling Tian's heart jolted even though he had already prepared himself for the worst-case scenario. I hope the rewards that the clan leader is offering on my behalf will get me the soul-stabilizing grass. I'll be able to completely heal Tianwu's soul with the soul-stabilizing grass. Duanling Tian had an expectant expression on his face when he thought about this. Time continued to pass by quietly. Feng Tianwu's soul was still shrouded by the roiling medicinal efficacy. Due to that, Duanling Tian's spiritual energy was unable to approach it. All he could do was watch from afar. Duanling Tian continued to wait for the final results silently by the bedside. He knew that there would be two possible outcomes once the medicinal efficacy had completely merged with Feng Tianwu's soul. One of the outcomes was Feng Tianwu would continue to remain unconscious and would only wake up when she consumed the potion refined from the soul-stabilizing grass. The other outcome was Feng Tianwu would wake up, but her soul would still be damaged. It would negatively affect her in some way. Night gradually came. It was so dark that Duanling Tian could not even see his own hands in front of him. However, it did not seem to bother him at all. The medicinal efficacy was still roiling. The spiritual energy Duanling Tian had extended kept him updated about the status of Feng Tianwu's soul that was located in her mind. He continued to wait patiently by the bed. The first ray of light from the morning sun shrouded the earth, and the room regained its brightness. It's done. Duanling Tian noticed that the medicinal efficacy of the potion that was refined from the soul-fixing root had already completely merged with Feng Tianwu's soul and healed part of the damage in her soul. Tianwu. After he withdrew his spiritual energy, he looked at Feng Tianwu nervously as he held her hands. She had been lying in the ice coffin for a long time, and she was affected by the cold. Her hands were incredibly hot even though she had already left the coffin for an entire day. However, Duanling Tian was not bothered about this at all. His gaze was locked on Feng Tianwu's delicate and beautiful face. He only wanted to know if she would wake up with her soul partially healed. Time passed quietly. Half an hour had gone by, but there were still no signs of Feng Tianwu waking up.
When Duanling Tian saw this, he could not help but sigh. He shifted his gaze away and muttered, "Looks like I'll have to wait for the soul-stabilizing grass before I can wake Tianwu up." Ah! At this moment, a light moan suddenly sounded and entered Duanling Tian's ears like thunder. He narrowed his eyes and hurriedly stood up. His eyes were instantly locked on the red-clad woman on the bed again. He saw Feng Tianwu's little mouth quivering, and there was also some movement on that beautiful and delicate face. In the next moment, her autumn eyes that were as clear as water opened. The first thing that entered her sight was Duanling Tian, who was looking into her eyes. However, there were no hints of recognition in her eyes at all. Unfamiliar. When Feng Tianwu looked at Duanling Tian, her eyes looked distant. It was as though she did not know who Duanling Tian was at all. The distant gaze caused a pang of pain in Duanling Tian's heart. "Looks like the thing I feared most has happened," Duanling Tian muttered to himself. Whoosh! Before Duanling Tian could figure out what was happening, a red light suddenly flashed across his eyes. In the next moment, he saw Feng Tianwu had already left the bed and disappeared before his eyes. At the same time, he could clearly feel a wave of hot aura at his back. Tianwu. Duanling Tian turned to look at Feng Tianwu, who was hovering in the air with her red dress fluttering as blazing flames rose up around her body. He noticed the gaze that Feng Tianwu used to look at him did not contain any emotions at all. It was extremely distant, as though she was looking at some stranger. Duanling Tian took a deep breath and suppressed his chaotic emotion before asking gently, "Tianwu, don't you remember me? I'm your big brother Duan." "Big brother Duan?" Feng Tianwu frowned the moment she heard Duanling Tian's words. She hovered in the air looking as though she was struggling to remember something. The red dress on her body moved with the rolling flame around her body. It made her look like a fire elf. "That's right. I'm your big brother Duan. Duanling Tian." Duanling Tian immediately seized the opportunity at this moment when she seemed vulnerable to try and awaken her memory when he saw her lost her in her thoughts. "I don't know you." However, all he received was a cold shout from Feng Tianwu. Moreover, there was a layer of frost on her delicate and beautiful face. It was as though even the flames around her body would find it difficult to melt the frost. Whoosh! As Feng Tianwu lifted a hand, a sword suddenly appeared in her hand. A red flexible sword that was 5 foot long and as thin as cicada wings. It was none other than the quasi-royal grade spirit sword that Duanling Tian gave her previously. However, she was currently aiming the sword at Duanling Tian. She shouted, "Who the hell are you?" "Young master! Young master!" At this moment, an urgent voice came from outside the room door. It was none other than Xianxia, who had hurriedly rushed over after the servants notified him of some strange movement in Duanling Tian's room. However, he did not receive any response. "Tianwu, I'm big brother Duan. Have you forgotten? I was the one who gave you the sword in your hand not too long ago. Have you forgotten all about it?" Duanling Tian did not guard himself against Feng Tianwu even though she was aiming her sword at him. Instead, he looked at Feng Tianwu as he patiently tried to awaken her memory. "Big brother Duan? You were the one who gave me this sword." Feng Tianwu muttered in a low voice as she looked at the Duanling Tian before shifting her eyes back to the sword in her hand. "Yes, do you remember now?" Duanling Tian nodded and looked at Feng Tianwu with anticipation. Although he had already mentally prepared himself, his heart still felt bitter and helpless the moment he realized Feng Tianwu had forgotten about him after she woke up. However, Feng Tianwu made a sudden move when Duanling Tian was looking at her expectantly. "Show!" Feng Tianwu charged at him quickly with her sword pointed. Although flames surrounded her body, the aura she emitted was so cold it chilled Duanling Tian's heart. Feng Tianwu's speed was not fast in Duanling Tian's eyes, but he did not intend to avoid her. He stood there quietly with tenderness in his eyes as he stared at Feng Tianwu charging at him with her sword. At this moment, it was as if the only thing left in his world was the fiery red figure approaching him. Although the figure seemed to have transformed into a red beast intent on devouring him, there were no changes in his expression or his gaze. It was gentle like water as always. "Show!" Feng Tianwu had a cold expression on her face as she stabbed her sword forward and pointed it at Duanling Tian's heart,
as though she was planning to kill him with just a move. She slowed down immediately when she saw Duanling Tian remaining motionless, but she was too close to Duanling Tian. In the end, the sword stopped a hair's breadth away from Duanling Tian's chest. Why didn't he avoid it? Why does my heart hurts when I attacked him with my sword? Feng Tianwu looked like a ball of flame the moment she arrived in front of Duanling Tian. Her heart trembled without a reason. At the same time, she felt a little panicked. When she saw how close her sword was to her Duanling Tian heart, she hurriedly moved to withdraw it. Unfortunately, she was too slow. The inertia brought her forward and sent the tip of the sword in her hand into the purple-clad young man's chest. Splash! Blood splattered on her body and hands. She felt a throbbing pain in her heart when she saw the blood on her hands. Ouch! She dropped her sword and covered her chest. She was in a daze. It felt as though she had lost something in that split second. The feeling of helplessness and panic almost suffocated her. Feng Tianwu's beautiful face paled as she lowered her head and muttered to herself. Why do I feel pain in my heart? Do I really know him? His eyes, why are they so gentle? What's our relationship like? Why didn't he avoid it? Why? Bang! A loud bang reverberated and snapped her out of her daze. Young master! After Xianxia broke the door, his face changed dramatically when he saw the scene before his eyes. He flew in hurriedly and instantly arrived before the tottering purple figure. Who? Within the time required to raise a hand, Xianxia pulled out the red flexible sword in the purple-clad young man's chest and threw it on the ground. At the same time, he used origin energy to stop the bleeding. Thank God. We're lucky. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief when he realized the sword did not stab his heart, and the purple-clad young man's life was not in danger. Cough! Duanling Tian finally moved after Xianxia pulled out the sword. He was staring blankly at Feng Tianwu as though he had lost his soul. He did not even react when Feng Tianwu stabbed the sword into his chest. He spat out a mouthful of blood when he coughed. The blood that stained the ground was like a blooming red rose. Young master? Who hurt you? Xianxia's face sank as killing intent appeared in his eyes. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten that Duanling Tian was stronger than him. He seemed to have forgotten he would not be a match for someone who was capable of hurting Duanling Tian. Shortly after, Xianxia got his answer. The answer shocked him. Why didn't you avoid it? An emotionless voice sounded and attracted Xianxia's attention. His eyes landed on the red-clad woman nearby. Oh God! Miss Tianwu, you're awake. Xianxia stared at her with widened eyes. A hint of amazement was visible on his face. Young master. You found the soul-fixing root and the soul-stabilizing grass for Miss Tianwu? This Lu clan's pretty good. They even have the precious materials that you said is extremely rare on Cloud Continent. Xianxia smiled. However, the smile froze on his face soon after. He finally noticed the bloodstains on Feng Tianwu's hands. His face changed immediately. God! Miss Tianwu, it was you who stabbed the young master. If it was someone else, he would fight to the death to avenge his young master even if he knew he was no match for them. However, Feng Tianwu was his young master's woman, his future young mistress. He could not do anything even if he was angry. Why should I avoid it? Would you have killed me? Duanling Tian, pale from the excessive blood loss, responded to Feng Tianwu's question with a question. Feng Tianwu remained silent after hearing his reply. There was a burst of sharp pain in her heart when she saw the man's pale face. It was as though her heart had split into two halves. She could not figure out why. Unless I really know him? But why can't I remember anything? No matter how Feng Tianwu struggled to remember, she could not recall anything about the man in front of her. However, she felt her heart ache without reason when she saw the man hurt. It convinced her that she had a very close relationship with the man. At this moment, Feng Tianwu's hostility toward Duanling Tian disappeared. When Duanling Tian noticed that, he breathed a sigh of relief and a heartfelt smile crept up on the corner of his mouth. He knew he was right in not avoiding her attack. At least he managed to break through Tianwu's psychological barrier even with her temporary amnesia. It was a good start. At least, Tian Wu no longer rejected him. Maybe she would even accept him soon. If he had avoided that attack, Feng Tian Wu would probably attack even more given her temporary memory loss. It was very likely Feng Tian Wu would not accept him as she did now.
Young master, what happened between you and Ms. Tian Wu? Xianxia, who standing by the side, felt confused when he saw Duanling Tian laughing even though he was hurt. Xianxia, I only found the soul-fixing root in Lu clan. I didn't find the soul-stabilizing grass. Although Tian Wu woke up after she took the refined soul-fixing root potion, she seemed to have lost all of her memory of me. Duanling Tian explained briefly to Xianxia. She lost her memory? No wonder.
Xianxia felt as though he was listening to a far-fetched story when he heard Duanling Tian's explanation. He recovered from the shock and came to a realization. This explained why Ms. Tian Wu, who used to love his young master, would hurt him. It turned out that Ms. Tian Wu had lost her memory.
Young master, what should we do now? Xianxia asked.
As long as we're able to find the soul-stabilizing grass and refine it into a potion for Tian Wu to consume, her damaged soul will be healed. At that time, she will naturally remember everything, Duanling Tian said. All right then. Xianxia nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried that Ms. Tian Wu would not recover. Who knew if she would stab his young master another 1 or 2 more times?
Feng Tian Wu heard Duanling Tian and Xianxia's conversation.
How did I lose my memory? Feng Tian Wu asked as she looked at Duanling Tian. Although the expression on her face was still cold, she did not reject Duanling Tian as she did before. It could be seen from the way she initiated the conversation with Duanling Tian.
When Duanling Tian heard Feng Tian Wu's inquiry, he could not help but recall the past. It was painful for him, but he recounted everything in detail to Feng Tian Wu.
He told Feng Tian Wu about how she forcefully elevated her fire profundity for him until the fire spirit body's strength erupted.
Naturally, he also told her about how he suppressed the volatile fire spirit body's strength after he devilified, even though it still damaged her soul in the end. He told her about everything that had happened after that. So that was what happened. In the past, I sacrificed everything for you, including my own life, Feng Tian Wu muttered. Although Feng Tian Wu learned of the past from Duanling Tian, she had lost her memories after all. It was as though she was listening to a story when Duanling Tian recounted the past. It was impossible for her to be close to Duanling Tian like before. Although she was cold toward him, she no longer rejected him.
Duanling Tian was very satisfied with that.
At least he did not have to worry about Tian Wu attacking him anymore.
Now, I'll have to wait until we find the soul-stabilizing grass to restore Tian Wu's memory. Even if Tian Wu knows her past, she won't be like her former self without her memory, Duanling Tian thought to himself. The current Feng Tian Wu was as cold as ice and completely different from how she used to be.
It was not just him. She treated everyone coldly as though they owed her money. Duanling Tian was a bit helpless in that regard. He tried to change her, but he realized there was no way to change it.
Eventually, Duanling Tian ran out of ideas and let her be.
At the Lu clan's estate, in one of the mansions on the east side. A figure swept down speedily like a goshawk and landed steadily in the backyard of that mansion. In a pergola in the backyard, a gray-clad young man sat in front of a stone table. He held a wooden sword in his hands with a gloomy face. It was hard to discern the thoughts running through his mind. Young master, are you thinking about little young master again? The person who spoke was an old man. He saw the wooden sword in the gray-clad young man's hand when he walked into the pergola. Elder Guan, do you still remember this wooden sword? The gray-clad young man asked as he twirled the wooden sword in his hands. I remember. The old man nodded and sighed. This is a gift for little young master's 5th birthday. You made the wooden sword for him personally. Back then, little young master was really happy when he received the gift.
Yes. Almost 30 years have passed just in a blink of an eye. The gray-clad youth nodded.